挟ん待ちビデオを見ながら解説を一緒にしてよミムなストリームでね何を待ってるの挟ん待ち今日は何するのはしのを開けてみなキャンバでオールインね何を待ってるの挟ん待ち前は政治のために来たけど知ったのはくしおいライブ中
おうなんて大きくてセクシーな男なんだハサン
挟ん待ち
なんて素晴らしいんでしょう見てみようこのイカれた変態野郎ハサンペッカー
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, or a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from not sunny at all, actually. Very gray, very rainy California, Los Angeles, and we are live and alive, folks. And I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. It is Wednesday, August 18th, 2021, 11:36 a.m. and I'm a little late, and obviously the reason why I'm a little late is because I was recording the podcast. Oh my god. You weren't joking when you said your beard would grow back quick? OMG. Oh, I told you. So yeah, yabba dabba doo. We got so much smoke in sack, dude. Wait, what? Oh. Whew. I am in a state of tremendous pain. Like tremendous fucking pain. I foolishly thought that I could work my lower back out again because yesterday was the first day where I actually felt good. Where I actually felt like wait, oops, wrong chat. Hold on. That's unreal. Yesterday was the first day where I felt like I was healed completely. You know what I mean? I thought to myself like, oh, this is fine. I can work out. Like, I'll be okay to do this exercise. And I was wrong. It's a rite of passage to snap your bags with deadlifts and then prematurely do deadlifts again. Currently, I do not have a heating pad. I do have one. My mommy immediately gave me a heating pad and lidocaine patches that are like prescription patches, apparently. I will be seeing a physical therapist again. But, yeah, I mean, look, moms are like that. Moms are professionals in, like, you know, having pain and pain management. So immediately I was like, Mom, I'm not in a good situation. I literally like noticed how bad the situation was once I went to bed and woke up. I basically woke up in the middle of the night. I had to piss and I was like, oh my God, I don't know if I can get out of bed. Like, this situation is dire. You know what I mean? If you've ever had like a fucked up back, if you ever had a messed up back, you know what it's like when you're like, oh no, like I can't make certain like sudden moves. I can't make certain sudden moves because like if I do end up making certain sudden moves, then I can tweak something and it's like terrible. So that's where I was last night, and I'm like utilizing my nightstand thing to like get up. I'm utilizing the nightstand to get up. I'm putting my hands on my knees to putting my hands on my knees to get up. It's fucking terrible, right? It's basically the worst kind of fucking pain. It sucks. So I don't know if it's a herniated disc or not. I don't know what the fuck it is. But 3 weeks and I had absolutely zero pain. So I thought, oh, dude, I'm good. Like, I got through it easily. And the only problem, the issue is like, it doesn't actually hurt. Like there's discomfort when I'm standing like this, right? And I do like glute activation exercises because I suspect, or at least like my trainer also suspects, that it's a consequence of me sitting all day for like 12 hours, 13 hours a day. So my glutes are never activating properly whenever I do like any sort of lifting exercise, unless I like, physically, unless I use my brain to like try to power my glutes. You know what I mean? Whenever I pick stuff up, it's just not used to it. So my lower back just takes on all of that burden. So that's where I'm at currently. I do glute bridges and stuff all the time. It's not even that. I do like really targeted glute bridge, like targeted glute activations. Anyway, regardless, I've been doing all kinds of stretches too, and I've been doing all kinds of like exercises too. I don't want to hear you guys's I don't want to hear like everyone's take on how fucking what the right way to do pain management is or anything like that. I think it's like, I think it's just because I'm 30. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. It could be, it unironically could be a herniated disc at this point. I really don't know. In which case, like, medical intervention might be a necessity. Hopefully it's not the case. Hopefully it's just another sprain. I just like added an extra sprain on top of the previously like not fully healed sprain or something. You know what I mean? So CIA got him with a fucking age gun. Yeah. So if it hurts and affects your life, see a doctor. Of course it affects my life. It hurts like a motherfucker. Dude, we shot the podcast this morning. Hold on, I gotta turn on my AC real quick. But I recorded a podcast this morning with Will, Brace, and Liz, Truanon, for those of you who don't know. I had them over. I had them on the pod, which was fucking one of my favorite episodes. I mean, so much fucking fun. So much fun. I love those. I love those folks. But lift your leg straight up in the air while on your back and you'll know if you have a herniation. I don't think I can do that right now. Well, in any case, Truanon was great. Yeah, I had Mehmet on. And it was fucking awesome. I can't wait for you guys to hear it. Or watch it wherever you get podcasts, obviously. And hold on, I'm gonna turn on the AC 1 second. But yeah, I literally went and got a fucking I got one of my mom's like lidocaine patches. Like it's like fucking prescription grade heated pad. So, and that, and also a steady diet of Tylenol and Advil and shit like that, making me hopefully it'll keep me going. Okay, dude. I mean, we're already what is this? I see we have already started. I see we've already started the jokes early. Okay, I'm in fucking pain. I need you guys to be nice to me today. I'm sorry you have a little back pain, Mr. Streamer. You should tell the women in Afghanistan that now have to wear burqas how much it sucks. Wait, what? That person isn't serious, right? I mean, I'm not making a comparison, you fucking weirdo. I just like... Yeah, no shit. It's literally not like as big as a deal as like having your country be run over by a bunch of fucking Taliban militias that like absolutely have an insane psychopathic worldview that revolves around... I guess it was bait. I don't know. You're confusing chat with another. When do they take it easy on you? That's true. Yeah, I went to the doctor and they said I have 2 yield. So, in any case, let's get fucking started. What else is going on in personal news? Not really much. Fuck my back, dude. Okay. I haven't sat down yet. And I don't know what it's going to be like. I spent over 22 hours in the emergency room yesterday and watched you through a lot of it. Thanks for keeping me company. You're welcome. Thanks for, thanks for watching. All right. So, the United States is evacuating Afghans from Americans from Afghanistan as Taliban tightens its control. There's a full interview with our favorite, wonderful big boy, Donald Trump. Ghani dipped out with $170 million, which is a questionable amount. I don't know if that's a lot of fucking cash. I don't know if you can run away with that. Maybe he left with a lot of cryptocurrency. Ooh, that's a shout out to the fucking crypto boys. That one's for you. You know, as they were saying, you can't run away with gold bars because they're heavy. But you can run away with cryptocurrency. Anyway, let's get started. I'm gonna fucking blast off. Daycare is open and I'm live in Barely Alive. Get in now. We're talking American evacuation. And also Trump interview on Sean Hannity. He's very mad about his own deal with the Taliban's. Emotional. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/Hasanabi. There it is. Bro, that shirt is atrocious. But some people on Twitter think you endorsed the USSR. Dude, it's fucking Twitter, dude. I don't care. Yeah. Yeah, it's because I said it would have been better if the United States did not arm and fucking create an insurrection that literally led to the Russian invasion of Afghanistan, which was insanely fucking bloody and horrifying for the people of Afghanistan, and led to like another civil war on top of that, which unironically fucking like, which eliminated 11% of the Afghan population. So yeah, I don't think that that's like a, I don't think that that's a fucking controversial take. It's one that even like neolibs who believe that America should have permanent occupation in Afghanistan should believe. Like the point is that the Taliban are fucking terrible. So I don't know why the fuck people are. I mean, I know why people are jumping to that and being like, the USSR's bloody invasion in Afghanistan was like, people think that I'm saying that is good. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying it was, one, unnecessary. It was literally made necessary by the United States and their involvement. And it's not the first place that this has happened. So, like I said, if you fucking believe that if you believe that like there needs to be U.S. presence constantly in an effort to push back against, fucking hold on. Sorry. If you think that constant American presence is necessary in Afghanistan in order to ensure civil liberties, then you basically are admitting, especially as a consequence of like the Taliban and how powerful they are, then you're literally fucking saying that like an imperial power, if you want to fucking call the USSR imperialist, then go ahead. An imperial power there is better than the fucking Mujahideen. And while the USSR was incredibly fucking violent, and the civil war that broke out afterwards was also fucking horrifying, the reality is like it would have never fucking happened if it wasn't for the Pakistani intelligence services and the United States State Department turning Afghanistan into the USSR's Vietnam, knowing full well that there would be fucking intervention. Did you learn that on the gray zone? Yeah, the gray zone. The gray zone taught me that, dude, which I totally agree with all the time with everything they say. Like, isn't Ben Norton a fucking literal anti-lockdown, anti-vaxxer guy now? Maybe not an anti-vaxxer, but like, no, I fucking, I'm not like a Jimmy Dore fan, dude. I don't know why you're like losing your fucking shit. I learned that from the American government. The American government itself unironically fucking took credit for it. So I don't know why you need this. Like here. Where is it? Here you go. When former U.S. National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski bragged about prompting the Soviet Union to invade Afghanistan so that it could get its Vietnam, he was not making an empty boast. Afghanistan was the ground for one of the last Cold War battles between the United States and the Soviet Union after the Red Army rolled into the country December 24th, 1979. For the next decade, the Soviet Union became bogged down in guerrilla war against the anti-Soviet Mujahideen. Faced with rugged mountainous terrain and stiff resistance, the supposedly invincible Red Army was humbled, leading, according to some experts, to the empire's collapse. Observers give a number of reasons for the Soviet invasion. One of the reasons, of course, is that like the socialist government at the time was fucking awful. Okay, they were brutal. They were not great. Did not facilitate land reforms in the appropriate manner. But more importantly than everything else, they were like super fucking expressly and overtly anti-Islam. Which certainly was not met with a lot of happy thoughts by an otherwise, you know, happy to be Muslim population. According to former CIA Director Robert Gates, U.S. intelligence services began aiding the anti-Soviet Union Mujahideen 6 months ahead of the Red Army's invasion. Brzezinski said he convinced Carter to sign the first directive for secret aid to opponents of the pro-Soviet regime in Kabul on July 3rd, 1979, in an effort to goad the Red Army into invading in a 1998 interview. We watched it yesterday as Ronald Reagan literally fucking named a space travel flight that the United States did at the time after the Mujahideen, and even compared them to George Washington. These guys were obviously very diverse. Some of them ended up becoming the Taliban. Some of them fought against the Taliban. So it's hard to just like paint the picture as like all of them were literally fucking. There were even Maoist groups, if I'm not mistaken, that were fighting against the socialist government at the time. But ultimately, the most successful branch out of the Mujahideen became the Taliban. Yeah, supported by China, LMAO. Yeah, there was Chinese involvement at the time. I wrote a note to the president in which I explained to him that, in my opinion, this aid was going to induce a Soviet military intervention, said Brzezinski. The former National Security Advisor's plan was a success. The Afghan quagmire forced the Soviet Union to stay in the Central Asian state for a decade. The initial thrust of the Soviet invasion was made by some 40,000 troops. By late 1985, this number swelled to 118,000, 10,000 of which were reported to be Soviet secret police and other special units trying to face down the Afghan resistance. Two days after the Soviet invasion, Brzezinski sent a memo to the U.S. president expressing concern that if the Soviets succeed in Afghanistan, the age-long dream of Moscow to have direct access to the Indian Ocean will have been fulfilled. But Harrison said the Soviet Union was never scheming towards the Indian Ocean, adding Brzezinski promoted confrontation between Washington and Moscow in the Afghan arena. Brzezinski's hardline policy towards the Soviet Union was reflected in his policy towards Afghanistan. From what I understand, I was corrected on this take that I originally had. From what I understand, the USSR involvement originally in Afghanistan was for multiple different reasons, one of which was, of course, the socialist government at the time was like insane and were talking about how they want to fucking empty out all the mosques in a year, expressly anti-Islam, and that also on top of that they like it would have helped with internal propaganda. Certainly, that's what crumbling superpowers do. Certainly. So Adam Curtis's take was correct on that regard. But also because they wanted to fucking... Dude, you're sitting here reading Al Jazeera like the gospel, bro. They have a huge bias in reporting that you can only avoid with your Twitch Prime. Sorry about your back, by the way, lol. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you consider the Taliban a terrorist group? I mean, literally every fucking militant organization is considered a terrorist group if they are against the American government. So yes, they're a terrorist group, but terrorism is a political fucking term. They're a militant group that is fundamentalist, Islamist, reactionary as fuck, backed by Pakistan, backed by the United States originally. And they were offered Afghanistan in its entirety as a nice little fucking prize by the United States government. So do with that information what you will. Blue massage dildo does not work. They're literally not terrorists anymore because they're now a new government. That's how it works. Exactly. And this is how it works. How it works is, how it works is if you have a successful rebellion, if you have a successful movement, and you're able to get, like, you know, state actors to recognize you as even if they recognize you originally as a non-state actor and a terror cell, if you get them to recognize you as a state actor, then congratulations. you're no longer a terrorist. You understand? Mujahideen resistance to the Taliban begins now, but we need help. Opinion by Ahmed Massoud, who is the leader of the National Resistance Front of Afghanistan. In 1998, when I was 9 years old, my father, the Mujahideen commander Ahmed Shah Massoud, gathered his soldiers. So this is actually people who are saying like, oh, dude, they want to fucking arm the Mujahideen. I don't know how this kid's going to be. I don't know how his kid is like. But his father was assassinated. I talked about this before. His father was assassinated by the fucking Taliban. Or not the Taliban, Al-Qaeda. Sorry. So his father was the famous battalion leader, like Northern Alliance commander, the Mujahideen commander that was seen as a fucking hero, Ahmed Shah Massoud. And he was literally assassinated when this man known as the Blind Sheikh, which was under watch by the U.S. agencies, I think it was the CIA, sent him a letter functionally doxing him, which led to the Taliban. I keep saying Taliban. Which led to Al Qaeda murdering him. Okay, thank you, Encoded Lua, for the 501 gift subs. Now, that's and this happened 2 days before 9/11. And originally, he wanted to, as a consequence of Osama bin Laden's potential connection to the 1993 World Trade Center bombing attacks, he was trying to send the United States Osama bin Laden 2 days before 9/11. That's the dad, though. And he was seen as a hero, and he was martyred, and he's still seen as a hero. So that is what happened. However, I'm not gonna run the fucking ad break at the top of the hour. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna try to sit down. Hopefully, we'll see what happens. Okay, that was successful. That was pretty good. I will never get up now for the rest of the day. It reminds me of my grandma. I know, I'm very similar to your grandma. Much better. Nothing like that lumbar support. Hope you stocked the fridge then. I did not actually full-blown stock it. And I have to pee still, so we'll see what happens. I should have just fucking worn adult diapers. Anyway. So let's get to the U.S. evacuation, and we'll get back to this article in a second. Okay? But immediately, the moment I see an article like this appear on the Washington Post, ding, 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 alarm bells ring in my head that it probably is not good. So let's do it. Let's keep going.
Americans as the Taliban tightens control.
Americans are being evacuated from Afghanistan. Your boss also owns the Washington Post? Yeah, I know.
The U.S. scrambling to evacuate Americans as the Taliban tightens control. Taliban leaders holding a press conference, and our Ian Panel was there and has the very latest for us in Kabul. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. That's right. There's a darkness, a sadness that seems to have settled on Kabul. Life is slowly returning to the city. But down at the airport where the evacuations are taking place, it's total chaos. This morning, as the Taliban consolidates control of Afghanistan, as many as 11,000 Americans and tens of thousands of Afghans still desperately trying to leave the country. So far, the US able to evacuate 3,200 people from Afghanistan, including all US embassy personnel, bar a core group of diplomats. For those Americans still in the country, a safe exit from the airport guaranteed, but the journey there has to be attempted at their own risk. An email to US nationals saying the United States government cannot guarantee your security as you make this trip.
Their safety needs to be their top priority. If they feel that it is unsafe for them to make their way to the airport, they should not seek to do so.
The US planning to launch one flight per hour, getting up to 9,000 people out each day. To access those evacuation flights and the US checkpoint on the military side of the airport, those trying to leave the country must first pass through Taliban-controlled civilian areas, the runway dividing the two. But for now, the Taliban only letting foreigners through. In their first press conference since seizing power, the Taliban promising amnesty for all the...
Yo, 100%. The reason why the Taliban are letting foreigners through, I 100% believe that the only reason why they're letting exclusive foreigners through is probably because they fucking talked to the State Department. Because they originally let everyone through, and it was fucking chaos on the ground. So now they're just like, all right, we're only going to let foreigners through. Like, anytime we fucking hear about, what the Taliban is doing, I need you guys to remember this is happening under the watchmanship of the United States. Okay? There is no fucking shot. Do you mean foreigners to Afghanistan? Yes, foreigners to Afghanistan, like Americans and shit like that. There is no fucking shot, dude. Because as I've established time and time again, many times over the past couple of days, like, this is a deal that the Americans made to give Afghanistan to the Taliban. Okay? That's it. They wanted to finally take advantage of the resource-dense region. They wanted to be able to, start extracting minerals and shit. And they wanted to be able to build facilities. And they were never going to be able to do that with the Afghan government in charge because of puppet state. And even those in Kabul, the more liberal Afghans in Kabul, were not even a fucking fan of the puppet state, whose leader literally escaped. Ghani literally fucking escaped, according to reports, with $169 million. He's now in the UAE, baby. Because of course. The Afghan ambassador in Tajikistan says Ashraf Ghani escaped with bags full of 169 million US dollars when Kabul was failing. Are you saying there's a deal like a trade agreement? I'm saying that there's a deal, not like a trade agreement, but a deal that big governments and superpowers have struck many times with developing nations. Okay? And that deal is, if you fucking maintain regional stability and ensure that, like, Americans are not hurt, and then also give us your assurance that we can have some fucking nice mining contracts, probably lithium, because some of the other minerals are already going to be given to China, then we'll let you take over the country. Because one of the main hurdles for resource extraction in the region, as we have talked about before, is security. They can't build infrastructure they can't build facilities that can, enrich or actually do anything with the minerals that they've extracted. Okay? Same with just the extraction in general. Like, they were using, like, very the funny way to use it. The foreign policy wonk way of talking about it is artisanal. Like they were doing artisanal mineral extraction. That's what the foreign policy wonks will say. So that's why they need to build facilities, and you can't do that when the Taliban will just infiltrate and intercept. You can't. One of the problems of like occupying a country. Why were the mineral deposits never touched during the last 20 years, or were there mineral mines? Veteran MM is not actually a veteran, right? His dad is a veteran, I think. Yeah, they were touched. President Ghani and his brother had like literal contracts with both China and also the United States. So they did touch them. They were touching them all the time, as we talked about already. I don't know how this dude was able to flee with $169 million, by the way. That's a lot of fucking cash. That actually is incredibly heavy. So I question that number. I question the validity of that number. So it doesn't matter unless he fucking put it in Bitcoin. Which is another kind of mining, if you know what I'm saying. Dude, all of this, we discussed a lot of this with Brace and Liz from TrueAnon. It was a lot of fun. I really am excited for you guys to listen to that podcast that we just shot. It's like an 18-wheeler full of cash. No, I think it's just like 3,000. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of cash. $1 million in $100 bills weighs around 22 pounds. Yeah, it's like 3,000 pounds most likely. It's like somewhere around 3,000 pounds. This guy with just a complete made-up fucking take here. 169 million and hundreds could fit in 3 duffel bags. No, it couldn't. You're just wrong. That's just completely wrong, dude. Let's look. How much would $170 million look like in $100 bills? I mean, here, we got some here. Hold on. I mean, I don't know what the exact number is here, though. But this is from when the United States brought in, I believe, what, like $12 billion in cash to Iraq? It's 3,000 pounds at least. I read an article he left with 4 cars and a helicopter full of cash. Helpful graphic image of $100 million. Yeah, this is $100 million. Well, you can't really tell. 2 of those fucking stacks, like that shit, that actually makes it a lot easier. Are you sure? I don't think that's how... I mean, I guess it's like not that hard then if you had like a big fucking... It's like 2 pallets. Easy peasy. Let's not get into the nitty gritty. Okay, shut up. Motherfucker said duffel bags, bro. You didn't ask how big the duffel bags were? Okay, well, the duffel bags have to be really, really big. Russia says Afghan president fled with cars and helicopter full of cash. He was right, apologize. What? No, you can't put 3,000 fucking pounds of cash in 3 duffel bags, dude. What duffel bag literally takes 1,000 pounds? What is it, made out of fucking titanium? The 100 Thieves Gucci bag, dude. Like, you can put $1 million in a duffel bag. It'll be really heavy. But yeah, here it is. Here's $1 million in a duffel bag, but $100 million, you can't. A helicopter can be a duffel bag if you think about it. Yeah, you got to think like hard. You got to think long and hard. And then if you think about it really long, like a helicopter will turn into a duffel bag. Anyway, what a silly thing we're arguing on. Let's watch.
Those who worked with American and NATO forces, vowing not to hunt them down or seek retribution.
What guarantees will you give to the Afghans who are now hiding at home, who want to leave the country, who the Americans will transport? They can't get to the airport. So what guarantees?
We are assuring the safety of all those who have worked with the United States and allied forces, whether as interpreters or any other field that they have worked with them. As for the
Damn, this homie, what is he? Is he like an interpreter that fucking flips sides? Like, homie's got a good accent. The thing that's different about the Taliban in comparison to like other groups is that like they don't have a lot of Western educated folks in their ranks. You know what I mean? They don't have a lot of like. They don't. That's how you fucking see. You literally hear them talk and like try to do PR. And it's very difficult for them to do like appropriate PR. He's like, yes, we will let women, you know, they can do news, but they have to cover their faces and wear gloves. You know, or women will be educated, but in Sharia, it's like, they don't understand that like that is not going to fucking fly with like Western media. They're trying to do PR, like Western focused PR, which is like Western focused PR for the Taliban is new, right? That's not really like, what the fuck? My bit rate is like falling apart. Yeah, like 20 years ago, they've been watching Twitch, bro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The spokesperson for British media speaks very bad English. Yeah. So now they're like, now they have like, they're trying to do appropriate PR while still like maintaining Taliban values, I guess. I guess they brought someone in.
their talents and their skills, we do not want them to leave the country. We want them to serve their own homeland.
Wary of promises from the Taliban, hundreds of thousands of Afghan women and girls now sheltering in their homes. Nasreen Nawar was able to get out of the country just in time, but her family is still on the ground in Afghanistan.
It's heartbreaking. So many people are stuck in the country and they have no way out.
Well, the Taliban leadership have now arrived in the country and they've got to get up the business of establishing government, but they've really got to bring order to the streets. At the moment, you have different groups from different areas controlling different districts, and there's no real unified command. That has to happen, and there needs to be some sense of positivity that those promises will be kept. Robin?
People want to know that, indeed. And Ian, what was it like for you to be there at that press conference yesterday?
It's a very bizarre, surreal experience coming face to face with the Taliban like that, and it's really the past and the present colliding. You have these leaders who have views which are centuries old coming into a 21st century press conference. I mean, it's good that they were willing to answer questions, but I can tell you, Robin, we've just been down to the airport, to the gates of people trying to get in, and it is total chaos there. The Taliban are firing over the crowd, people are being beaten, and that's what Americans and Afghans are going to have to get past to get out the country.
Indeed.
Robin.
All right. Ian, thanks so much. Well, hey.
Oh, that's what happens when you fucking give an entire goddamn country to the Taliban, America. The amount of 169. Okay, this dude is still like doing mathematical fucking equations to show me what $169 million looks like. As we talk to the Afghans, like Afghans for Progress group, we very quickly found out that like there is no good options out of this situation. There's just no good fucking options out of this situation. I'm going to get to the Donald Trump thing, but before that, I want to see the CNN reporter showing scenes in Kabul just days after the Taliban takeover.
The U.S. troop.
They're like, you know, peaceful transfer of power didn't really stick for too long. I mean, you know, they're already fucking reneging on that agreement.
Withdrawal from Afghanistan as the Taliban solidifies its grip on that country, and Americans and allies rush to try to safely evacuate. This afternoon, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said that the Taliban has agreed to give civilians safe passage to the Kabul airport, where the U.S. military is hoping to speed up the pace of evacuation flights within the next 24 hours. This striking image, obtained by Defense One, shows nearly 650 Afghans packed inside a U.S. military cargo plane. They were safely evacuated on Sunday to Qatar. The White House estimates that at least 11,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan. But those figures do not include the tens of thousands of Afghan allies who helped the U.S. during the war, and their families, who could be killed by the Taliban if they are not promptly flown out of the country.
Motherfucker said, don't they have COVID there? Listen, brother, I think that's one area where, like, I don't think they give a fuck about COVID right now. I feel like there's some different issues. It's not like they're going to Lollapalooza and that's why they're bunching up. You know what I mean? Imagine seeing like the fucking insane imagery coming out of the Kabul airport and being like, why aren't they social distancing, sweaty? Like,
country. Let's begin our coverage today with CNN's Clarissa Ward, who's live in the.
Funny how no one talks about Afghanistan's former socialist-oriented PDP party when talking about the original destabilization of the country. Yeah, they were. I mean, I have talked about it. Yeah, they were fucking not good. But this current iteration of Afghanistan is exclusively the fault of America and Pakistan, America's ally.
The Afghan capital of Kabul. And Clarissa, you're getting a sense of just how quickly life is changing for ordinary Afghan citizens who are once again.
I thought she needed a hijab. Bro, she's like up on a fucking rooftop by herself. I don't think she needs to wear one when she's like not interviewing the Taliban.
Rule of the Taliban.
That's right, Jake. I mean, there's the sense, I guess, that this is the new normalcy, and there are signs of normalcy creeping back onto the streets. The Taliban announced that government workers should be returning to their posts. Today, we saw traffic policemen on the roads guiding traffic. As I've mentioned before, the Taliban really wants to show that it can effectively govern, that it is not just a fighting force. But walking around the streets, Jake, it was impossible to ignore that women were not as visible. And we went out looking for those women to hear their stories. Take a listen.
Wait, Chad was trying to make a case for bringing in Afghan nationals using liberals' COVID madness. Not me. Bring as many as possible. Wait, are you insane? Who cares? You can fucking vaccinate and also, like, what? You can literally fucking quarantine every asylum seeker. Like, literally all of them. That's literally what Fox is saying. Yeah, fucking quarantine them. Do PCR tests, quarantine, and then vaccinate. And then quarantine more. Like, that makes no sense. It's like the easiest fucking solution, dude.
But walking around the streets, Jake, it was impossible to ignore that women were not as visible, and we went out looking for those women to hear their stories. Take a listen.
Dude, Fox News caring about like refugees being vaccinated and COVID is like when they act like they care about the women of Afghanistan. It's literally the definition of virtue signaling, like fake virtue signaling on a thing that you don't personally believe in at all. Like, you can't on the one hand be like, I don't believe that COVID is real. I don't believe that it's a fucking serious problem. And then simultaneously be like, but, you know, it's a serious problem if the immigrants are bringing it in. Oh, shit. This is pretty fucking funny. Someone says, where can I donate money to the Taliban? Trevor Phillips says, pay taxes in the United States. True. It's pretty obvious you don't care. It's like when conservatives say, conservatives in the EU do this a lot, you know what I mean? Because they're like a little bit more liberal, like they're not as socially conservative or as outwardly socially conservative as American conservatives are. So they'll say stuff like, oh, we're bringing in, Muslim immigrants into the country, and they have a lot of conservative values and conservative opinions that, do not work well with our liberal Western governments. And it's like, dog, you literally, like, you are a conservative. Like, you also want to fucking take rights away from women. Like, you can't just turn around. You can't turn around and fucking be like, man, these Muslims are, they're doing these terrible things that I want to do. But when I do it, it's acceptable. But when the brown Muslims want to do it, it's unacceptable. It's like, and even then, there are, especially in America, I can't speak for like the UK, or I can't speak for like other European countries. This one is UK equals EU. When I say EU, I mean Europe, not fucking European Union, okay? But my point is, like, you can't fucking talk about like Muslims being conservative when you yourself are fucking conservative, okay? And you want to do conservatism here. At least Tucker Carlson's like kind of honest about how much he loves the Taliban. You know what I mean? This wasn't your best take. It absolutely is, because conservatives hate other countries' conservatives for their conservatism. Like, xenophobic conservatives literally talk about how backwards other countries' conservatives are when there's like fucking progressive people in those countries too. It's at the heart of like xenophobic conservatism. It's so stupid. You can say horrible take all you want. Ben Shapiro being like, gays are being thrown off the roofs because of, ISIS is throwing gays off the roofs. It's like, well, Ben, you literally don't want gays to have rights. You just have, through a series of like, liberal whiplash, tried to normalize your fucking conservative opinion on homosexuality in the United States over the course of many years. You know what I mean? If you had the same fucking conditions, if you had like a similar, if you had the similar material conditions on the ground, like, you would 100% be like, yeah, no, gays should be maybe not thrown off the roofs, but like locked away for the degeneracy. So, spare me your fucking interest in the well-being and welfare of homosexuals when you literally are trying to, make a point against the welfare of queer people here in America. Yeah, it's not as bad as like throwing them off the fucking roofs. Anyway, let's keep going.
At the central Kabul market today, stores were open and people were back on the streets. Or at least some people. It was impossible not to notice that women here seemed to have largely melted away. One store was doing better business than usual. For more than a decade,
Let me guess, he's selling fucking burqas. Oh, here we
Mohammed
go.
has been selling burqas, the head-to-toe covering once imposed by the Taliban. Business was good, but now it's even better, he tells us. More sales.
Why do you
Bro, this is like the MAGA guys. You know how like Trump supporters will always have like half of the Trump supporters make their money off like selling fucking Trump t-shirts? Same energy with this dude. He's like, I love the Taliban. It's very good. You know, my burqa business is doing so well right now. Like, it's like a fucking meme, dude. It's like that one guy who was like, dude, my fucking dad, stop calling me, please. Oh my God. It's like that one fucking MAGA dude who was like, yeah, I'm in the debt collections business, so business is fucking booming. Okay, hold on, I gotta pick up.
you think you're selling more burqas right now?
Because the Taliban took over and all the women are afraid, he says. So that's why they're all coming in and buying burqas.
Do you feel abandoned?
Yeah, exactly.
In an apartment downtown, we saw that fear firsthand.
Bro, he can't even hear me. Like, I'm texting them and he can't even hear me. He's just like... It's just like such a dad move, dude. To like call just to be like, I can't hear you. Well, okay.
Until last week, Fazila was working for the UN. That's not her real name, and she asks we not show her face. She's petrified that the Taliban will link her to Western organizations and says she hasn't gone outside since they arrived in Kabul.
You look very frightened.
Exactly. Too much stress. It is not easy for a person to
Bro,
work.
they're not hiding their face. They're not hiding their identity. What the fuck? This is terrible, dude. Like, you can't do that. They're not even fucking changing their voice. Like, the fuck? Might as well just not even wear the veil at that point. Just fucking straight blast them in the face. They said it wasn't her name. Yeah, but they can literally, one, recognize her voice, and they already gave background information on where she used to work. Are you guys serious?
Worked a lot with international organization, having more than 10 years experience of working with international, and now no one of them helped me. Just sending emails to different organizations that I work with you, but now no response.
Are you angry?
No, I'm not angry, but as a person that who work with them, now I need their supports. It is not fair.
You look
Showing
very
her house?
emotional as well.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about my future, my daughters. What will happen to them if they kill me, 2 daughters without mother?
The Taliban says they have learned from history and that women's rights will be protected. But many fearful Afghan women remain to be persuaded.
We're on our way now to the home of a prominent female Afghan politician. She's told me that there are Taliban fighters outside her front door, so she's asked that I go in alone.
Fauzia Kufi was one of the Afghan government negotiators during peace talks with the Taliban and has dealt with the group a lot. She says that promising change is not enough.
They have to really prove it in the provinces across Afghanistan. They have to show it by example. It's very easy to issue statements, but people need to see that in practice.
Kufi has every reason not to trust. Last year, she was shot by unknown gunmen. The Taliban denied they were behind the attack.
You have children,
I have 2 daughters.
and are they here?
They are in Kabul.
And are you concerned for them? Or?
Wow, look at her. Yet another performative activist like Malala. Sorry, I had to say that. I keep going back to what that one fucking Twitter person was saying. Why is chat assuming it's the Taliban? I mean, it could be. If it's the Taliban though, they would probably mention it. And also, like, they would probably take ownership over it. And also, if it was the Taliban, I don't know if they would fucking kill like one of the negotiators or try to kill one of the negotiators.
I'm concerned for my daughters and all the girls of Afghanistan.
Many terror attacks happened around 2016 election that likely helped Trump get elected. These were caused by refugee nationals from countries like Libya, Syria, Afghanistan. It's not safe to take them in, yet that's what they're going to do. This is literally false. 75% of domestic terrorism is directly attributed to far-right, anti-government, white supremacist terror in this country since 9/11. So you are absolutely delusional if you think that that's not, like, that's just a straight-up fucking lie. And I like that he has, like, a liberal spin to it where he's like, ugh, that's the reason why Trump got elected. It's like, my personal racist beliefs about something that did not even fucking happen is the reason why Trump got elected, and now liberals are going to get another Trump elected. It's like, what the fuck?
I don't want history to repeat itself on them very brutally.
Jake, we heard for the first time in person from the Taliban spokesperson, Zabiullah Mujahid. He gave a press conference tonight, and it was really interesting to see the types of questions that were asked by Afghan journalists particularly. It really goes to show you how much has changed here in 2 generations, or 2 decades, I should say. These journalists were not pulling any punches. They pushed him on women's rights. They pushed him on whether women would be able to continue working as journalists, continue working on television. And he was sort of struggling to answer and give a direct and coherent response. But the one question that really just stuck with me, it was so extraordinary. He was talking about this blanket amnesty that the Taliban has granted to everyone. And this journalist stood up and says, but will the Afghan people forgive you for all the people, the innocent civilians who've been killed in your car bombs? To which Mujahid replied, well, that's collateral damage. It happens. But the courage of that journalist to ask that question, to look him squarely in the eye and ask that, I think it speaks to the real changes that have happened here in the last 20 years, Jake. And whether the Taliban has changed or not, the people here certainly have.
Right, the existence of social media, a whole generation of girls, women, and boys and men educated in the last 20 years. Clarissa, what was the mood like when you were walking around Kabul earlier today?
It's a very strange mood because it looks normal. It feels secure. There isn't that same, as a journalist even, there's not the same fear that at any moment you could be kidnapped or shot or blown up. And that's partially because the people who might have done that to you before are now the people who are in charge of the place. But the market was open. It was bustling. I would say about a third of the stores, if not half of the stores, were open. And traffic was moving. This is this moment. The Taliban knows they have to get it right. They know that they have to get things moving along again, that if there's any vacuum or any kind of violent crackdown of any sort or chaos, that they will lose the momentum that they have on their side. They're keen to show now that they're benevolent, as well as being able to provide law and order. But you heard it from those women, and particularly from Fawzia Kufa, an extraordinarily brave politician. The proof will be in the pudding. And it's not what you say, it's what you do.
Right, and we've seen the Taliban, as they took over the country, grabbing young girls, forcing them into these, I don't want to call them marriages, but forcing them into these hideous relationships with their fighters. You just mentioned that the
Wait, what? That makes it sound worse, Jake. What the fuck? You made it seem like there's consent there. These hideous relationships. Just say forced marriage. Like, everybody knows that that's bad, dog. It's literally, he was like trying to make it sound worse, and then he made it sound like he was defending what this was. Like, you know, putting them into problematic relationships, you know, where the Taliban are gaslighting these little girls. They're gatekeeping. It's toxic. There's a toxic relationships. You just said toxic relationships. What the fuck?
Taliban claimed today that they've pledged amnesty to former Afghan forces. They also said there would be, quote, no violence against women. I mean, can anybody trust anything that they have to say?
I think that for the most part, people have a really hard time trusting. And I asked Fauzia Kufa, I said,
You're a fraud showing CNN like they report accurately on foreign countries. What? What can I show instead? Like fucking Live Leak? Are you down there? Do you know someone that's down there? The fuck?
come on, you've dealt with them, you've been with them, you've negotiated with them. Do you believe what they're saying? And she said, for now, it's hard for me to trust. She doesn't rule it out entirely. But here's the thing, Jake. It's not enough for the Taliban just to say women can be educated. It's about leading by example. And so if the Taliban wants to really show that they have changed in this respect from their fundamental ideology, then they need to actively campaign for women's education to make it clear to all the people in this country.
They literally are not going to do that. Okay, they're not. And they're going to say women can be. They're going to say what they've been saying, that women can be educated, except, you know, in what Allah wishes them to be educated. And then once they get to a certain age, and this is what they've said so far, like women get Quran education only. Okay. And then also on top of that, they don't get to be, there's no co-ed. There's no like education once they reach like maturity or puberty. No more co-ed education for girls and boys together. Women are no longer allowed to be in the presence of men. Like these are the types of things that they're going to be fucking, you know, pushing for and are open about.
Country that there is a new direction, because the other woman, Fazila as we called her, she told me that her sister went out to buy some milk the other day and the grocer at the grocery store said to her, you know, you really should be wearing proper hijab, proper covering. He never would have said that 2 weeks ago, but now because the Taliban is in town, people adopt their posture, they change their behavior to please what they think is the sort of prevailing lord or a...
I mean, they're like, you know, they're literally just conservatives. They're fundamentalists, so they're like mega conservatives. Their version of the world is unironically what like a lot of these fucking weirdo, like Jordan Peterson wants women to not be in the workplace. You know what I mean? Like, actually, ironically, Jordan Peterson has a big fucking Muslim following. I don't know if you know that or not. But that's part of the reason why he's like, you know, we don't know what the consequences are of women working in the workforce side by side with men. We simply don't know. Like he'll just let that hang, you know what I mean? And you can make assertions on that if you will. Yeah, see? Look. I mean, I got Western fucking psychos in here. Most women don't want women in the workplace. Stop being so naive. See? It's just fucking boop, mask off, dude. Literally, like. What, you think the Taliban and Jordan Peterson don't have the exact same fucking take on makeup? Women wearing makeup in the workplace? Come on, dude. I'm not saying Jordan Peterson is like as reactionary as the Taliban. They just have a lot of ideas that are similar to one another.
Ruler at the time. And that's the real problem here. The Taliban can't just say these things in passing. They have to actively show by example that there have been fundamental changes in the way they're going to govern. And I would say from people I have spoken to, not many have a huge amount of faith that that is really going to happen.
Yeah. Clarissa Ward, live in Kabul, Afghanistan. Thank you for your brave reporting as always. Joining us now to discuss General David Petraeus, the former commander of...
Lost the plot there. Losing the plot here, little buddy. Okay, you fucking incel dweeb lord. I mean, thank you for making the argument that like everyone was going to consider to be a straw man. You basically fucking literally admitted the argument yourself. Like I didn't have to do anything. My man said little buddy, dude. I'm your fucking father.
Of U.S. and NATO forces in Afghanistan from 2010 to 2011. General, I'd like to know what your reaction has been to what we've seen out of Kabul the last few days.
Well, I think it's hard not to observe that it's just heartbreaking. It's tragic. And whatever you may think of the previous Afghan government, its replacement by a group that has been fighting against us for 20 years, that has killed civilians left and right, that has done all of the things that you described in the rural areas that they have entered prior to getting to Kabul. It's very hard to see that as anything but disastrous. The previous government, again, for
my favorite part about this is like we literally have all of the people directly responsible for all of the death and destruction that fell upon the Afghan people. Like every time you watch a video of an Afghan civilian like clinging onto a fucking plane, like remember that most of these people are responsible, including those who banged the war drums like Jake Tapper. Like, imagine having David Petraeus on to be like, oh, yeah, it's just like, you know, these Afghans, they're fucking cowards, bro. You know? Oh, thanks, man. Thanks for, you know, giving us our, giving us the hot take on that. You know, I know that you were super considerate of that.
For all of its shortcomings and flaws, wholeheartedly supported our effort to ensure that al-Qaeda could not reestablish the kind of sanctuary that it enjoyed when it planned the 9/11 attacks on Afghan soil under the control of the Taliban.
Let me try to explain.
It is absolutely wild. Petraeus was literally general that recommended the surge of troops in 2013, 2014, and was appointed to the CIA because he was supposedly going to help in nation building. Yes. General Petraeus is responsible for the surge and also many of the fucking idiotic programs. Many of the idiotic programs that we saw fail disastrously in Afghanistan. So having him talk about how like the Afghans, well, you know, they didn't do a good job fucking defending, or you know, the Taliban, they have no consideration for fucking, they have no consideration for the civilians. It's like, that's insane.
To you the situation where we are. It's very hectic. You can probably hear those gunshots. We're about 200 yards, even less than 200 yards away from the entrance to the Kabul airport. We just drove through it quickly. It's absolutely impossible to stop there. And I say we drove through it quickly. You can't drive through it quickly. It's bumper to bumper. Cars are barely moving. There are Taliban fighters all around. We actually did see them physically with truncheons trying to get them back.
Damn, dude. Afghanistan has NA internet right here. Look at this.
We have seen them and heard them a lot as well, firing on the crowds to disperse the crowds. It's a little difficult to see from this vantage point, and it's a slightly edgy situation, so I don't want to push our luck. But all along the roadside over there, there's just hundreds of people who are basically waiting, desperately trying to get out of the country. It's not clear if they have their paperwork in order, if they've been declined and told that they can't enter the gates, or if they simply don't have the wherewithal to get inside. Cameraman Will Bonnet's just panning off right now. You can see it's a pretty large crowd who's formed around us already, because this is a slightly unusual situation to be doing live shots from here, I think. But it's definitely chaotic. It's definitely dangerous. I will say this. The Taliban appears to be trying to disperse the crowds, and there are crowds there of young men who seem to be just engaging in like criminal activity. I don't know if you heard that. They're kind of running towards the Taliban, and then
bro, what the fuck? She didn't even flinch, dude.
Running away from.
That's insane. You can't really see from the footage, but like she literally look.
Running towards the Taliban, and then
that's nuts.
of young men who seem to be just engaging in like criminal activity. I don't know if you heard that. They're kind of running towards
Okay, she maybe flinched a little bit. Never
the
mind.
Taliban
And then holds frame immediately.
running away from them again, almost like it's a game. But, you know, when there's bullets firing like that, Brianna and John, it's clearly not a game.
We heard the gunfire there, Clarissa. Give us a sense if the Taliban is firing into the...
Why is she smiling? What the fuck?
Crowds at people, or is it...
None of the homies give a fuck either, by the way. That's even crazier. They're just like...
crowd dispersal into the air. Are they letting anyone through?
This is good for
From
her
what
career.
we can see, and for what we could see, we only had a very limited vantage point.
Dude, war journalists are fucking a different breed, okay? They're psychos. I mean, I'm sorry. Like, they're very brave, but also part of it is like they're psychopaths. Straight up.
They're firing to disperse the crowds. They're not targeting people. They're not trying to kill people. But of course, the minute you're firing willy-nilly, when you have a bunch of civilians all over the road in civilian vehicles, people get hurt. That's what happens. So there's not a huge amount of discipline, let's say, to use an understatement, in the ways in which they are dispersing the crowd. We did see some people behind the concertina wire implying that they had been able to get into that first perimeter. But I'm not going to lie. I mean, you're running the gauntlet to try to get in there because...
Stay on topic. So many unnecessary comments from you today. Hassan, stop commentating on dumb shit, please. Here, I'll commentate on your fucking being a permanent ban. You being permanently banned.
There are so many different things going on. You could just hear the gunfire is pretty much constant as the Taliban tries to push people back. And as a result, you're just getting lots of people on the roads surrounding the airport, like the one we're on, less than 200 yards away. You're just getting lots and lots of people sitting by the roadside.
How do motherfuckers not recognize, like, this dude is literally like an Amazon fucking manager over here. Stay on topic. A lot of unnecessary comments today. I'm seeing a lot of time off task from you. Not good. I know that you went up and peed earlier. That was that's going to be reflected in your quarterly earnings report.
Have their bags, and they're just obviously have no idea how they can get out.
And I know, Clarissa, that your cameraman, Will, is there, it looks like, on a tripod. But I'm just wondering if he can pan around a little more so that we can see the scene there, not too far from the Kabul airport.
Will, could you just pan around a little bit more to get a bit more of the scene? I'll step out to the side. You can see we've got this crowd around us, which is never great because you know, crowds are always a little bit dangerous. And most of these people, let me ask you, sir, are you waiting here to get out, or what are you doing here?
Can we talk about how effective right-wing messaging is? My Nazi coworkers already calling how the Taliban being based for being anti-everything. What? Dude, ship conservatives to Afghanistan. Like, actually, dude, you know how I had a Florida plan? I unironically think we should just, like, okay, go to Afghanistan then. Like, I don't understand. Why don't you just go live there, and then we can do like a fucking migration plan where anyone that wants to live in like a more liberal or more modernized environment with more progressive values, like, you know, thank you, Quincy Bones, for 5 tier 1 gift subs. Just substitute Islam for Christianity and they're on board. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of wild that some of them are actually seeing that, though. You know what I mean? At least they're honest in a weird way. In a weird way, they're honest, right? Like when conservatives say like, oh, dude, the Taliban are so fucking base, dude. They're so fucking base, dude. Like, they're, you know, they don't fucking care about critical race. You're like, I saw a bunch of takes. I saw a bunch of takes on Twitter. I mean, some of them are really fucking dumb, but like someone was saying, what do you call it? What was it? Someone had a fucking take on Twitter, like, I bet I could say slurs in like the Taliban occupied region without like scrutiny, or I bet I could say whatever I want in the Taliban occupied region without scrutiny. It's like, what? Like, why are you basically admitting that, you know, that's like the only thing you care about? I mean, Tucker Carlson did an entire fucking video about how, you know, the Taliban won because they don't have critical race theory. No, he literally said slurs. Notice how the Taliban aren't worried about COVID or rainbow flags? Just an observation. Are you siding with the Taliban on LGBT issues? Just an observation, coward. The Taliban spokesman got a question about freedom of speech, and he said the question should be asked to U.S. companies like Facebook who claim to promote it while still censoring. Donald Trump Jr., LOL, also not wrong. Paul Joseph Watson, low-key bigging up the Taliban, walked past Afghan boys dramatically retelling the story of looters taken down by locals in the Taliban. Everywhere you go, people are excitedly talking about how criminals who had been freely terrorizing Kabul for months are finally getting the punishments they deserve. Oh, this. Andrew Kloster. Okay, we got to talk about this, dude. So I'm giving up a lot of the shit that I talked about with Brace and Liz, but we did talk about this. I made some fucking jokes, but remember the dumb fucks who said you had a bad take when you said conservatives in America aren't far off from the Taliban? I mean, they're not the same, obviously. Like, you have to substitute Christianity for Islam. But then also on top of that, like, their level of conservatism is adjusted to what is like our morality, like moral center. You know what I mean? So obviously, like, it's completely related to the material conditions, completely related to like what our lifestyle and what is normalized in America. But yes, conservatives here are trying to literally fucking dial back progress from happening with respect to marginalized communities, just like Taliban is doing that in Afghanistan. But because what is considered to be like the normal position for women in the workplace and whatnot, being in Afghanistan, being drastically different than here in America, they're doing it with respect to like whatever the fucking Afghan normal position is. I don't think that's like a spicy take or or all that exciting, really. People are trying to make this narrative of Taliban being whackers. All their PR seems to be very cognizant of current American discourse. They definitely are doing a lot more. What do you say to the psychos who support the Taliban? I mean, fucking go hang out with them. See how well you will be received. Like, you shouldn't compare conservatism of cultures who have been devastated by imperial powers with the conservatism of people in the imperial core. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be differences, certainly. That's why I said it's adjusted to the material conditions and what the normative positions are. Like what the hegemonic attitude is with respect to their particular circumstances, right? So, of course, like, you know, a conservative in Afghanistan, a fundamentalist in Afghanistan is going to be drastically different than a fucking fundamentalist in America. Ultimately, their core values align: conservatism, dialing back like civil liberties of any kind they can. But think about it like their Overton window is different. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? But this one was really funny. I mean, they came out. And this is like the type of shit that I think they arrived at this point on accident. There's no shot that the Taliban is like that aware of like the nitty gritty of like American conservative movements. Like, we'll see more if they actually start talking about like critical race theory or some shit. Then you'll notice like, oh my God, they're literally doing PR for the American hogs. But I don't know. Let's see what this video was about. So he's asked the question about freedom of speech.
This question should be asked to those people who are claiming to be promoters of freedom of speech.
So the other thing that he was criticizing is the top of the hour ad break. Now, the translator for some reason didn't mention that, but he said that, Ya Allah, like Allah willing, inshallah, there's a top of the hour ad break coming exactly at the top of the hour every hour. But of course, you know, the infidels and the kafirs the kuffars could fucking avoid the ad break if they subscribe, whether it's a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, okay? Or an ad blocker or a VPN. That's what they were saying. So it's crazy that he's saying that. I don't know why he knew that. I guess they're fucking watching, but yeah, but Twitch Prime is free, they kept saying. Here's the 1 minute ad break now, though. This is why, like, I've been punished by Allah. That's why my back is fucking broken, okay? Because I do too much hubris.
Who do not allow publication of all information. I can ask Facebook company. This question should be asked to them. Promoters of freedom of speech who do not allow publication of all information. I can ask Facebook company. This question should be asked to them.
Yeah. So that one obviously took a lot of fucking, like, Andrew Kloster, former Trump White House various agency lawyer, says he's right. And this isn't new. A lot of people lost their fucking minds about my 9/11 takes. Pepela 821. It's coming. You know, it's close. And yet, like, Dinesh D'Souza and numerous other conservative commentators at the time literally said that, like, what happened on 9/11 happened because, and they then turned around and agreed with Al-Qaeda because of homosexuals. So, like, that's not a new thing. Agreeing with, like, religious fundamentalists as, like, conservative commentators in America is not necessarily a new thing. Like, I mean, here, Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza published a book about it, basically saying the cultural left, the enemy at home, the culture of left, and the cultural left's responsibility for 9/11. In which he argues that the American cultural left was in large part responsible for the Muslim anger that led to the September 11 attacks. He argues that Muslims do not hate America because of its freedom and democracy, but because they perceive America to be imposing its moral depravity, support for sexual licentiousness, I don't know what that word is, on the world. D'Souza also argues that Abu Ghraib torture and prisoner abuse was a result of the sexual immodesty of a liberal America, and asserts that the conditions of prisoners in Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay are comparable to the accommodations of mid-level Middle Eastern hotels. Like, this is literally verbatim saying, like, I mean, this motherfucker wrote a book saying America deserved 9/11 because we have gay people. And that, like, Osama bin Laden was right, basically. You know what I mean? That's insane. Pat Robertson had a similar take, too. So it's not new for conservatives to unironically agree with the Taliban. The Taliban is doing a better job in Afghanistan than what Erdogan is doing in Turkey. You fool, you are just hating. What? Bro, are you fucking insane? I mean, I despise Erdogan, but, like, you're literally delusional if you think that the Taliban are doing a better job. Anyway, the U.S. makes allies based on material returns to the global elite, but it maintains the system with liberal ideology. The trick is to completely ignore liberal ideology. There are slurs I'm sure I can say in Taliban-controlled Afghanistan that I can't say on Facebook. Why do you want to say these slurs? Like, dude, I want to say slurs so bad, I will literally go to Afghanistan. Like, that's the level that these motherfuckers are on, dude.
You're crowded in here.
Yeah.
You're working with the American, with the ISAF.
Right.
They all have the documents for the recommendations, everything.
Right.
The Joe Biden, every day they announce, we take these guys, they're working with the American or with the ISAF.
Yeah.
We take them to the America. But they are liars. Yes, they take these guys, they have...
Did you work with the Americans?
Yes, of course. Of course. There is all, like, more than 50,000 people there crowded here. Today, all of them has gone to the homes. This is so less people now they're here.
Fewer people here now than
Yes,
there were
yes.
a couple of days ago.
Yeah, our home is here. But there's many flights
Did
empty.
you try to get in?
Yeah, but the Taliban didn't let you to go in.
Why?
If they're not let you.
What did they tell you?
They're telling us just stay here. The American says we take these guys. They have the American passport or American British, or they have the green cards. We take him. Otherwise, you have to stop here or to stay here. We tell them we cannot stay here because every day the Joe Biden says we take these all the Afghan workers there help us.
Right.
We take them to the America.
Have you applied? Have you tried to
Yes,
apply?
yes, of course.
And what happened?
They tell us we have to bring the HR letter update for the 2021, but it's impossible. All the companies locked down in 2014. It's very hard to find
Lots of people in the same situation.
Yeah, all the same. They have HR letter, but they doesn't have the recommendation letter. But most of them they lost their badge.
Right.
So
what's your message to America right
It's
now?
our message to America. We help the American people, so that's their jobs to help right now here. There's a very bad situation. If someone know that you work with somebody, so the direct.
I'm just gonna.
Bro, this guy is just straight blasting his face on CNN. Something about this does not add up. I don't know if it's the sense of, I don't know if it's the desperation that he feels because, like, finally there's an opportunity to, like, openly fucking, ask the people of America to come help. But, like, what doesn't make fucking sense is like, if the Taliban are going to start murking these dudes, like, why the fuck is he not, like, why is he showing his face? I'm not saying it's like suspicious at all. I'm not saying like he's CIA or anything like that. Don't misunderstand me. What I'm saying is I think that they literally fucking personally believe that the Taliban's guarantees of amnesty are legitimate. And even then he's desperate enough to like show his face, which I think is foolish. I would not do that. You know what I mean? That's nuts. Like, that dude is fucked, dude. His family's fucked. That dude is fucked. Like, what? You think the Taliban don't see that? If it's widely known he worked with Americans, he might not give a fuck. Like, this is his best shot in his eyes. Yeah, that's true. That's also part of the reason why I'm like, it's so fucked up that there's so many dudes out there fucking sitting behind keyboards on Reddit and shit being like, these guys are such cowards. These guys are such cowards. These guys are such cowards. It's like, dude, what do you mean these guys are cowards, bro? Like, you think it's a misstep and it's the worst kind of fucking government interference when, you know, Applebee's wants you to wear a mask on your way over to the fucking table to eat jalapeno poppers, okay? This dude's entire family is about to get fucking brutally murdered. And he's out here like showing his face and being like, we need help. What the fuck are you guys doing? And you sit there in America being like, oh man, these guys are such fucking cowards. That's crazy.
Thank you, sir. Can I just bring you in? You have a green card?
Yeah, see, this is my green card.
This is your green card. He's showing me a picture right now of his green card. That's his green card.
Bro, this is wild. Like, they're just showing what the fuck?
So you have a green card.
Yeah, and I have flight on the August 20 this Friday.
Right.
I already fill out the application for the U.S. Embassy.
Right.
And this is the emails that I got from the U.S. Embassy.
And so did you try to get in to the airport?
Yeah, I did. But
and what did the Taliban say?
Like the Taliban say, we don't know, just go. We don't want to try to let you in. Like they say, we don't have flights and we don't have
They
anything.
don't have flights.
Yeah,
Okay.
they just say, but they do have a flight.
Okay.
They have flights.
See, I told you. I'm telling you, dude. I'm almost certain that like either the troops down there or the fucking embassy people like were just like, dude, you can't let these people into the American occupied part of the Kabul airport because like we don't have fucking flights. Do you see what I'm saying? Because like because they were letting people fucking they were letting people come in and there were massive crowds, but now they're specifically denying non-American people. And part of the reason why they're denying non-American people is probably because Americans are trying to evacuate all of the Americans and all the fucking Europeans and shit like that, so that they can then turn around and be like, sorry, no flights for you. We're gonna control it with a limited we're gonna control it with like our limited involvement and the limited fucking with the limited amount of bandwidth that we have, and that's it. That's what's going on.
But you're getting an impression, John and Brianna. I mean, look, I'm surrounded here, okay? And everybody here has got a story. People work for the Americans. One man has a green card. He already has his flights booked. Now they're pressing in. They want desperately to tell their stories. They want the Americans to know because they're not able to get past those checkpoints. They're not able.
Like, who's running security for her? That's what I don't understand. Like,
to get past the Taliban fighters. John, Brianna.
Clarissa, first of all, whatever you need right now, however you feel, you're in charge with this, right? If you need to go, if you need to get safe, let us know at any minute. If you're comfortable where you are, this is important to see, because what we are seeing now is the disconnect between what the United States says is happening, it needs to happen, with what can happen. If there are thousands of Afghans that the United States has promised to get out of the country, but they can't get to the airport, that's a disconnect. It's showing that it's not a reality.
I mean, and that's what's so crazy, John. You're talking about some of these people, they have their paperwork. This man has a green card.
you understand attacking American journalists is completely against Taliban interests? Why are you surprised? No, that's not even what I'm fucking talking about. I feel like she's gonna get mobbed up. Not because like someone fucking hates her and like wants to kill her, but I feel like she's gonna get fucking swarmed. You know what I mean? Like of people who are like unironically very desperate. It's like it's a war zone, man. You guys are crazy. Like, I know that there is a little bit of stability from the Taliban, which is such a weird thing to say. Like, I never thought that I would ever get to a point where I was like, the Taliban is maintaining stability in Kabul. You know what I mean? But it's still like, it's still a fucking scary situation. If someone fires someone cracks another shot in the vicinity, and then all of a sudden everyone's like running around and getting trampled. Why are they doing that? Why are they trying to maintain stability? Because, and I keep saying this, and I keep repeating myself over and over again, it's in their best interest, because America gift wrapped and fucking put a nice little bow around Afghanistan and gave it to Taliban. And the reason for why they did that is because they thought the Taliban could offer more stability than the Afghan government, which was not capable, not popular, and also not capable of fighting against the Taliban for many, many years to come when the inevitable evacuation of U.S. troops happened. So they made the bargain. They made the bargain that it's better to fucking work with the Taliban and maintain stability, have them do some PR, have them promise that they're going to let like women get educated, stuff like that, which is why you hear them saying it. Was it a bad bargain? Bro, you're literally dealing with the Taliban. Of course it's a fucking bad bargain. But there's nothing else. Because we fucked up the region. We fucked up that country and caused it to be in a state of disrepair. Like, we caused irreparable harm in that country. There's no way that, like, you know what I mean? There's no fucking way that there is ever going to be stability there.
You are a U.S. green card holder. You should be allowed to get into that airport. But the problem is,
I mean, your theory assumes that the U.S. government knew the Taliban would take over in 3 days. Yes, my theory does assume that. And my theory, I think, is correct. And the reason why I suspect that the U.S. government knew that the Taliban would fucking, like, not the U.S. government, like, not the top level officials, but I do think that they were going to fucking take over inevitably. They said it was going to be 6 months, and they said 30 days, and then they took it over in 72 hours. Now, the reason why I think ultimately that the Taliban was going to take over no matter what was because they didn't even involve the Afghan government in the negotiations process, dude. They went to the Taliban, they went to the Afghan government, and the Taliban said, do not bring the Afghan government to the table. We do not give a shit. We're going to take over. Bro, they literally, they went to Pakistan and got a fucking top level mullah who is like one of the main fucking leaders of the Taliban out of prison, dude, to bring him to Camp David and negotiate with him. Like, well, why do you think they did that? Why do you think that they literally, why do you think Mike Pompeo has a photo where he's social distancing side by side with Mullah Barabar, a person that they got out of a Pakistani prison, a Taliban leader that they literally personally got out of a Pakistani prison? How did that happen? Why did that happen? Are you guys crazy? They did that on purpose because they were like, all right, we're going to fucking, you know, we're going to give you Afghanistan. Don't be crazy. He got out for good behavior? Yeah, dude. That's literally that's totally what happens. They always allow former and current cells, leaders of terror cells to come out of fucking prison like that, dude. Now, Milley is saying that they didn't know Afghanistan would fall so quickly, but I 100% don't believe that. I think that's what they're saying because it's a massive fuck up for them to be like, we were there for 20 years. We already knew that it didn't fucking work. So then we negotiated with the Taliban and offered them Afghanistan. If they openly admit that, that is a gigantic fuck up. That's the reason why. They would rather look like idiots than look like fucking demons, okay? That's why they keep saying, oh, we had no idea. We had no idea this would happen. Don't be crazy, guys.
Make one comment on the intelligence, because I'm seeing all over the news that there are warnings of a rapid collapse. I have previously said from this podium,
not to be too much of a conservative, but like, what was he, too fucking busy reading Mao to read like any of the fucking security reports or even the Washington Post article that exposed that his military was like disastrously not equipped to fucking train the Afghan National Security Forces? Like, I'm sorry, dude. Were you learning about white rage too much? Is that why you fucking failed to see that? No, he knows. He literally knows, okay? I'm sorry. He literally knows. This is propaganda. This is PR. This is saving face. Okay? They're basically saying like, oh man, oh, who could have fucking thought that this would happen? If I'm a fucking idiot in America and I don't have access to like high level information, like highly classified information, okay? And I can fucking speculate from my goddamn living room that this was inevitable, and it was inevitable for many, many years, then of course they knew that too. They literally did. And also ironic because yes, if he read Mao, he would have known actually. So we have now exposed him as a phony fake Mao reader. Okay, he sounds, which makes him literally a leftist on Reddit. Okay, he is much like many of the leftists on Reddit. He also lies about reading Mao. So there is that.
in sworn testimony before Congress that the intelligence clearly indicated multiple scenarios were possible. One of those was an outright Taliban takeover following a rapid collapse of the Afghan security forces and the government. Another was a civil war, and a third was a negotiated settlement. However, the time frame of a rapid collapse, that was widely estimated and ranged from weeks to months and even years following our departure.
Nobody could have guessed how fast Taliban would win. Meanwhile, Noam Chomsky back in fucking May was talking about it. Yeah, here, I'll show you this. God, he looks so old. This makes me sad.
It's a long shot. What do you?
on,
We can have a discussion later on about this. I don't know whether you want to make a prediction. What's the prediction? Assuming this quote unquote pullout happens September 11th, what do you predict for the next year or two or three?
Don't claim any expertise in this, but from all the information that seems to be available, the Taliban will take over. The Afghan army will just collapse the way the Iraqi army did as soon as a couple of people started coming in pickup trucks and aiming guns at them. They just ran away. That's the U.S. created army. I doubt that it'll be any different in Afghanistan. Try to create an army the way we created. It's not going to be an army. So I presume they'll flee, collapse, hand over their guns, something or other. Pretty soon the Taliban will take over. It's a pretty ugly regime. We've seen it.
Do you think that, well, that's the other thing I was going to ask. You don't think there's been any change to the Taliban? You think once they take over, it reverts back to what it was before?
Well, there are reports that there are changes. I don't know. I think you really have to be on the ground to know that.
Yeah.
You know that the so-called expert analysts have mostly been totally wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's that. Not. Yeah. It's certainly not an optimistic situation in any way, and the likelihood of the interesting thing is, I mean, of course, trying to go beyond the U.S. media in any way is sometimes difficult. But the reason I asked you is what the Afghan people want is that I can't find sources. Well, I'm not as to be fair, I haven't worked very hard to find them or hard enough, but I really have no idea of what the Afghan people want at this point, based on anything I read.
I don't think anybody does. First of all, if you take polls, they don't mean anything.
Yeah.
I mean, if you take polls to a population that's terrified,
yeah,
what does it mean? They'll tell you what you want to hear.
Lawrence Krauss was a serial abuser and friends with Jeffrey Epstein? Really? I did not know that. Hold on, I'm putting on a fucking heating pad, dude. Even though the thing says don't use a heating pad. With the lidocaine, with like the lidocaine thing, but I have to. Okay. The heating pad will make the pain worse? Why? You will explode? Wait, why? Because you can get burns by accident. Lidocaine numbs the back. It's fine. Heat can cause the lidocaine in the patch to be absorbed into the body faster. This may increase the chance of serious side effects or an overdose. While you are using this medicine, do not use a heating lamp, electric blanket, heat or tanning lamp, sauna or sun lamp, or even heated water bed. Do not sunbathe. However, you may apply ZT Lido patch on the skin after. Oh, fuck. Okay, this is not a regular heating pad. This is a lidocaine heating pad, and you might OD on it, I guess. Applying heat to sore muscles or ache, pain causes inflammation. It's best to use cold packs on the sore area. You alternate heat and cold for 10 minutes each. It helps. Call the Sackler family? Yeah, okay.
There was nothing that I or anyone else saw that indicated a collapse of this army and this government in 11 days. Let me make one comment on the entire.
So, I'm sorry, but I don't believe when General Milley says he didn't know this would happen.
It's such a chaotic situation, and the Taliban understands how this looks. The Taliban knows that having...
Is it a 3% or 5% lidocaine patch? Hold on, let's see. Photo of it. It's a 5% lidocaine patch. Might have to get an ice bath for your back. We'll see.
Thousands of people on the streets desperately trying to press into the airport because they're so frightened, because they just want more than anything to leave. They know that that looks bad. So it is not entirely surprising that the Taliban is not exactly embracing this sort of mass exodus. The question becomes, what recourse do these people have? How can their safe passage be facilitated? And we're not getting any sense of how that could happen.
Oh, this was insane. I tweeted about this and joked about this. Yes, sir. Dude, the American, I was going to say the American Military News Corps. The American White House press pool is like way too fucking comfy, dude. They're so insanely comfortable just like promoting the bottom line of the military industrial complex. Like, it is a complete psychopathic fucking question that this guy is asking.
President Biden said that there were very few national security interests for the United States in maintaining some peace in Afghanistan. Would you actually reiterate that today? Would you say that there is no interest for us having some presence on the borders of Iran, on the borders of Pakistan, on the borders of near China? Would you, or Tajikistan? Would you say that we should just give that up?
I would say that the president does not believe that the United States should be fighting and dying in a war for the purpose of sustaining American military boots near Tajikistan or Pakistan or Iran. No, I would say that that is something that is not. What you just laid out as a national security interest, we would.
Who is that reporter? I haven't seen a single fucking person tell me who this reporter is.
Would not agree that it is right to ask American soldiers to risk their lives for the purpose of maintaining a presence near Tajikistan. Yes.
We should just give it up. Well, it's not ours, so yeah, dipshit, we should. I mean, it's nuts That, like, what an insane question from the media to just like turn around and be like, shouldn't we have military presence in Tajikistan? It's like, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, complete psychopathic warmongering. GOP status, the neocons are back, baby. YouGov America, do Americans think the U.S. made a mistake by recently withdrawing troops from Afghanistan? Most Republicans say yes. Of course they do, bro. Of course they do. You know. Look at that. U.S. adults say 33% say yes, 36% say no. Democrats 20% yes, 52% say no. Independents 37% say yes, 32% say no. Republicans 54% say yes, 22% say no. I wonder if you should ask them that question separately, saying like this is Donald Trump's plan. Like if you were to say, did the United States do a good job following, I mean, maybe Howard Mortman? Oh, yeah, and then the Democrats would say that the United States fucked up by following Donald Trump's plan. Don't get me wrong. You could pull up a vaccine poll right up next to this and it would be almost the same. Y'all Qaeda proven. I don't like this because for a couple different reasons. One, because like, I mean, these guys were like trained and funded by Americans. And two, like these guys, I don't even know if they were like capable of fucking taking over the American government. I don't even know if they were genuinely interested in taking over the American government. I think they were just like a bunch of angry hogs. Like the energy is the same, but you know, the Taliban are actually governing. You know what I mean? Like these guys, all they've known is like war. These guys, on the other hand, like, you know, I don't think they'd be able to govern a country, let alone figure anything else out. I don't even think that they would be able to get in if the police didn't just like open up the floodgates and allow them to come into the capital. Like the Taliban, they would have inevitably made it to Kabul, even if the fucking Afghan security forces didn't withdraw. They were inevitably going to make it to Kabul. Doesn't matter if it would take 6 months, 30 days, or 72 hours. They were going to make it to Kabul. These motherfuckers were not making it into the capital if it wasn't for the cops being like, all right, step right here, sir. Yeah. On the left, you have homies fighting, you know, blood pressure and chronic heart disease. On the right, you got homies that are trying to spread jihad. The world. The Taliban are sitting on $1 trillion worth of minerals the world desperately needs. By Julia Horowitz on CNN Business. The world desperately needs it. There it is. So to the people who fucking tell me that I'm wrong about the mineral supply in Afghanistan and why that's like the main reason, I just want to tell you, like, you are wrong and I am right. Liberals are completely obsessed with January 6th. They're obsessed with this aesthetic American politics insurrection. They literally compare everything to it now as genuinely horrible. Where were these minerals a week or a month ago? They were still being extracted from the ground, but there was not a lot of security for it. Okay, listen, guys. Guys. We have known that Afghanistan is dense with natural resources since the USSR had a fucking mineral map. It's not like Pete Buttigieg literally had a map of Afghan minerals. Pete Buttigieg had a map of Afghanistan's minerals in his office. That was his fucking job. Can the Afghans mine these minerals themselves? Why or why not? Of course they can. They don't have the technical know-how, dude. You think the Taliban is bad? I'm confused on your take. Yes, of course I think the Taliban is bad. Yeah, I mean, here. In person, Buttigieg's style is amiable and controlled. He speaks like a newscaster in lucid paragraphs with solid baritone and boxed in decorum. He seems to live in white shirts and pressed slacks. It's his dress even now around the house. And wears his hair in the same tame coif as Mike Pence, who was elected Indiana's governor the year he was sworn in as mayor. Showing me into a living room where books on display range from Thomas Piketty's Capital in the 21st Century to Peanuts, a golden celebration. He takes a seat. He takes a seat in front of a huge resource and mineral map of Afghanistan. That's so strange. Remember, that was literally his fucking job in the intelligence community. Like when he was a part of the Navy, I believe, and also when he deployed, like his entire job was fucking resource management. You keep spreading this mistruth. There was one contract for a company that purchased minerals after they were extracted that was given out under the Trump administration from a mine on the outskirts of Kabul. You are literally fucking wrong, dude. That's not even true because the Taliban occupied territories that already given a fucking a mining contract to China. You're just absolutely incorrect. We have known for a very long time that Afghanistan is very fucking resource dense. Okay? Mistruth. I love this because, like, he doesn't want to fucking say you're outright lying because he's right. Because he knows I'm right, rather. Okay, so he's saying, oh, it's just a mistruth. You're spreading this mistruth. Like I'm actually confused. Afghanistan signs major mining deals in development push. The deals were signed in Washington on Friday. The deals reviving projects that have been stalled for years follow a push by the U.S. and Afghan authorities that develop mineral resources estimated to be worth $1 trillion. The problem, though, is extraction and investment. Okay? That's the issue. Nobody wants to invest in extraction and nobody wants to make refineries when the region is constantly fucking in a state of war. And Afghanistan does not have the technological know-how to be able to fucking put it together. Yeah, here are the obstacles, by the way. The obstacles, the main obstacles are literally security. Like, the number one obstacle is instability and lack of security. There's like obstacles in extraction, but those are the two main problems. Actual extraction, not easy. Been scouring the globe for investors to develop its mines in an attempt to lift one of the world's poorest nations out of misery through investment. Contracts have already been awarded to China and India to develop copper and iron mines, respectively, and another round of bidding is currently in progress for 4 unexploited sites that are being closely eyed by countries such as the United States, Australia, and Turkey. But the significant hurdles remain in the quest to turn Afghanistan's buried minerals into a steady source of income for the government and Afghan people. Security is still a major concern. Huh. Security is still a major concern. Interesting. It's kind of hard to build fucking extraction sites when you can easily be overtaken by a bunch of dudes wearing slides using weapons that they got from the Americans like 30 years ago. So you don't have stability and you don't have security, so you can't extract it. And then you don't want to build refineries. The reason why you don't want to build refineries is, again, the same concept. You can be intercepted very easily. Old article. Dumbass, this is in 2014. What the fuck do you mean? Or 2012. What, you think that changed? Yeah, it's about to change when the Taliban maintains stability for regional powers and global superpowers. That's part of the reason why I keep telling you that, like, they literally, having an old article in this situation actually works in my favor. That they knew since 2012 easily that Afghanistan had a lot of fucking resources. Unfortunately, though, they could not fucking extract those resources as a consequence of, the security concerns. Afghanistan dangles lithium wealth to win Trump support. Unless you motherfuckers think that, like, minerals just pee-pee poof. Is that what you guys think happens to the minerals that don't get fucking, that don't get taken out of the earth? They just, like... Anyway. Yeah, you got a new Minecraft seed, so the minerals are in different locations now. They moved to Tajikistan. Yeah, they got a new fucking godlike seed in Uzbekistan, bro. They despawned. They're gone now. They think you're saying all the dying of U.S. troops was minerals. It was only for us to create the stability, which didn't work, and that's why we're leaving now? No, I'm not saying that the dying of U.S. troops were specifically so we could, like, create stability so we could extract the minerals. There were a bunch of different reasons for it. It was so that our war machine could continue. We make a lot of investments. We pump a lot of fucking tax dollars into R&D and make new weapons. We gotta fucking use those weapons somehow. Yeah, well, who to use those weapons on than the fucking people that we literally armed 30 years prior? There are, like, yes, the people that died in Afghanistan, I'm sorry to say. But listen, if you're a veteran and you have homies that died out there and you are unaware of this reality, like, they didn't die to protect America. They died to protect the interests of the military-industrial complex. And the military knows this as well. That's why the VA literally sent an email out to every veteran saying, like, please don't kill yourselves if you feel conflicted today when you see the conditional withdrawal. That's the wildest part about it, is like, it's so brazen. It's so in your fucking face, dude. I mean, here. Two days ago, this email was sent out titled, Afghanistan, let's talk about it. Veterans from all eras are reacting to the events in Afghanistan, such as the U.S. withdrawal and the takeover by the Taliban. You are not alone. Veterans may question the meaning of their service or whether it was worth the sacrifices they made. They may feel moral distress about experiences they had during their service. It's normal to feel this way. Talk with your friends and families, reach out to battle buddies, connect with a peer-to-peer network, or sign up for mental health services. Common reactions. In reaction to the current events in Afghanistan, veterans may feel frustrated, sad, helpless, grief, or distressed, feel angry or betrayed, experience an increase in mental health symptoms like symptoms of PTSD or depression, sleep poorly, drink or use more drugs, try to avoid all reminders or media, or shy away from social situations. Try to avoid reminders, have more military and homecoming memories. Veterans may question the meaning of their service or whether it was worth the sacrifices they made. Newsflash, it fucking wasn't. It literally was not. This is fake? It's from... What do you mean this is fake? What the fuck? So if you do have like veteran friends, this is your opportunity to talk to them. If you yourself are a veteran, this is an opportunity to reflect. Okay? It really is. You should 100% talk to them and tell them that, like, unfortunately, this is the reality. So if you want to stop this, take the next fucking steps. If you want to prevent this from happening, if you want to prevent what happened to you from happening to millions of other young men and women that are being preyed on, or in some instances are duped into joining the military, or they just come from like fucking chud ass like military families, tell them that America is not engaging in a war of peace, or America is not doing this for any sort of like moral good. And they're doing this exclusively for the fucking bottom line of the American military industrial complex's personal gains. How could you fucking see this email, see the betrayal, and not recognize that this is like you got fucking duped. You got fucked over 100%. Now, a lot of veterans look at this, and unfortunately, because there's a lot of fucking chuds in the military, let's be real, and veterans will tell you that. Veterans, especially in this community, will tell you most of their fucking friends in the military are oftentimes gigantic chuds. They see this and they go, that means we have to be there permanently, brother. Like, we got to keep doing it. That's wrong. So reach out to them and fucking try to explain to them, like, no, dude. All you're doing is putting other people in that same fucking awful situation that you were in. So they themselves, if they're lucky enough to be able to survive and get like fucked up in the brain, to feel that same betrayal years down the line. It's the truth. The veteran and active duty support groups are all just spamming the opposite and saying we didn't have another 9/11 for 20 years. Good job, everyone. That's great. British people think it was the wrong decision to pull Western troops out of Afghanistan too, according to a YouGov poll. Great. You're shocked that a country with presidents all around the world at one point thought it was wrong to pull out of a country? Lol. Yeah, I don't really go to the British for most veterans joined solely because of 9/11. That's not even true. It was true fucking 10 years ago or 15 years ago. It's no longer true. That's why military recruitment numbers are fucking down, because you can't drum up nationalistic fervor amongst the younger population. It was true post 9/11. It's a jobs program that revolves around doing a bunch of fucked up shit overseas. Sorry, that's the reality. You literally sell your body to the American government, and it's fucking terrible. Engage in positive activities. Stay connected. Practice good self-care. Stick to your routines. Limit media exposure. Use a mobile app. Yeah, dude. Here's a mobile app because, you know, and some fucking takes on self-care. Wrong. Military numbers are down now because of the push for free healthcare and free college. Without a reason to fight for the country anymore, recruiting relies on its benefits, which are soon to be non-existent. No, you are actually wrong. I'm sorry to tell you, because a push for healthcare doesn't mean shit. Yes, for a lot of middle-class Americans, that is the reason why they join the military, because it's a jobs program that offers benefits. However, we don't have healthcare. If we did, then it would be a little different. Then you would actually see the numbers wither away. But the real reason for why the military numbers and the military recruitment practices getting like more predatory, and the military going to like younger and younger people and like fucking doing esports and shit like that, is literally so that they can combat the like low nationalistic fervor that Americans have. I'm sorry to tell you guys this, but we don't have a good track record, okay? We're seen as fucking losers. Like, our military are perpetual losers. Now, part of that is a consequence of not having, like, a lot of coverage anymore. I mean, yeah, we are, like, a permanent L machine, dude. We are. We're fucking L nerds, dude. Sorry. You know, American military fell off. Like, the hood watches the Taliban now. Because we are L nerds, as like the American people are fucking L nerds. The American military are L nerds, but it's a W overall for the military industrial complex. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, I know people like this too. I enlisted because I was a drug addict and it saved my life. Yeah, I know someone like that. Bro, sometimes I hear the reasons for why people join the military, and some of them say to buy a Camaro with a sign-on bonus. Obviously, that's not everyone who joins, but I'm sorry, bro, but if you're that stupid, maybe you deserve to be in the military. Oh, yeah, for sure. They're only losers because the goal of what they're doing isn't to win engagements, it's to justify military development contracts. Yup. So, that is precisely the point. Yes. The American military is a fucking permanent L machine, because that permanent L status keeps the appropriate industries alive. That's it. People aren't always stupid. They're propagandized and duped. Yeah, it's a bunch of different reasons. I don't really care to hear what Tucker Carlson has to say, to be honest. But I do care to see what Joe Rogan has to say. So let's go to my favorite foreign policy advisor, Joseph
The Joe Rogan Experience.
The Taliban have taken over Afghanistan.
That's a creepy
that
one,
looks weird.
Isn't that dude like some fucking weirdo reactionary failed rapper guy who like was I'm gonna be a woman for a day and go work out and do deadlift and break deadlift records to show what it's like and that trans people are faking it. Yeah. That's the guy, right? That guy is such a fucking clown. Oh my god. God damn, dude. Oh, here we fucking go. Oh, I can't fucking believe it, bruv. I can't believe it. It's almost like you forgot the top of the hour ad break, yeah? But you fucking didn't, right? This is a goddamn segue, if you know what I mean. Alright, it's the fucking top of the hour. Every hour it's time for a 60 fucking second ad break, bruv. Alright? Yeah, that's right. That's fucking right. And if you no longer want to see the fucking ads, it's Tuesday, innit? All you need to do is fucking subscribe. You got a license for that fucking ad break? Yes, I do. You want to fucking no longer see the ad break? All you need to do is subscribe for $5 dues or for free. Twitch Prime is fucking free if you go to fucking... Twitch Prime is free if you have a Amazon Prime account. Alright. Also, another way to, another way to have an ad-free broadcasting experience uninterrupted is by using a fucking ad blocker or a VPN or something. But Twitch Prime is fucking free. Here's the ad break now.
You see the people falling from the plane?
I did.
That's wild.
Jamie, pull that up again.
It's weird.
People are rushing the plane, trying to get on board, trying to get rescued and taken out of the country. It's like, fuck.
It's so odd. I was having a conversation with friends just yesterday, and I was saying, I literally had forgotten. I was like, why was the U.S. in Afghanistan again? Like, it had been so long. I was literally trying to remember what the initial reason for going in there was.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm no foreign policy expert and not going to pretend to be, but it seems very obvious that the way they withdrew was crazy, and leaving all the weapons and ammunition and vehicles and stuff like that for the Taliban to just come and scoop up.
If
this guy is surprised by Americans arming the Taliban, I'm sure he would be shocked to find out that we've been doing that for years. Don't tell him.
A legit conspiracy theorist, like a real tinfoil hatter, you would look at this and go, this is probably the best way to ensure the support of a reinvasion. Like, leave a bunch of weapons behind, make the whole thing disastrous, have the Taliban take over the entire country in a short period of time, start executing women mayors, do all the crazy shit that they're probably going to do, and then, have some real public outcry.
So weird. I still get people who are
not that far-fetched. Seeing what we've done in the past. I mean, I have a different take on this, but
confused as to why I do not generally trust the government, and I don't know how many examples I need to pull out from recent times and from further history to just be like, look, whether this is malice or it's incompetence or it's with something.
So here's the thing. It's a double win, okay? On the one hand, you win over stability, so you can finally fucking build extraction facilities, all that sort of stuff, without fear that the Taliban is going to come and blow it up or steal your resources that you are extracting out of the earth. On the other hand, you literally create a secondary reason to never pull out and have permanent occupation in every other fucking country, because look what happens to Afghanistan when we pulled out. You know what I mean?
Things, it doesn't matter. All right, whether it's malice or incompetence.
Incompetence in anything.
But with certain things, I'm like, how can it be? It's so obvious, right? It's so obvious what is going to happen in a certain situation, and then you do it anyway. And I don't understand that. One person can be incompetent, but it's like it's not just one person who makes all these ideas. They've got actual people who are supposed to be experts and advisors, et cetera. I mean, you even had people in the media last month, right? And the media is pretty friendly towards Joe Biden here for the most part. And people in the media are saying, hey, if you do this, aren't the Taliban going to just take over everything?
He was like, no.
And he's like, no.
No, there's 300,000 Afghanistan armed soldiers.
Dude, he's literally a fucking, what the fuck? You're a comedian, dude. You got to do better. That's the saddest part, is that like Joe Rogan's descent into like full tilt reactionary nonsense has turned him into a less funny person.
Soldiers, only 75,000 Taliban. Meanwhile, they took it over in a day.
They just did it. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was no gunshots fired. It's
no.
I just think the whole thing's a disaster. This nation building idea is a disaster. And Afghanistan itself has never been a traditional country in the sense of like a central leadership. It's basically, for most of history, has been run by warlords.
Yeah.
It's like warlords that controlled regions.
Here's a question, Joe. This is something I wonder about a lot, both on an individual level and on a nation level. How much and at what point should, say, a country get involved with the affairs of another one? Where
It's
do you
a
think
good
that line
question.
is?
Well, it should be probably we should have levels of atrocity that are intolerable, right? Where it's like Nazi Germany type levels. But if that's the case, why are we not invading North Korea? Because North Korea, if you talk to Wyoming Park or any of the people that have escaped from North Korea, it's...
What? Dude, your brain on like American libertarianism is so... It's spicy, dude. Like, it's fucking scary, dude. American libertarian brain rot is just nuclear grade enriched uranium levels of brain rot, okay? Like, why don't we fucking invade North Korea? Like, why would we invade North Korea, man? Are you fucking insane? Like, that's fucking insane, dude. He's like looking at how fucked up. First of all, I mean, I guess he's not even saying that, but even using that as an example is psychotic, because like, why does North Korea exist in the way that it does currently? Like, if America wanted to stop all of these, like, psychotic developments, and I do believe, like, Jusha, if you think about it, is not necessarily materialist in nature, and more so an ideology formed out of Marxist-Leninism, but has turned basically into a theocratic monarchy, okay? Self-reliance, on the principles of self-reliance or whatever. I know people are going to get fucking tankies, are going to get mad at me now, but, like, holy shit, you seriously don't get what he's saying? He's just saying, if we're going to play world police, why pick fucking Afghanistan over something like North Korea? Because even that part is psychotic, dude. No, if you want to play world police, we got to police America, dude. Oh my God, you're such a lib. Yeah, I know, dude. No, you're right. Jusha is actually totally a valid fucking orthodox Marxist principle. Thank you, guys.
It's essentially a form of Holocaust. There's people that are in concentration camps. They've lived their whole lives there. Their children will be born there. There's people that are starving to death. There's people that are cannibalizing people. It's a weird, fucked up, horrific situation over there.
Yeah.
And there's no plan.
Tanks get mad at you because you never offer support for anti-imperialist and socialist countries. I mean, the best support that you can offer to fucking Venezuela or North Korea, which, by the way, is like not even on the same league, is to offer them the freedom and allowance to be able to trade around the world unrestricted, and to be able to cooperate in the fucking marketplace, the global marketplace. That's just the immediate reality. Lift the fucking sanctions. Like, that is 100% my take, by the way. Don't get me wrong. What do you mean? Like, Yeah, debt forgiveness, lifting of fucking sanctions, unrestricted trade opportunities so that North Korea can enslave its population and have like a fucking Dengist revolution, okay, inevitably, if they want to do so, and they can become the next China, and then, you know, all the Western imperialist forces can turn around and talk about how wonderful capitalism is and fucking say, oh my God, look how many billions are lifted out of poverty. That's what you're supposed to do. It's not like I don't mention the reason why North Korea is in the situation that it's in. Like, I do. North Korea is not Marxist-Leninist. What are you on about? I don't think so. I don't think it is. I think there are delusional weirdos, though, that learned everything they learned from fucking memes on Leftbook, and now they unironically believe that, like, North Korea is an anti-imperialist power and that, like, they are a socialist formation when it's not. And also, not only that, but, like, it fucking hurts your own cause. If you want to propagandize socialism, then, like, good luck. You have North Korea info from Vice? No, bro. I swear, bro. Listen, bro. I watched fucking Getting a Haircut in North Korea, bro, by those Australian guys, bro. I promise, dude. They're eating hamburgers every meal. I've seen that. Like, I've literally seen people be like, dude, trust me. North Korea, they're eating fucking hamburgers every meal.
To do anything about it.
Yeah.
But yet, we keep talking about doing things in the Middle East. And there's a lot of resources in the Middle East that may or may not be a motive to being there. One of them is drugs.
Yeah, just throw Koreans under the bus to sell socialism to libs? What? I'm not throwing them under the bus, you fucking idiot. Why are there so many idiots? Okay, we're done. We're done. We're not having this conversation. You're only making yourself look like a fucking clown ass, which you are. You are literally a fucking clown. At least just defend Cuba. Like, that's it. You don't have to fucking talk about North Korea. Just literally defend Cuba. You have an example of a nation that's been able to maintain its autonomy literally in our fucking backyard, despite, like, imperialist intervention for nearly a fucking century at this point. You know what I mean? Why do you have to fucking literally point to North Korea, you idiot? It makes me so mad. Like, it just, like, it's so fucking sad, dude.
Up until the invasion of Afghanistan, I mean, I'm not sure what the number is now, but Afghanistan, once we invaded, I think they were...
Talk about Peru. Talk about Bolivia. Talk about Latin American countries that have been able to withstand nearly a fucking century of brutality from Americans and still maintain some shred of fucking autonomy in spite all of that. Okay? You don't have to fucking literally point to North Korea, which is, like, not even remotely fucking Marxist. It's not. It is not even remotely Marxist. You're a fucking psycho. You're a delusional psychopath if you think a nation-state formation that has definitely been absolutely cumstered and dumpstered and genocided by imperialist forces that then has turned around and closed off from the rest of the world, maintains this, like, incredibly autocratic structure that also passes down through blood. Like, there's literally a fucking there's blood lineage. It is unironically, if you consider Jusha to be a religion, which it's very similar to a religion, it is actually closer to a theocratic monarchy than it is to any sort of, like, Marxist governance.
We're the supplier of 94% of the world's opium.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, the fucking United States troops were guarding poppy fields because these people that were there, that was their main way of making a living. And the U.S. troops were guarding the poppy fields. It's fucking crazy. Let's find out what the actual number is as of today. But I think that was the number at one point in time, that 94% of the world's opium supply was from.
Wait, hold on. I missed
everything
here.
Up until the invasion of Afghanistan. I mean, I'm not sure what the number is now, but Afghanistan, once we invaded, I think they were the supplier of 94% of the world.
Okay, this guy is like trolling, right? They at least had a successful revolution despite decades of imperialism, closer to socialism than anything else the Western left can achieve. You're a fucking idiot, dude. I don't think you understand. Like, if you consider what North Korea did is like closer to a fucking socialist revolution, then you unironically are doing that exact same thing that reactionary Republicans attribute to the left all the time. My favorite thing, my absolute favorite thing, is when dumbass fucking lefties will literally just like adopt the same shit that right wingers will yell at left wingers about. Like, oh, socialism means you have to live in absolute filth and poverty, actually. Wow, how hypocritical. And then, like, there are actual lefties who say that from the left. Just like, oh, yeah, this is actually, yeah, socialism. Why don't you go live in North Korea? And then there's, like, actual fucking lefties who are literally adopting that straw man and being like, no, actually, North Korea, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, is actually a lefty formation. It's great.
Opium.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Some of you are like one step away from, like, literally, if there was another charismatic like leader that considered themselves to be a fucking leftist, like Lyndon LaRouche, you would be a LaRouche leftist.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know that.
Well, the fucking United States troops were guarding poppy fields because these people that were there, that was their main way of making a living. And the U.S. troops were guarding the poppy fields. It's fucking crazy. Let's find out what the actual number is as of today. But I think that was the number at one point in time, that 94% of the world's opium supply was from Afghanistan.
Afghanistan specifically, wow.
There's also a massive supply of minerals, of conflict minerals, ironically. In 2014, the estimated opium production was 6,400, what is an MT? Yet in 2017, production climbed to a new record of 9,000 MT. Result of a drought. These levels of production are enough to supply most of the world's opiate markets.
Wow.
It's a study from the Brookings.edu.
Metric tons. That's what it is.
Okay, there you go.
Okay. 2007, Afghan opium production climbed to what was then seen as a staggering 8,200 metric tons. Interesting. In 2018, climbed to a new record of 9,000 metric tons, then falling to, in 2018, 6,400 metric tons. Massive amounts of opium.
Wow.
Yeah. This is what's crazy. The trafficking, okay, here it is. Estimated the gross value of the Afghan opium economy, including the cultivation of poppy, processing into heroin, and
This community spams tankies more than the V cult does nowadays, and you're encouraging about reading two dumbass shadows and taking them seriously. Yeah, my favorite thing is like when certain Marxist-Leninists will like get upset that I'm like fucking yelling about other psychos that will probably inevitably ground their worldview. Stop then. Stop bringing it up. I never talk about it on purpose. I personally never talk about it because it's completely irrelevant. There's never going to be a fucking like Maoist revolution in the United States of America. It doesn't matter. I don't care to fucking engage with like 12 people who are like Shining Path simps or some shit. Okay? So it personally doesn't matter to me, which is precisely why I don't talk about it. But those guys are like so stupid. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah. This is what's crazy. The trafficking, okay, here it is. Estimated the gross value of the Afghan opium economy, including the cultivation of poppy, processing into heroin, and trafficking up to Afghan borders, to be between US 4.1 billion and 6.6 billion in 2017. Wow.
It's so funny seeing those numbers there compared to like these trillions and trillions that they just keep printing. Sounds like nothing. I don't even know how these numbers are just get to a stage where you can't fathom.
It's just like too many zeros.
Yeah.
It's also like, where's that money going? Like if they're making that much money selling heroin, where's it going? Who's getting it? Who's selling it?
I don't
Where's
know.
it going? How's it get?
Dude, what the fuck? He's so close. I've never seen someone get so fucking close to the truth. Come on, dude.
Getting out of the country. Are you guys watching it? Watch the fields.
Yeah.
This is like, for the record, shit like this, stuff like this is how you fucking actually bread pill weirdo libertarians like this, because they love conspiracy theories, and there are very real conspiracies that the media rarely ever covers and doesn't talk about because it's outside of their scope of interest in maintaining an imperialist, capitalist, hegemonic thought. So, literally, when he asked that question, you just got to be like, yeah, where? Who is selling that? Where are they coming from? You know what I mean? It's awfully suspicious that whenever an imperial power invades an area, historically, there's always some kind of opiate production that's really going on over there. Kind of wild. A lot of these people, unfortunately, are really interested in conspiracy theories. So I've often thought about like selling the idea of like selling dialectical materialism as a conspiracy. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like it would work.
Keep an eye on it.
I have no idea, man. The world is such a weird place and always has been. I did listen to that podcast you did with Yeonmi Park, which was amazing. Amazing, by the way.
Yeah, it was
and
wild.
North Korea it blows my mind that here in 2021, with everything, we're doing and whatever, that there's just one country out there that we know like almost nothing about. It's just blacked out, totally disconnected from the world. Virtually everyone, no one's met anyone from there. Virtually no one's been there.
Yeah.
Even if you've been there, you can only go on like a guided tour to like one small part of it. It amazes me that that's
God damn it. They just like moved away from.
Amazing, by the way.
Yeah, it was
and
wild.
North Korea it blows my mind that here in 2021, with everything, we're doing and whatever, that there's just one country out there that we know like almost nothing about. It's just blacked out, totally disconnected from the world. Virtually everyone, no one's met anyone from there. Virtually no one's been there.
Yeah.
Even if you've been there, you can only go on like a guided tour to
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
like one small part of it. It amazes me that that's a thing. I always just think like, how is that possible, given how interconnected we all are?
And she was saying that if it wasn't for China's support, they wouldn't be able to survive a week.
Yeah.
They would be like China. They need China's support, and that's the reason. And China props them up.
It's so weird. How do you think that that will come to an end?
They're talking about the North Korean Candace Owens, okay? Like, sure, her personal account is harrowing, okay? There's a lot of fuck shit that goes on in North Korea. Absolutely. 100%. But she literally uses that personal experience to turn around and be like, what's going on in North Korea is similar to like what I learned in Columbia University, okay? So she is the North Korean Candace Owens, which is not surprising that Joe Rogan had her on the show because Joe Rogan had Candace Owens on his show as well. Complete fucking grifter, okay?
It might not. It might go on for hundreds of years.
I think it will. I think evil always falls eventually.
It does eventually, but what is eventually? If a human lifetime is, if 100 years, if you're lucky, there's been many evil regimes that have lasted longer than that. So, I mean, many, many, many generations of people are going to suffer.
Yeah. It's so odd.
Are you saying she's
know.
lying or that she's like a MAGA cult? No, she's a grifter who very likely embellishes a bunch, but she doesn't even need to do that regardless because, like, fucking shit is popping off in North Korea in ways that would, like, obviously make most Western liberals go, holy fuck, that's terrible. But then she, one, embellishes, and then two, will use that as a counter to be like, the left here is exactly like North Korea. And also, you should be worried about liberalism here. So that's what it is. Like, that's what she does. And for those who say things like, well, oh my God, you wouldn't say that about a black person talking about racism. It's like, no, I do. I say it all the time. Candace Owens.
They can't do anything about it. The thing is, like, they're starving. They have no access to weapons. The government has full, complete control of them. And when you pass the borders, they have landmines set up. So if you're making a run for it, you're gonna fucking blow up.
And do you know what's China's interest with keeping or allowing it to stay that way? Is there some benefit to them?
That's a good question.
Because I know that they're propped up by China, but why would China want? Why would they want it to stay like that? I don't really understand that.
Well, they probably enjoy the fact that there's a conflict between North and South Korea, as they're both close to each other, and South Korea is allies with the United States. China has their fucking tentacles in so many different things, man. It's wild.
I got some more numbers here for you
Yeah?
that help with the Afghan thing.
Oh,
This
with
is from Wiki,
the
but they're
opium
from
thing?
from the Afghan papers, I think, is where a lot of this information came from.
As of 2017, opium production provides about 400,000 jobs in Afghanistan.
Yeah, North Korea is a buffer zone for China. That's why China has. That's why China props up North Korea and doesn't allow them to fucking wither away and destroy itself for being completely fucking forced out of participating in any sort of like global marketplace. It's just a fucking buffer state for China. Hey, if you don't want China to fucking take advantage of North Korea like this, then go ahead. Build infrastructure in North Korea. This is what triggers the fuck out of me whenever people are like, China's engaging in vaccine diplomacy, or China's engaging in the One Belt, One Road initiative. Okay, then you fucking build roads, dude. How about that? Unconditional aid, not conditional aid, not IMF fucking loans that you force people to use on American and Western contractors. Just build it.
Afghanistan. More than the Afghan National Security Forces, the opium trade spiked in 2006 after the Taliban lost control of the local warlords.
Right here, 93%.
93% of the non-pharmaceutical grade opiates of the world.
You know how, I don't know if you guys have ever heard this take before, but aren't Chinese investments ultimately conditional too? Oh yeah, for sure. It's a fucking global superpower. Of course it's conditional. I'm not making the mistake of saying that like China's doing this for fucking, honest and peaceful and beautiful reasons. No, they're doing it because they want to fucking make money. They want to extract all the natural resources and use it themselves and become the global superpower instead of America, as America is on its like deathbed as a dying empire. Sorry, people get mad at me when I say this, but America is a dying empire. So here's, before that I was going to say another thing. God damn it, I'm forgetting. Oh, there's this saying where like, ask a socialist, what their worldview is, and they'll describe it to you perfectly. Ask a capitalist what the failures of capitalism is, or what their I fucked that up. I butchered it. I totally butchered it. I fucked it up. What was it, dude? God damn it. Warger, you fucked me up, dude. Ask a capitalist what the failures of socialism are, and they'll describe capitalism. Yes. Thank you. That was what it was. Ask a capitalist what is wrong with socialism, and they'll just describe capitalism. Notice how whenever the fuck they talk about, whenever people talk about, like, you know, there's a genuine concentration of power and wealth at the top under these socialist developments. It's like, you know, people don't have access to fucking medicine. People don't have access to food. People don't have access to shelter. It's like, yeah, dude, that's happening. Like, that's the whole thing that's happening here. That's what we want to fucking, you know, change. And it's the exact same fucking concept with China. Ask an American why they're fucking terrified of... Ask an American why they're terrified of China, and they'll describe America, okay? Just like if you ask a conservative why they're terrified of minorities, they'll describe being treated like one by themselves, okay? By people that will behave the same way that they have done for many years. It's just how it is. It's the same energy. That's why I always find it funny when people are just like, isn't it ask a socialist what's wrong with capitalism and they'll describe it perfectly? Ask a capitalist what's wrong with socialism and they'll describe capitalism. Yes, that's what it was. So, dude, this guy's asked like thoughts on what's happened with Armenia 1,000,000 times over. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. I'm just banning them. Like, there are so many reports coming out of like our Warhawk media about how like China's doing this, China's doing that, China's doing this, China's doing that. And like every fucking time they're talking about what China's doing, it's like they started a drone program. And it's like, wait, what do you mean? We have one too? What the fuck? Like, America fucking is terrified of what's going on in China whenever China's, I guess, doing some shit that's like similar to what America has been doing and still continues to do to this
originated in Afghanistan.
Yeah, more land is used in Afghanistan to grow for opium than cocoa cultivation in all of Latin America.
Wow. I did not know this.
Yeah.
I'd never linked Afghanistan with huge amounts of
man,
opiates.
it's in a Sturgill Simpson song. We are...
Yes, because America regularly jails dissidents, restricts access to the internet, has no belief in free speech. I mean, America does do that, not to the same degree as China, but like we literally do that. The neoliberal system of control is significantly better than an authoritarian one. Don't get me wrong. This is a point I make routinely. I would, like, if I was, God King for a day, that's my preferred method of control. Okay? But yes, we fucking totally jail dissidents. We do that. Like, the fuck do you mean? Not Twitter bans, dude. No, I'm not talking about that. Motherfucker, look no further than, like, what America has done historically to, and even in, like, modern day to whistleblowers. What, you think we're so nice to whistleblowers, dude? Yeah, Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, Julian Assange. The fuck? Yeah. Think about what happens to dissidents in America. You know, oh man, the Chinese government is so bad. It's like, oh yeah, I didn't realize Fred Hampton still was alive and well. MLK, Fred Hampton, Malcolm X. You want to know what America does to political dissidents? They just call them terrorists. Okay? Not all of them, obviously. Or some of them get whitewashed like MLK, even though he was a fucking socialist.
We're repeating what happened in the Vietnam War, right? In the Vietnam War, that was a big part of what the Vietnam War was all about, was the heroin.
2 days ago, I had Mike Preisner on, Iraq War veteran. and fucking, you know, member of the PSL, literally talked about how he got arrested 3 times outside of the White House for fucking doing a protest. You know what I mean? And people in here are like, what do you mean? I don't get it. Like, fucking what?
Trade. That's what's going on here, man.
Yeah.
It's like, it's got to be a factor. This idea that it's not a factor of why we're there and that some fucking scumbag is not profiting off of this. For sure it is. There's no way they're not. I mean, if these are the same people that paid
See,
Barry
this is what I mean. He's close.
SEALs to run coke over from South America and drop it into Mena, Arkansas, you don't think that they would be making money over in Afghanistan?
No, I do, man. I believe that every government is corrupt.
They're going to make a documentary about the poppies. They're going to have to. Someone, now that we're out of Afghanistan, someone is going to make a documentary about the heroin trade, and people are going to fucking blow their wig off. They're going to be like, what? Watch the entire episode.
God damn it, dude. Yeah, but there's no equivalence between the U.S. and China. The U.S. is a liberal state, whilst China is committing a genocide on Uyghurs. What is the #1 story in the news right now? Right now, like today. It's one of our many horrifying foreign policy endeavors. We're literally watching a video titled Afghanistan and U.S. Intervention Policies. This motherfucker's like, dog, I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, U.S. famously not genocide doer and not genocide haver, not supporting genocide in Yemen presently either. No, of course not. Don't you get it? Genociding foreigners is fine. Genociding domestic people isn't fine unless they're illegal. Then it's still fine. Well, also, genociding domestically or mass enslavement of a group of individuals with a constitutional carve-out that legalizes slavery is also totally fine. You know, it's labor camps if it's elsewhere, but it's just a regular prison, just a regular old federal prison if it's in the U.S., baby. We house a quarter of the entire world's prisoner population within our borders. We have the highest prisoner population per capita. Fucking wild that people literally say like America's more free than everybody else, brother. Those people deserved it. Spent a year working on a prison farm in Texas back in 1999. Biden is clapping at anti-school mass governors. Biden, I'm directing the Secretary of Education and educator himself to take additional steps to protect our children, Jack. This includes using all of his oversight authorities and legal action, if appropriate, against governors trying to block and intimidate local school officials. Damn. Let's watch the...
This video, taken Sunday, shows Taliban fighters inside Afghanistan's presidential palace. It came as the group took control of Kabul, the Afghan capital, and followed the Taliban.
Let's watch the Wall Street Journal do a quick refresher, but is there TOS in this, I wonder? I'm pre-scanning real quick. Why do Afghans have the dopest clothes and outfits? Dude, I don't know. Because they're fucking fly, dude. That's why. They're pretty fly for a white guy.
This video taken Sunday shows Taliban fighters inside Afghanistan's presidential palace. It
No,
came
I'm
as
not
the
gonna
group took
be.
control.
I'm not gonna be watching the other Adam Curtis documentary because it's like fucking 3 hours long, and not only is it 3 hours long, but it's significantly more bloody. Even though I love it, but I won't be able to watch that.
Of Kabul, the Afghan capital, and followed the Taliban's swift seizure of most of the country. It's an outcome U.S. intelligence officials estimated could happen 6 months after the U.S. finished withdrawing its troops from the country. Instead, it took just over a week.
Of the presidential palace.
The truth is, this did unfold more quickly than we had anticipated.
So how did Afghanistan get here? It's a years-long story, but let's look at the 9 days leading up to Kabul's capture, the ones that sealed the Taliban's takeover. On August 6th, after months of expansion throughout Afghanistan's countryside, the Taliban seized the capital of a province along the Iranian and Pakistani borders. It was the first of the country's 34 provincial capitals to fall, an indication of what was to come.
Afghanistan is now at a dangerous turning point. Ahead lies either a genuine peace negotiation or a tragically intertwined set of crises.
The seizure of the city happened quickly, and a resident told the Wall Street Journal at the time it had been taken without much of a fight. In the neighboring Helmand province, Afghan and U.S. airstrikes sought to blunt the Taliban's advances and hold control over key cities. But the Taliban's takeover continued. It claimed 4 more provincial capitals over the next 2 days. On August 8th, it seized the strategic hub of Kunduz, all but eliminating the government's presence in large swaths of the country's north. Videos released by the Taliban showed fighters inside the city's government buildings. The pace of the group's expansion concerned Afghan and Western officials, who said without a forceful international response, the total collapse of the Afghan government could happen this fall, earlier than initially warned. Meanwhile, citizens from Kunduz and other provinces claimed by the Taliban began fleeing, seeking safety in the nation's capital, Kabul. Then, on August 10th, President Biden defended his decision to pull U.S. forces out of the country, saying Afghan forces were trained and equipped to fight.
They've got to fight for themselves, fight for their nation.
But by August 13th, the Afghan government had lost about half of the country's provincial capitals, including its second and third largest cities, Kandahar and Herat. After 20 years of war, much of what the U.S. sought to accomplish in Afghanistan crumbled in just 1 week, and many of the cities were taken without a fight, with Afghan soldiers surrendering to the Taliban, taking advantage of the group's promises of amnesty. Focus then turned to Kabul as the U.S. began deploying thousands of troops to the city for a diplomatic evacuation. Then, Afghan President Ashraf Ghani addressed the nation for the first time since the Taliban's takeover of the provincial capitals began, saying his priority was to remobilize Afghan security forces and defend Kabul. But the next day, on August 15th, Taliban fighters seized Kabul and President Ghani fled abroad, leaving the government in collapse. And by that evening, insurgents took the palace, where they were filmed removing the Afghan flag. With Kabul's capture, 9 days after the first provincial capital fell, the Taliban looked to have control over nearly all of Afghanistan. As the Taliban moved on Kabul, U.S. troops airlifted Western diplomats and civilians from the U.S. Embassy to the military side of Kabul's airport. It's a scene that drew comparisons to the rushed exit from the U.S. Embassy in Vietnam in 1975. A parallel Secretary of State Antony Blinken rejected on CNN.
This is not Saigon. We went to Afghanistan 20 years ago with one mission.
Yes, and Vietnam only was 19 years. And also, the Southern Vietnamese were able to maintain control of South Vietnam for 2 extra years. Whereas Afghanistan fell to the hands of Taliban, under our watch, of course, under 72 hours. So that last year was a big deal, I think. And people need to remember that. 1 extra year, 72 hours.
And that mission was to deal with the folks who attacked us on 9/11. And we have succeeded in that mission.
By the next day, thousands of Afghans flocked to Kabul's international airport looking to escape. The airport then became the center of the chaos in the capital as people were seen clinging to a U.S. Air Force plane leaving the city.
So, for the record, the difference with, like, Afghanistan is that there was no draft. It's a volunteer army, and we can do more with less. That's the difference. Like, there's less people. It's far away. It doesn't have any sort of, like, serious impact on most people's lives. The media stopped covering all of the worst parts of this ongoing conflict. They were never critical of it to begin with. They were rarely ever critical of it. I mean, think about it. So many of you probably only recently found out about the Afghanistan papers, right? That was incredibly important leaked documents. That's incredibly important coverage. Like, the media didn't even fucking hold Joe Biden to account when Afghanistan policy was at the forefront of the conversation during the election cycle. That's it. That's precisely the fucking reason. The media is never, ever impartial, of course. They are imperial. Afghanistan Papers is a Washington Post report similar to the Pentagon Papers in Vietnam that talks about how much of a fucking disastrous failure it was that military high command and generals personally fucking knew that all of our efforts in, like, training the Afghan security forces were just completely bullshit. It was not working. They were killing U.S. troops when they turned their backs on them. And that it was just absolutely fucking a pathetic display. And it was just a waste of money. You know what I mean?
Taliban gunmen roamed the streets outside. At least 8 Afghans were killed on Monday at the airport. Amid the violence, President Biden addressed the U.S., again defending his decision to pull U.S. troops out of Afghanistan.
If anything, the developments of the past week reinforced that ending U.S. military involvement in Afghanistan now was the right decision.
For now, however, Biden has authorized a temporary deployment of troops to the country to secure the airport and help Afghan allies evacuate. The Taliban, meanwhile, saw the first challenge to its rule, as hundreds of Afghans...
Holy shit, how the Taliban expanded Afghanistan during America's longest war. What the fuck? Why is Wall Street Journal spitting right now? I mean, this might have a lot of TOS, actually, but... Hold on. Doing a quick scan on this. Bruva RXX, thank you for the 5 get the subs, my friend. A lot of pre-scans happening today. Pre-watch, GG, yeah. You know it, baby. I have to ensure that. It is rather surprising when I see Wall Street Journal of all outlets like offer like straightforward cover. I mean, I'm sure this won't be straightforward. All right, let's see.
May 1st, 2003. The U.S.
I mean, first of all, they're starting at 2003. When they're talking about like the Taliban's expansion in Afghanistan, you can't start off on 2003. You know what I mean? There's like 30 prior years of shit that's popping off before we get there.
U.S. declares victory in Afghanistan.
The bulk of this country today is permissive. It's
Donald Rumsfeld, I'm sorry for pausing so much, but when he fucking declared victory, the Afghanistan papers ironically showed, okay, that he was openly stating that he did not know who the enemy targets were, that there were no good visible enemy targets. 2 years in, literally as he was saying this on camera, behind the scenes, he was talking to other commanders like, I don't know who the fuck we're killing in Iraq and Afghanistan.
secure.
The Taliban had been toppled only months after 9/11, and there were some 13,000 NATO troops in the country. Fast forward nearly 20 years. American soldiers have left, the Taliban have come back, and the United Nations says civilian deaths of women and children in Afghanistan have hit record levels. While it's difficult to map exactly how much territory the group actually controls, limited data suggests it's more than half of the country, with the insurgents claiming authority over major border crossings and infrastructure.
Many people, both inside and outside the country, have been surprised by the speed and the scale of the Taliban's advances and by how fragile the Afghan government's authority is looking.
It's time to end America's longest war. It's time for American troops to come home.
Before Biden ordered America's troops to leave, the U.S. had been trying to exit for a while.
And by the end of next year, our war in Afghanistan will be over.
The Taliban victories meant that U.S. soldiers remained in the country much longer than intended.
And now the foreign troops have gone and the Taliban is steadily taking over large parts of the country.
Here's how the insurgent group has expanded to become stronger than it's been in 20 years, creating the conditions for potential chaos as U.S. troops leave behind a country on the brink of civil war. At the beginning of the war, America's campaign in Afghanistan reached some milestones in just a few months.
When the US-led coalition invaded Afghanistan, the Taliban had controlled the country for 5 years after taking power following an extremely violent civil war. They had imposed strict Islamic rule on Afghanistan. All that changed after 9/11, when President Bush set out to punish the group for harboring al-Qaeda terrorists.
The United States military has begun strikes against al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan.
Bush deployed some 2,500 U.S. troops into the country, causing the Taliban to abandon Kabul and soon thereafter Kandahar, their main stronghold.
The Taliban were a broken force at that time. They gave up barely without a fight and melded back into...
They literally also said that they'd be willing to give Osama bin Laden up to a neutral third-party country and conduct an investigation. And George W. Bush literally was like, "No, we're not fucking doing that. We're bombing you." They asked for the bombing campaign to stop, and he said, "We will not negotiate with terrorists."
To society and retreated into villages.
I think it was like 3 days after 9/11 that you had CIA unironically coming into the country with pallets, millions of dollars of cash, so that they could fucking start, pumping money into the Northern Alliance and any like tribal Northern Alliance and any sort of like tribes that were against the Taliban and against Al-Qaeda to go in and fucking, turn the other way when Americans inevitably come in.
Some Taliban commanders actually offered to surrender in return for amnesty, but the US declined that offer and wanted to keep fighting them.
Oh shit, never mind. They actually did mention that. What the fuck?
Some Taliban commanders actually offered to surrender in return for amnesty.
That is, what the fuck? This is like actually crazy that they're mentioning this. I'm surprised.
But the US declined that offer and wanted to keep fighting them. They wanted to stamp out every last terrorist from Afghanistan. Instead, the Taliban regrouped in Pakistan, where they received shelter and support with the aim of returning later.
The Taliban began their
The Taliban request was a flat-out stall tactic. They had no intention of actually turning over bin Laden. Their proposal was never going to be agreed to because it's so laughably bad. Okay, take a fucking week off from bombing Afghan targets then. Like, is that so hard? Like, delay boots on the ground military warfare by a week. We were there for 20 years, dude. I think they could have stalled for 1 week then and then continue the bombing campaign. But no. No, of course not. Which third-party country they were going to give him to? Pakistan? He was already fucking there at the time of his take. Wait, did they say that they were going to give him to Pakistan? The point is they were not down to negotiate at all. That's the point. So what the fuck are you saying? And also, what do you mean, what third-party Pakistan? What, you think we're not in alliance with Pakistan? Are you fucking stupid? Oh, yeah, suspiciously, they found where Osama bin Laden was. Oh, magically. Yeah, because I too watched Zero Dark 30 and got all my information from that one movie that came out like a week after fucking, or whatever, immediately after Osama bin Laden was executed. Come on, dude. Bro, they literally, dude, Osama bin Laden was hiding, jerking off the hentai, and playing like Nintendo 64 Super Smash in a fucking compound that was down the street from Pakistan's West Point Academy, okay? What the fuck do you mean? Like, what? Oh, we just had no idea, bro. That's crazy. Damn, bro, that's wild. We should probably keep occupying Afghanistan. Which we did. We literally did. We murdered, executed Osama bin Laden, okay? Allegedly. I talked to Brace for too long today. Okay, we allegedly murdered Osama bin Laden, okay? And then we still kept occupying Afghanistan, so what's up?
their resurgence, and by the middle of the decade, they had launched hundreds of suicide attacks and thousands of bombings, killing hundreds of U.S. soldiers. So to counter their renewed presence, Obama began deploying more forces in the region.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of al-Qaeda.
May 1st, 2011, Osama bin Laden, the man held responsible.
ISI owns Pakistan more than the Pakistani government, so unless U.S. was communicating with ISI, your take makes no sense. ISI could have hidden Osama until the end of time. Wow. It's awfully strange that the ISI, which definitely doesn't communicate with the U.S. intelligence at all, even though there are fucking regional allies, was not able to fucking hide Osama bin Laden magically. They were just like unable to simply hide Osama bin Laden anymore. That's so crazy. You know, next to the fucking West Point.
Responsible for the 9/11 attacks was killed. And around that period, the number of U.S. troops in Afghanistan hit a peak of around 100,000. The policymakers and experts began to question the effectiveness of that large military presence.
What became clear was that the
Can read mine, no you can read my poker face.
There is 0% chance this is actually Osama bin Laden.
Can read mine, no you can read my poker face. Can read mine, no you can read my poker face. Poker face, mama, poker face. Mama, poker face, mama, poker face.
no shot that this is actually him. There is absolutely no fucking shot, dude. Obama and Biden, Osama bin Laden, coincidence? Oh no, you're right, brother.
Mama, poker face, mama, poker right there in this place. Hold them, let them hit me, baby, play with me. Wish and play it cause it's a pistol stuff. After he's been hooked, I'll play the one that's on his heart.
I don't believe that. I literally do not believe that this is him. It's funny, but it's not fucking real. Even though it wouldn't be surprising. What's surprising is that this would ever be on fucking video. But it's not surprising that he was like a fan of modern media. I mean, we know that he was. Dude, he's like a rich fucking developer's son. Like, yeah, see, Snopes. Osama bin Laden wasn't exactly known for having an affinity for... Okay, this is wrong. What? He literally was known for having an affinity for popular culture, dude. We saw the recovered documents on his hard drive. It's like for all to see. Come on, Snopes. I mean, I believe that it is false. It does make sense. But, like, if you look at the fucking compound belongings, like, there was, like, insane shit in there, dude. Yeah, he played video games, dude. CIA released files in the 2011 raid that showed Al-Qaeda had downloads of popular games like Half-Life, Super Mario Bros., Yoshi's Island, Final Fantasy VII, Dragon Ball Z, and Counter-Strike. Motherfucker was like... He loved it when the terrorists won. You know what I mean? There was pornography. He had a large pornography collection. There was like literally fucking hentai in there, I think. Disney films, Ants, Cars, Chicken Little, Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs. Documentaries about himself, libraries full of conspiracy theories. He had Noam Chomsky books. Like, so this notion that like he wasn't fucking knowledgeable of or even like cared about or enjoyed like Western media or consumed any of that is fucking completely false.
The U.S. counterinsurgency strategy did not eradicate the Taliban. In fact, some of the more controversial tactics that the U.S. used in Afghanistan, such as night raids and arbitrary detentions and airstrikes that sometimes killed civilians, created discontent in local...
They're holding up images of... Sorry, they're holding up images of like people, so I don't want to show that part.
And actually help the Taliban.
This is pretty funny though. They are another reason why the Taliban are so similar to fucking... Well, these aren't Taliban. I think these are just like regular Afghanis who are fucking showing ahead of Obama. But the Tea Party did that too. Bin Laden cared a lot about ethics in video games journalists.
And recruit more fighters.
The Taliban's recruitment...
This is actually important. Remember this part again.
Strategy did not eradicate...
100,000.
So, U.S. invasion...
Policymakers and experts began...
So, Wall Street Journal is basically saying exactly what I just said, which is that the U.S. invasion created ripe ground for the Taliban to recruit more people.
began to question the effectiveness of that large military presence.
What became clear was that the US counterinsurgency strategy did not eradicate the Taliban. In fact, some of the more controversial tactics that the US used in Afghanistan, such as night raids and arbitrary detentions and airstrikes that sometimes kill civilians.
That's like straight up JSOC, by the way. Everything that our special forces did in Afghanistan was a gift. Was an absolute fucking gift to the Taliban. Like everything.
Civilians created discontent in local communities and actually helped the Taliban recruit more fighters.
The Taliban's recruitment drive enabled them to increase in numbers and gain control of yet more territory, launching near-daily attacks against the US and Afghan forces. So with bin Laden dead and facing mounting pressure from Democratic lawmakers in Congress, Obama announced his plan to withdraw some 33,000 troops from the region and transfer power to the Afghan military.
Our mission will change from combat to support. By 2014, this process of transition will be complete, and the Afghan people will be responsible for their own security.
That plan didn't work as intended. The Afghan security forces were plagued by problems that continue to haunt them, such as corruption, which made them an ineffective fighting force against the Taliban, who continued to fight, allegedly armed and funded by Pakistan.
The Afghan government has acknowledged problems with effectiveness and corruption among its security forces, but told the Journal that corruption is decreasing. And Pakistan's government has denied backing the Taliban, but says it has some limited influence over the group.
Yeah, totally. Just like I'm not getting the backing of Big Jeff Bezos when I run the ad at the top of the fucking hour. Every hour when there's a 60-second ad break at the top, you know? But then tell you that you can avoid those ads by subscribing, whether for $5 or for free if you have a Twitch Prime. You can subscribe and avoid said ad breaks. You know, that is a thing you can do. Also, you can use an ad block or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. If you have an Amazon Prime, that is. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
This map shows just...
Do you think Osama believed the conspiracy that Bush did 9/11? Yeah, dude.
how much territory the Taliban had taken over in 2017.
The Taliban's gradual advances across the country really began alarming people in the capital.
After NATO announced the end of its combat mission, the Taliban scored symbolic victories such as capturing the city of Kunduz. While mapping the Taliban's exact presence has been tricky in such a fluid situation, some analysts have drawn maps based on news reports and social media that outline the group's territorial control from 2017. At the time, the Afghan military was already struggling to hold the Taliban back, and Trump announced he was sending more troops.
The security threats we face in Afghanistan and the broader region are immense.
Why did Pakistan support Taliban? Dude, their fucking Taliban is like, they're people. Like, I don't know how to describe it. They're Pashtun. They're like, a lot of the Taliban fighters are literally fucking from the same tribes that are Pakistani tribes as well. It was also the Wahhabist influence within Pakistan. Like, the Taliban is also active within Pakistan as well. Some Pakistanis will unironically say, like, oh, well, the support for the Taliban by the ISI was actually done because they wanted to, you know, defend their own internal security. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, there's a lot of border crossings between Pakistan and Afghanistan. And a lot of the Taliban get indoctrinated and radicalized by Wahhabi madrasas within the Pakistani borders.
President Trump's announcement fueled the will to fight among some fighters. I remember speaking to young Taliban fighters who said that they had actually considered giving up the war once the American troops left. But once President Trump said he was going to send more troops, they said there was no way they were going to give up the fight.
Around 4 years later, on July 4th, 2021, U.S. troops finally left Bagram, their main base of operations in the country. Meanwhile, the Taliban's expansion accelerated.
We cannot continue the cycle of extending or expanding our military presence in Afghanistan.
As foreign troops pulled out, insurgents took many districts without having to fight. The group has been trying to show a friendlier face, posting propaganda videos purporting to show Taliban fighters shaking hands with Afghan soldiers or guarding borders.
This is like a bit of a Western-centric approach, by the way, to this, saying like this is Taliban propaganda, because it like wholeheartedly fails to comprehend like how people in that region, like in the indigenous population of Afghanistan, view these sorts of ethnic strifes and these sorts of never-ending conflicts. The reason why they were like, no, it is actual reality. No, like the reason why they were fucking buddies is because there are a lot of warring tribes in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a incredibly diverse country of 40 million people that have literally fucking villagers murdering one another in perpetuity. Okay? So all they know is fucking warring with one another and then shaking hands and then getting together and collaborating once again. Do you know what you're talking about? No, like this is how. I mean, they're fucking. A lot of these dudes are tribal, man. Like it's just different. Like I don't know how else to describe it. My man just what? Why are you guys saying no mega lol? Oh, do you know what you're talking about? Oh, that's why. I'm gonna watch the George Stephanopoulos thing in a second.
Hands with Afghan soldiers or guarding borders without disrupting trade. The Afghan government didn't respond to a request for comment on these images. Analysts say it's part of a campaign to legitimize the insurgency amid negotiations with the Afghan government. While the Biden administration says America's military campaign has accomplished its objectives, U.S. airstrikes against the Taliban.
It's literally the biggest copium to be like, oh, dude, no, we totally won, dude. That's what we were trying to do, and we did it. Like,
are expected to continue. And America plans to keep monitoring terrorist threats. People in Afghanistan question what the Taliban's plans are and whether they can coexist with the Afghan government.
The Taliban's gains raise two main risks for Afghanistan. One, that the country might split, possibly along sectarian lines, which could throw the country into another bloody civil war. Or that a fundamentalist Islamist group takes power in Afghanistan again, which would undermine the whole purpose of the war, which was to eradicate terrorism risks from the country.
To say we won is a massive overstatement, but saying it's a complete failure. No, it's either W or an L, depending on how you look at it, depending on what you admit the American war machine's ultimate goals were.
Ben,
if you understand that the American war machine's ultimate goals were to fucking draw out this conflict over the course of like 20 fucking years as you lay down fat contracts for defense contractors while trying to set up like regional operations that self-fund by dark money opium trade and simultaneously create instability in the region, have bases of operation that you can fucking move around, you sell a lot of fucking guns and sell a lot of small arms, sell a lot of fucking weapons. If that was the goal, then yes, it's a massive W, but that is the goal. That is the real goal of American imperialism. But if the goal ultimately was to do whatever the fucking propaganda outlets were stating, maintain regional stability, do democracy building in Afghanistan, build a robust military force for the Afghan government so that they can have autonomy, and also eradicate the Taliban for their crime of harboring Al-Qaeda and harboring Osama bin Laden, then no, none of those goals were achieved. Taliban is stronger than ever before. They have literally gotten the country a gift wrap by the United States government. So now it's their country, okay, and it's their government. They also had a puppet state installed that was not popular, and they didn't do shit. Like, they personally they didn't accomplish any of those goals. Like, there's no fucking democratic process at all. So, you know, it didn't fucking work at all. And for people saying goal was to eliminate Al-Qaeda initially, yeah, except we literally give Al-Qaeda our weapons right now. The weapons that we have, that we sell to Saudi Arabia, makes their way into the hands of Al-Qaeda insurgents in their ongoing genocide in Yemen. You understand that, right? So, you know, if our goal was to stop Al-Qaeda in its fucking tracks, then we didn't do that either. Obviously, they're not as powerful as they once were, but other terror cells took their place regardless. Why would we give them weapons? Because that's all we do, man. That's all we fucking do. All we do is give people weapons, and then we have to fight them. You know, oopsie, gotta go to war. Yeah, all you need to know about this conflict is that the U.S. knew almost immediately that Saudi Arabia funded 9/11, and we proceeded to ignore that information because it was politically inconvenient. Like, David Frum, who was a speechwriter for George W. Bush at the time, who now fucking is considered like a never Trump Republican, so he gets a lot of praise even though he should be in jail. David Frum famously wrote the Axis of Evil speech. He coined the term Axis of Evil. And in that conversation, and this was the post 9/11 speech that George W. Bush delivered, right? He mentioned the Axis of Evil, which featured Iran. And at the time, Iranians were like, what the fuck? What do you mean? What? Like, it featured Iraq for no reason. It featured Iran. It did not feature Saudi Arabia. And it literally featured Iran, which was already a natural enemy to Al-Qaeda in the region, and continued to fight Al-Qaeda in the region, and actually ISIS as well. To be fair, at the time, Iraq was under Saddam's rule. So what? So the fuck what? You are demonstrating how simplified and how incorrect your point of view is if you think Iran and Iraq should be featured in the same fucking conversation as allies, dude. That's it. That's like you've already shown that you have no fucking idea what's going on when you talk about Iran and also Iraq on the same team. Chatters don't know the difference between Shia and Sunni Islam. No. You realize that Saudi is in war with Yemen, right? I do. It's called a genocide. And I do realize it. Our weapons blow up fucking school buses and shit there regularly, and there's no coverage on it.
Thank you for joining us, and happy to see that you're back in the United States safely. I understand that you were in Kandahar in southern Afghanistan, that you were able to leave with the Afghan military as they were throwing down their weapons effectively on a cargo plane out of the city. What was that like?
So in the end, our experience in Kandahar was a problem because we got caught there. We got stranded. When we flew in on a commercial flight, the expectation...
Bro, Iraq have like 60% majority Shia. First of all, Iraq at the time was literally fucking led by Saddam. Are you insane? Iran and Iraq were not fucking allies, dude. That's what I'm saying. That's the kind of the point, dude.
Was it'd take a few weeks, even when the fighting started to really get serious, we'd be able to kind of get out.
I'm not trying to argue, man. I never said they were allies, and I get what you're saying, but you don't also seem to demonstrate a great understanding by saying Saddam in power, so what? Wait, I'm sorry. Yeah, of course I'm going to say Saddam was in power, so what? What, you think there was a fucking reason for invading Iraq? Are you delusional? Are you one of, like, the fucking 10 Americans remaining that still thinks that the Iraq war was a justifiable one? Are you out of your fucking mind? What the fuck did they have to do with 9/11? Literally nothing. I don't think Iraq is majority Shia, by the way, but there is a massive Shia population there, which is literally the reason why Iran is very interested in Iraq as well. But they were never allies, and they are not allies. They've been in conflict forever. I want to hear from that guy who said, like, Saddam was in Iraq. Like, I want to understand, like, what the reasoning for that is. Iraq is Sunni majority. That's why ISIS had so many recruits against the Shia minority government we installed. Yeah, the majority of the population in Iraq is Shia Arabs, Sunni Arabs following close behind alongside Kurds, 3 million Turkmen, and 0.5, like 500,000 Assyrians and Armenians, 1 million Afro-Iraqis, 500,000 Yazidis, and 250,000 Shabaks in Iraq. 40 million population. Most of the population at the 15 million is Shia Arabs now. Anyway, let's keep going.
What we didn't expect and we didn't foresee was that these soldiers would just so quickly give up the city. When it did happen, the airlines all shut down flights. The UN evacuation flights also shut down. Everything was shutting down. And when that was happening, we started to kind of worry what we were going to do. By the end, we found ourselves with one of the most elite units in the country called the 03 unit. They are CIA trained, American funded. These guys spent 20 years becoming the go.
Okay, dude. Vice is literally fucking CIA. I'm sorry. Like, dog, really? Really? I mean, Brace, I'm fucking, fuck it, dude. I'm leaking it. Brace and I talked about this as well. Because he's saying a fact? I mean, dude, literally just Google 03 unit, dude. Just fucking Google it, like I just did. Just Google it, dude. Abusive night raids by CIA-backed Afghan strike forces. Human Rights Watch. Like, come on, dude. You're, wait, maybe he'll mention it.
Go-to military force that America relies upon in their stead. The U.S. never lets access to them. But in this case, it was so desperate that we just kind of found ourselves with them and protected with them. They were the ones preparing for what was going to be the last stand against the Taliban. They set up a front position right next to the airport, surrounded the area, kind of made a perimeter. And they said, this is it, you know, we only have about 1,000 soldiers. The Taliban probably has a couple thousand, but we're going to fight all night. We're going to do everything we can. And we were getting ready for what was going to be one of the most harrowing hairy nights of our lives. And just when the sun was
Reading headlines, the best way to get the full story. I mean, dude, I do know more of the story. Do you want to fucking read the harrowing details of the 03 unit's fucking war crimes from the Human Rights Watch? I mean, if you're fucking talking 02 units without mentioning like the CIA training that they got and the actions that they engaged in, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Podcast is called Fear and Malding, by the way. It was Afghanistan's CIA strike force.
was about to go down, they announced that they had come to a truce, and the military commanders up top and the higher up in the military had decided to stand down, have their soldiers put down their weapons, give up all of their heavy gear, their Humvees, their artillery, all of their bigger weapons. They literally just left the cars running and went to the airfield, and the Taliban agreed to give a truce and let these planes fly in and fly everyone out. So in the middle of the night, at about 2 a.m., 6 carrier planes were filled with just hundreds of military soldiers each. It was just a really intense scene of hundreds of people kind of packing in and trying to climb onto these. You see them now happening in Kabul, but then it was surprising to see these military units, basically like fighting for their lives to get out of there. And it was a really harrowing scene. Seeing in the distance, we could see the shots in the air of tracers, which were the Taliban shooting in the air and celebrating. And we could get the sense that, this was a bittersweet moment, because although they didn't have to fight and lose their lives, this was how the war was kind of faring for them, which is they were losing.
I think the story that people in Washington might be trying to tell is that the Afghan military forces had the resources they need, they just lacked the will to fight. From what you've seen and how it went down, what do you make of that?
I think it's an oversimplification. And we spent a lot of time on the front line with the fighters in Kandahar, and they were exhausted. So they were outgunned, they were underfed, they were undersupplied, and they just were exhausted by it all. So this idea that they didn't have the gumption, they didn't have the ability or the will to get into the fight, it's not true. And it's disrespectful of these people that were really fighting. And when the dominoes started falling and these people were all handing it over, the bigger reality is the soldiers that did want to fight didn't have the support. Thousands of Taliban guys compared to just a few hundred willing soldiers is not a fair fight.
I'm wondering what you're hearing about people on the ground that you have been in contact with who might be trying to get out, who are fearful of what a Taliban regime might entail in the near and the future, and what's going on.
Yeah, people that keep saying the Afghans were just not interested in fighting kind of missed the story. They were fighting. They were just fighting on the other side. They were not fighting with you. They were fighting against you. And that's precisely why we left. They fought for 20 fucking years, against an occupying force. I think most Pashtuns in Afghanistan don't necessarily support the ideologies of the Taliban, which are composed of mostly Pashtun, but if it means ethnic tribal dominance in Afghanistan, they're willing to take it.
It's the biggest problem right now is that the people that are trying to get out, it's not specific to people that work with the military or people that were interpreters. It's not just any one subset. It's everyone. Everyone in the country is looking for a way out in some way or another. I'm getting calls from high military officials asking if I know anybody that they can talk to.
They're calling you?
They're calling me, asking if I have some contacts at some embassy or something that they don't know about. I'm getting calls from all of the people we worked with looking for any way out. And there's really no answer. So now, we're living in this world where there's not a real thought going into what's going to happen with the Afghan people.
Well, thank you, Ben. Glad to see you're back safe. And there's so much more to talk about and to see from your reporting. So thanks.
I love that someone in the chat said everyone's trying to get out, including the Taliban. Why the fuck would the Taliban try to get out, dude? They run the country now. Why would they finally want to leave the country when they've accomplish their like goal. After 20 fucking years of fighting for it and dying for it, they achieved it.
One of the most closely guarded secrets of the Cold War was America's role in supporting Afghan warlords known as the Mujahideen. The official story is that America backed these fundamentalists in response to the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in December 1979. But that's not true. It was 6 months before the Soviet...
Oh no, what do you mean? Oh no, this is craziness, absolute madness. This is the fucking point that I was making before about like how if you're mad about the Taliban takeover, you should be mad even before Operation Cyclone. You should be mad at the United States involvement that wanted to go to a USSR invasion by literally drumming up insurgencies and arming the absolute tits out of them. Okay?
invasion in July of
against
that year.
the socialist government.
That President Jimmy Carter authorized $500 million to help set up the Mujahideen, a terrorist organization. The American people were completely unaware that their government, together with the British Secret Service, MI6, had begun training and funding Islamic extremists, including Osama bin Laden.
That's crazy. What?
Out of this came the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and September the 11th. Soon after the Taliban came to power in 1996, the administration of Bill Clinton backed a secret plan for a pipeline through Afghanistan from Central Asia, which has vast reserves of oil and gas. The Taliban were offered a generous cut in the deal and secretly invited to Washington and Texas. They were treated royally, taken shopping and flown to tourist attractions like the NASA Space Center and Mount Rushmore. Their tour was so secret that no television news covered it. Most Americans knew nothing. By the time George W. Bush came to power, the link between Al-Qaeda and the Taliban was an embarrassment, and September the 11th gave Bush an opportunity to get rid of them. Today, Afghanistan is run by a regime installed by the Americans, and the pipeline deal is going ahead. September the 11th also presented an opportunity to an influential group who, even by Republican Party standards, were extreme. Ray McGovern is a former senior officer of the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, and a personal friend of George Bush Sr., the president's father.
The same people who are running U.S. policy now are people that the president's father kept at arm's length. They were referred to in the circles in which I moved when I was briefing at the top intelligence and policy levels. They were referred to as the crazies. The crazies. I mean, you talk about the crazies, everyone knew who they were. Richard Pearl, Paul Wolfowitz, Doug Feith, those folks.
The crazies also include Donald Rumsfeld, seen here in Baghdad in 1986, warmly greeting Saddam Hussein, who was then being armed to the teeth by America and Britain. This is one of their...
Wait, what? Wait, hold on, what? No, wait, did he say they armed Saddam Hussein to the teeth? That's crazy.
Blueprints, published in 2000 by the extreme right-wing group Project for a New American Century. The U.S. military will fight multiple simultaneous wars as the cavalry on the new American frontier. The principal author is William Crystal.
The problem with America is not that we go around marauding around the world.
Fucking Bill Crystal, dude. Another demon.
Imposing ourselves. The problem with America in the last 10, 15 years since the end of the Cold War, really in the last 60 years, is that we've been too slow to get involved.
Yeah, that's the real... Bro, that's the real problem, is just like we're not fucking hitting hard enough, fast enough, you know what I mean?
In conflicts.
Outside America, people have worried about the United States conducting an unprovoked attack on a country, a sovereign country.
Are they? Are they?
Yes, they are.
Really? They're worried we're going to attack Britain, France, Germany, any democracy?
Oh, I love that, dude. I love that. The only countries that matter. No, motherfucker. Of course our NATO allies are not worried about America attacking them because there are NATO allies.
No, because
any decent regime?
No, no.
Oh, decent regime. Okay, never mind. How about the American regime, bro? What's so decent about what we're doing? I hate this fucking piece of shit. I hate Never Trump Republicans so much, dude. And I hate MSNBC for fucking platforming them. And I hate the New York Times for platforming them. Like, they are not a real constituency. They are not a real collective. They're not a real group of individuals. They are mercenaries, okay? They're mercenaries in the take economy. They originally fucking justified so much bloodshed, and then they moved fucking teams, and they still continue to do that exact same thing. The fact that these dudes can run around and write Atlantic articles over and over again when they're abysmal fucking failures, when they're abysmal attitudes, they're horrific attitudes that dehumanized and led to the death of millions of fucking people in the Middle East, is not fairly adjudicated. And instead of going to jail, which they deserve to be in, okay, for a very long time until rehabilitation, they get to fucking just continue to whitewash their involvement, continue to whitewash that same kind of like brutality, and point the finger of blame elsewhere, like they had nothing to do with it.
The United States doesn't usually attack strong countries.
Do we attack decent countries?
No, I said strong countries.
Well, I was asking decent countries.
I don't know.
Are
what
people
you would
really
call,
worried the U.S. is going to go, a decent, law-abiding country, and the U.S. is going to come in and say, we don't like the look of you, we're going to depose you? Is that something the U.S. has done?
What about Iran? Maybe not boots on the ground military warfare, but what about the near entirety of Central America and South America? What about those countries? Law-abiding. Was Chile not law-abiding?
Quite often. How many countries has the U.S. attacked in the last 15 years?
All of them. The answer is like all of them with the exclusion of NATO and China and like other regional powers that this person, or superpowers around the world that this person is like correctly pointing out.
Well, since World War II, there have been 72 interventions by the United States.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
That's ludicrous.
Well, it's not ludicrous.
That's ludicrous. No, that's history, you fucking piece of shit. That's the best part. That number is actually a conservative estimation, okay? And it's also increased significantly since this video was filmed. But let me just say something here, okay? The reason why Billy Crystal, old Slick Willie, can get away with like laughing at America's horrific wrongs throughout history is because most of you don't know the history. Most people don't know the history. Okay? That's it. That's literally it, because it's not taught in schools. You don't fucking hear about it. You never hear about it. Even if you go to college, you don't hear about it more often than not. Okay? So miss me with that, like, college is a Marxist indoctrination factory. Okay? Because neoliberal hegemony dictates or necessitates imperialism, and the only way to sustain it is by feeding you a steady diet of misinformation, purposeful obfuscation of the truth, omission, all of that.
Ludicrous is true. These are some of the countries where the United States, directly and indirectly, has overthrown governments, manipulated elections, and attacked popular movements since 1945. Bush's war on terror is just another brand name replacing the Red Menace as justification for a systematic aggression. This is well documented, yet it remains a kind of secret history, seldom reported in the West, as a war of terror.
It's just a list of the countries. Yeah, like all of them. If the U.S. stops imposing its will, what's stopping Russia or China or any of the global powers from threatening the U.S.? What do you mean threatening the U.S.? What does that mean? Like, I need someone to explain threatening the U.S. by what, dude? People always fucking say this, like... Obviously, we're holding off the Chinese front from the Middle East. I don't understand, though. Like, why? It's been a fucking massive burden for us, and we've done so much death and destabilization. Let China fucking deal with it and ruin their own imperial endeavors if they're going to do so. That was taken from this documentary. I got timestamps if you want it. Oh, this is an entire documentary about the lies on war on terror. I don't want to... Dude, I don't want to go through another 51-minute documentary with, like, a fuckload of blood. When you say you don't want the United States interfering, what you mean is, like, you don't want the United States to interfere, or when you say you don't want other nations to interfere, what you actually mean is you don't want the other nations to fucking, you know, steal the resources that we are supposed to be stealing. Okay? That's it. That's the reality. Because that's all that's happening. Okay? Why did so many dinosaurs die in the Middle East? What? Like, yo, istiyorum yap lütfen. Yok, hayır. Okay, here's what I will say. Okay? Our insurgent and our destabilization efforts have not necessarily changed the ideologies of these places. Look no further than the Middle East or areas where America's involvement has changed the ideologies of that, or the dominant ideologies. It's always for the worst. Okay? Because we align ourselves when there is any sort of like socialist momentum or anything going on. The United States will align itself with fascists, with brutal dictators, like we did in Cuba, or fundamentalists, religious fundamentalists. And then once they're done fucking around, if that ever does happen, they will create actual momentum behind whatever that fundamentalist, anti-imperialist force is, leaving the people helpless and seeing the psychopathic religious warlords as their like only way to like stop further U.S. occupation. It literally just happened in Afghanistan with the Taliban. That's it. Your takes are honestly dog shit speaking out of your ass most of the time without credible sources. Please talk with facts, not personal feelings. Thanks. Aw. How nice of him to say thanks, though. Yeah, it's totally dog shit, man. Totally. I know. You fucking own me.
Tonight,
inside the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan. I don't know if we should watch yet another fucking video on this, dude. I feel like we've seen all of this. And we watched different parts of this. I think this is just a collection of all of those videos. There was a couple different things I wanted to watch. What the Taliban takeover means?
All right, hey, welcome back, my friends. We have some terrible news. This past Sunday, the Taliban overthrew Bagram Air Base. Now, this is arguably the most fortified and defensible location in Afghanistan.
Yeah, totally, dude. Until, you know, the U.S. forces fucking left in the dead of the night without even informing the Afghan allies that they were leaving. And then when people yelled at them for doing that, you're an industry plan here to spread lies, stop the misinformation. Yeah, true. Yeah, when people were like, what the fuck, why'd you guys do that? They were like, okay, well, we did that because, you know, OPSEC. Oh, here's what I wanted to watch. We had to fucking leave without informing the Afghans because we couldn't let the Taliban know of our strategic evacuation.
When you look at what's happened over the last week,
The fuck is this? This is so quiet.
was it a failure of intelligence? When you look at what's happened over the last week, was it a failure of intelligence, planning, execution, or judgment?
Look, I don't think it was a fair. Look, it was a simple choice, George. When the Taliban, let me put it another way. When you had the government of Afghanistan, the leader of that government getting in a plane and taking off and going to another country, when you saw the significant collapse of the Afghan troops we had trained, up to 300,000 of them, just leaving their equipment and taking off. That was, you know, I'm not, this is that.
You know the funniest part about this? You know how I told you guys that, I've talked about this before, like, you know, there is a bipartisan consensus on, like, America's imperialist endeavors, never-ending war, death, destabilization, yada, yada. And, you know, it goes above party lines always, and that's precisely why Obama didn't prosecute former Bush-era administration officials for their war crimes, for torture, and simply said, we must not look backwards, we must look forward, and said, yep, we tortured some folks. Instead of actually giving them any sort of accountability for the actions that, the horrific actions that they engaged in, or even lying about the Iraq War, all this stuff. So that was that is yet another example of, like, the American war machine being bipartisan, right? And that's precisely what Joe Biden is doing here. If he wanted to, he could literally throw the previous administration under the bus. He could just be like, listen, Jack, I didn't fucking negotiate the terms of this goddamn evacuation. Trump did. I didn't ask the Trump administration to not bring the Afghan government to the table when they were negotiating with the Taliban on a conditional withdrawal. Trump's administration did. I'm simply here because I believe it's the right thing to do to you know, pull our forces out of this never-ending war. It was inevitable that death and destabilization was going to come. And I feel terrible for the people of Afghanistan. But the reality is, we were not a force for good there. Like, he could say that, and he would be honest. He could literally turn around and just be like, it wasn't my fucking deal. It was the Trump deal. I just facilitated it. I just executed it, right? Because that's the truth. But he's not throwing the previous administration under the bus. He's caping for them because that's how this works. In a lot of instances, most of these people are the same. The people that executed that deal with the Taliban are still the same people in the fucking defense side. And it's the same attitude that every administration has had, with the exception of Donald Trump, who was just like constantly fucking shit on every other previous administration.
That's what happened. That's simply what happened.
But we've all seen the pictures. We've seen those hundreds of people packed into a C-17. We've seen
Where's the Trump agreement you speak of? Yeah, where is that, dude? I totally am making this up, right? It was literally on 9/11 too. I know that the GOP is trying to retcon it, but oh my fucking god, dude. How do I hacker man's this, dude? This sucks. There it is. Hacker man's. I mean, here, yeah, never mind. Don't believe me? Ask Donald Trump, dude. This was from 1 month ago. Trump, 1 month ago on the campaign, on a campaign trail, but 1 fucking month ago.
The process, all the troops are coming back home. They couldn't stop the process. 21 years is enough, don't we think? 21 years. They couldn't stop the process. They wanted to, but it was very tough to stop the process when other things are at. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's a shame. 21 years by a government that wouldn't last. The only way they last is if we're there. What are we going to say? We'll stay for another 21 years, then we'll stay for another 50. The whole thing is ridiculous. So we're bringing our troops back home. I started.
It's a deep fake, brother, right? Pentagon says the U.S. has dropped to 2,500 troops in Afghanistan. The U.S. military has met its goal of reducing the number of troops in Afghanistan to about 2,500 by Friday, a drawdown that may have violated a last-minute congressional prohibition. Trump taking credit for something he actually did. What? Well, now he's not. That's the funniest part. The funniest part is Trump actually, that's your argument? Wait, Trump literally last month saying that we are pulling out of Afghanistan on my negotiations, on my deal, is not enough? Dude, I love Trump supporters, man. You will never be able to convince them because, like, they will literally hear Donald Trump say, I did this, okay? And it was fucking awesome. And then they'll still turn around and be like, oh, no, he didn't do it. Like, I don't care that he actually said he did it. Remember when Trump requested withdrawals of troops and people in the Pentagon and liberal media bragged about fudging the numbers up to keep troops on the field? Yes, I do remember. I was defending Donald Trump. At that point, I was literally, unironically defending Donald Trump. If you guys remember, the only thing I said that I was like worried about is whether the troop withdrawal meant that there was going to be an increase of defense contractors. Donald Trump talked about how he wanted to fucking pull troops out of Afghanistan in nearly every single fucking campaign speech that he gave. Biden faces Trump's deadline on Afghanistan troop withdrawal. Any way you cut it, we are headed for a messy outcome. Oh, wow, look at that. That's back in March. That's crazy, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. The Trump administration literally freed the Mullah Barabar from Pakistani prison. He will now probably be the next president of Afghanistan, the next, like, the Taliban president. The Trump administration literally went to Pakistan, took him out of prison, which he was in for 8 years, and then negotiated with him on, it's Barabar, not Barabar. Shut the fuck up. Barabar. Whatever, it doesn't matter. took him out of fucking prison, and negotiated with him on 9/11 last year. Like, you can't make this up. The U.S. and Taliban have signed an agreement for bringing peace to Afghanistan after more than 18 years of conflict. The U.S. and NATO allies have agreed to withdraw troops within 14 months if militants uphold the deal. President Trump said it had been a long and hard journey in Afghanistan. It's time, after all these years, to bring our people back home, he said.
We've had tremendous success in Afghanistan in the killing of terrorists, but it's time, after all these years, to go and to bring our people back home. We want to bring our people back home. And again, it's been a long journey in Afghanistan in particular. It's been a very long journey. It's been a hard journey for everybody. We're very largely a law enforcement group, and that's not what our soldiers are all about. They're fighters. They're the greatest fighters in the world. As you know, we've destroyed in Syria and Iraq 100% of the ISIS caliphate, 100%.
Why should our...
That's crazy, man. What a wild deep fake that was, right? Wait, didn't Biden change that plan 2 months ago? No, he fucking didn't. What are you talking about? He literally just like followed through on the conditional withdrawal. Dude, chuds are so funny. Like, Trump supporters are so funny. They're like grasping at fucking straws when I show them it's literally Donald Trump. And it's actually Donald Trump's deal. They're now, at first they were saying that's not real. It wasn't Donald Trump's deal. Now they're fucking saying, oh, well, it was Donald Trump's deal, but like Biden fudged it up. No, it was Donald Trump's fucking deal. And Biden is just continuing on that fucking deal. It doesn't matter. They're both at fault anyway.
That's what happened. That's simply what happened.
But we've all seen the pictures. We've seen the...
Did he have to follow through, though? Yeah, no, dude. You know there's a ceasefire. Since you don't know the fucking details of conditional withdrawal, let me explain it to you. There's a fucking ceasefire, okay, that the Taliban agreed to. And we sucked it up. And even when they killed contractors and shit, still, we didn't do anything. Okay? Because we knew that if we started fucking fighting again, it would be 10 more fucking years of destabilization. Which is against the best interests of the U.S. empire at the time. There was a ceasefire with American forces and the Taliban. And that ceasefire was slated to end. So what did you want? Did you want them to fucking literally... I mean, we're going to get to the Donald Trump video right now in a second. But did you want them to like go back into war?
Those hundreds of people packed into a C-17. We've seen Afghans falling.
That was 4 days ago, 5 days ago.
What did you think when you first saw those pictures?
What I thought was we have to gain control of this. We have to move this more quickly. We have to move in a way in which we can take control of that airport. And
it sounds like you wanted the U.S. to stay there? Fuck no.
We did.
So you don't think this could have been handled, this actually could have been handled better in any way? No mistakes?
No, I don't think it could have been handled in a way that we're going to go back in hindsight and look, but the idea...
Dude, every single president since Carter has had a hand in the situation in Afghanistan. Every single president. Please stop looking at this on partisan lines, you fucking fools. We are talking about war, dude. There is no party line on war. Every single fucking president, no matter if they're Democrat, no matter if they're Republican, has played an active role in the death and devastation in the Middle East and also in Afghanistan. Okay? Stop. I know that this breaks people's brains. I know that this breaks people's brains because they're like, wait a minute, like, I only have one way to understand. I only have one way to understand the news, and that's through like a partisan framework. Like what you're saying breaks my brain a little bit. There is no party lines when it comes to war, okay? Both parties are slaves to the military-industrial complex, okay? Jesus Christ.
That somehow there's a way to have gotten out without chaos ensuing. I don't know how that happens. I don't know how that happened.
So for you, that was always priced into the decision?
Yes.
Soldiers.
Oh shit. Let's listen to the fucking lies told by Fox memo details mask requirements and vaccine passport system while the network keeps railing against them for everyone else, by the way. They fucking did it. They found it. Some brave Fox News media member actually leaked it to the media. They did. Look at that. Fox News, dear colleagues, as all of you know, at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. What? What the fuck? I can't believe... Wait, what? And if you'd like to no longer see the ads, and if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. What? Whether it's for $5 or for free? With a Twitch Prime, you can subscribe for free, or you can use an ad block or a VPN. But Twitch Prime is free if you have an Amazon Prime account. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. What the fuck? That's so crazy that they did that. That they wrote that. No way. Okay, here are some of the steps we're currently taking given the rise of COVID cases nationwide. We've asked all employees, whether on site, as part of our essential workforce, or working remotely, to upload their vaccination status into Workday. This is being done for space planning and contract tracing purposes in conjunction with the CDC state city health safety guidelines. Last week, we reinstated our on-site COVID testing program every Monday and Thursday for select essential employees due to their work environment within our New York offices. In our New York offices, masks remain optional for vaccinated individuals, but are strongly encouraged in public areas throughout the building. However, we are requiring employees to wear a mask in small, confined spaces with limited opportunities for social distancing. That's so weird. All employees and vendors are required to complete a daily screening ahead of reporting to work. At many locations, you will ask to display either a Work Care Go to Work green screen or a Fox Clear Pass to a security representative upon entering the building or workspace. Wow. Additionally, for those of you coping with the stress from the ongoing difficulties posed by the pandemic, they have employee assistance program. Wait, it says that your health and safety are always a top priority. Comical, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift subs. That's crazy. Isn't this New York regulations? Yeah, but they comply with New York regulations, which means that they are either completely vaccinated or even when they're completely vaccinated, they still have to wear masks. That's really weird that they have that's really, really weird that they have these rules, and yet all the Fox News hosts are fucking crying about it in the news. Almost like these rules help people, and they know that it helps people, which is precisely why they don't have a fucking problem when they have to abide by them or when they go and get the jab.
Mr. President.
But they portray themselves in an entirely different way. They portray themselves in an entirely different way when it comes to, the outward-facing rhetoric.
And thank you for being with us. Let me go back. I've had a number of people tell me that there were very specific conditions and very specific warnings that you gave personally to the Taliban.
Personally.
Joe Biden.
What the fuck? Hal Gayer, thank you for the 71. Why 71? What a strange thing. For the 71 gifted subs.
Biden is trying to blame you. I want first to give you an opportunity to respond to that, your assessment of what's going on, and what was that conversation to the extent you feel you're able to share it with us.
Well, it's good to be with you, Sean, but it's a terrible time for our country. I don't think in all of the years our country has ever been so humiliated. I don't know, would you call it a military defeat or a psychological defeat? There's never been anything like what's happened here. It's you can go back to Jimmy Carter.
No, we didn't watch this yesterday. We watched like 3 clips from it, but I wanted to watch the thing. Okay, thank you.
With the hostages.
Thank you.
We all thought that was a great embarrassment, and we were pulled out of that by Ronald Reagan. This is many, many times worse, and you're dealing with thousands and thousands of Americans and others that are stranded and very dangerously, really stranded in Afghanistan. So it's something that you can't even believe that a thing like this could. I looked at that big monster cargo plane yesterday with people grabbing the side and trying to get flown out of Afghanistan because of their fear, their incredible fear, and they're blowing off the plane from 2,000 feet up in the air. It's nobody's ever seen anything like that. That blows the helicopters in Vietnam away. That's not even a contest. This has been the most humiliating period of time I've ever seen. Yeah, we had a great deal. We worked on it very hard. Mike Pompeo, a brilliant guy, and many others worked on it endlessly. Meetings with the Taliban. Of course, you have to meet with the Taliban. They're the ones that you're negotiating with. I spoke on numerous occasions to the head of the Taliban, and we had a very strong conversation. I told him up front, I said, look, before we start, let me just tell you right now that if anything bad happens to Americans or anybody else, or if you ever come over to our land, we will hit you with a force that no country has ever been hit with before. A force so great that you won't even believe it. And your village, and we know where it is, and I named it, will be the first one.
Mr.
The first
President, I want to interrupt.
Dropped right there.
You said this to who?
Yeah.
Who did you said to that to who?
To Mullah Baradar, who is
The Mullah Baradar, who he got out of Pakistani prison.
probably the top person. Now, nobody really knows who the top person is, but I would say that's probably the top person, and it seems to be that's the way it's rolling right now. But I had a very strong conversation. I also had a good conversation with him. We talked for a while after that. That was the primary point I was making, and he understood it. And I asked him, do you understand? He said, yes, I do understand. And I wanted them to get a deal done with the Afghan government. Now, I never had a lot of confidence, frankly, in Ghani. I said that openly and plainly. I thought he was a total crook. I thought he got away with murder. He spent all his time whining and dining our senators. I mean, the senators were in his pocket. That was one of the problems that we had, but I never liked him. And I guess based on his escape with cash, I don't know, maybe that's a true story. I would suspect it is. All you have to do is look at his lifestyle, study his houses where he lives. He got away with murder in many different ways. But I had a very, very strong talk with the Taliban, which I consider to be much more important in this sense because they were the problem. And they've been there for a long time, and they're good fighters, and they fight hard. And after I said that, we had a pretty good conversation. Now, I have to tell you that if you remember, when they were coming to Washington to meet with me, they decided to kill an American soldier because they thought that was a good way to negotiate. And I canceled the trip. And we had a conditions-based agreement. And if you remember, it said May 1st, we want to get out because we have to get out. I've listened to people on your show and other shows say we should stay. They don't know. We were spending $42 billion a year. $42 billion. Think of it, $42 billion. I understand Russia spends $50 billion a year for their entire military. We were spending $42 billion, not 1%. They were saying 1%. That's a lot of nonsense. We're spending $42 billion a year on defending this for years and years. We've been there really now, not 20 years, but 21 and a half years. And we get nothing out of any of these things that we do, whether it's them or many other countries I could tell you about. I'm not going to insult anybody right now. But to spend that kind of money and then to have people get on shows and say how inexpensive it was. And I have to tell you also that we lost no soldiers in the last year and a half because of me and because of the understanding that we had. We lost no, think of that. In Chicago and in New York and in other cities in the United States, many people die every weekend. We lost no.
Also under your watch, though. So, like, it's not a massive cap. He's right. There's a reason why they say Chirac. Like, he's not wrong. But you're fucking the president of America. So, kind of weird that you're bringing that up. I mean, he basically admitted everything, dude. He's like admitting every part of this process.
No soldiers in Afghanistan because they knew I wasn't going to put up with it. And that's what happened. So we had a very strong conversation.
Let me ask you this, sir. You know, it's interesting to listen to Joe Biden blame you. I inherited this deal, he kept saying, but he also inherited secure borders, and he also inherited energy independence, and he also inherited 3 vaccines and therapeutics like Regeneron. And we now see what's been unfolding, and he didn't have inflation at the time. I want to go back. I want to be very clear here, because Secretary of State Pompeo on this program said exactly what you did, that there wouldn't be an exit strategy that didn't include the current conditions on the ground. And I have multiple sources, and you're confirming tonight, that it sounds to me like you told the Taliban that if they violated any aspect of this agreement with territorial ambitions, we learned last week that 60% of the country was in their control. And you told them in no uncertain terms, it sounds to me like you would basically treat them like you took care of the caliphate in Syria, ISIS.
Well, we did. We got rid of the caliphate. Everyone said it was impossible, and I did it very quickly, and I let the generals make the decisions. The generals, the real generals, the ones that were over there doing the fighting, the ones that knew how to do it, because we have a lot of generals that shouldn't be generals right now, frankly. And I'm watching them all the time. But we have some great ones. We have great leaders in our military. We have the greatest military in the world. And we're giving it a very bad reputation by what's happening. Think of it. We took this horrible place. I mean, a place that just we shouldn't have been involved. It was a horrible decision going into the Middle East. And I know the Bush family will not be happy, but I believe it was the worst decision in the history of our country when we decided to go into the Middle East. It's turned out to be quicksand. We've destroyed the Middle East. Do you think it's better now than it was 20, 21 years ago? It's much worse. It was a horrible decision, cost us trillions of dollars. And if you look at both sides, because I like to look at both sides, millions and millions of lives. And it's no different than it was. It's much worse because you have to rebuild it. It's been blown to pieces. The worst decision ever made was going, you can do a strike as retribution, and it could be a big strike as retribution for the World Trade Center, etc.
Bro, he literally dropped a Moab, the mother of all bombs, in Afghanistan, like as one of the first things that he did, for literally no reason, like absolutely zero reason, dude. I do find it really funny though that like whenever Trump is spitting, he's fucking spitting. Like, he's right. Like everything he's saying, from, you know, fighting, going into Afghanistan was one of the worst foreign policy mishaps of all time. Like, he's right.
But to get stuck in there was like quicksand. So we did a terrible thing. But think of what's happening now. I've heard as many as 40,000 Americans And the Taliban, good fighters, I will tell you, they're good fighters. We have to give them credit for that. They've been fighting for 1,000 years. That's what they do, is they fight. The Taliban has circled the airport.
Bro, yo, I wish I was a Republican, dude. Straight up. Like, you get away with everything when you're a Republican. Like, everything. Like, my man said, the Taliban are fucking great fighters, dude. Can you imagine any leftist that says that? Immediately, like, wow, I can't believe this person, like, unironically loves the Taliban. Why are you defending the Taliban? You love Taliban. Like, can you imagine Ilhan, yeah, as Chatter pointed out, like, an Ilhan Omar take like that? Imagine Obama saying that. Like, liberal media fucking ripped Bernie a new asshole for saying that, like, the Cuba literacy programs were, like, good and shit like that. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, Donald Trump is literally like, the Taliban, they're fucking based. They're based. It's a Maoist revolution. I love it. Let me tell you, that guy Mao, he has some good ideas. Wrote a lot of poetry. You ever read his poetry? Very good. The People's Revolution, they're revolting. You have nothing to lose but your chains, I said. And like Republicans are like, yeah, brother. I fucking love that, brother. That's so good. Yeah, Joe Pags was losing his fucking mind when I was saying the exact same things as Trump. Why do Americans scrutinize Democrats more than Republicans? Because Republicans own patriotism. Mao, he was a deal maker. If you say racist shit, you can get away with it, bro. LMAO. Yeah, I mean, as long as you accompany it by being like, they're dogs, they're animals, Our military members, they're so hot. They're so fucking hot. I would have sucked their cocks. Then you can say whatever you want. You know what I mean?
And who knows if they're going to treat us right? You know, all of a sudden they'll say, well, frankly, if they were smart, they'd really, and they are smart, they should let the Americans out. But we've had situations where you have 2 or 3 or 4 hostages. We could have 40,000 Americans, not to mention others, like people that helped us in Afghanistan. So we've never had a situation like this. We have 40,000 potential.
The Taliban, they're so smart. I love them. They're so smart. They're so handsome. You see what they're doing? They put on that eyeliner. They call it guy liner. I like it. People are saying it's good to get the sweat out of their eye. That's why they're such good shots. They're crack shots. Our soldiers, they're losers. They're losers. Some of the generals, they're handsome. But they don't have guy liner. Believe me. That's why I said to our handsome generals, I told them, you look like you're out of central casting. Come here. I told them, use guy liner in the U.S. military. Believe me. And the generals said no. Oh, man.
Hostages, a minimum of 11,000, but it could be as many as 40. No, they have no idea how many. Nobody knows how many. They don't know anything.
When Joe Biden told the country that he trusted that the Afghan military was so far superior and they were over 300,000 strong and they had an air force and we wouldn't see what happened in Saigon, he couldn't have been more wrong.
Someone should ask Donald Trump why he didn't facilitate the troop withdrawal in the 4 years of his fucking presidency if he was going to do it better. Like, if liberal media treated Donald Trump evenly in the same way that they do, like, anyone who goes against war, which will never happen, they would unironically be like, don't you feel like you are responsible for the death and destruction that befalls upon the Afghan citizens by not taking decisive and quick action and leaving it to the next administration, which you did everything in your power to undermine in the transition? Because you were too busy doing a fucking tour, a world tour about how you actually hadn't lost the election and, you know, driving up your own support for an insurrectionist movement that ultimately led to the January 6th Capitol riots? That's the question you gotta ask him. Like, you were too busy doing that shit instead of fucking, you know, pod kid in there.
But let me go back to the words you used to the Taliban leader, because we knew last week that 60% of the country had already been taken over by the Taliban. And there was no sense of urgency. To me, under your plan, if they had taken over 5%, not 60, like they had last, 5% that was not in your agreement, what would have happened to them?
We would have hit them very hard. Again, the words are conditions, plural, conditions based. It was an agreement where actually we wanted to get out by May 1st, and they violated the agreement, so we didn't. It's a great agreement from a lot of different standpoints. And frankly, Biden didn't have to even go by that agreement. He could have done. Look what he's done to the border. We had the greatest border, southern border, in the history of.
Once again, literally admitting that Biden is just following the terms of the agreement that he put together. Sorry.
Our country. We stopped drugs. We stopped human trafficking. We stopped people from coming in, prisoners from coming in. Now you'll have, I mean, you have the worst people in the world. They're emptying their jails into our country. This is like the southern border, but it's handled even worse. Nobody handled the southern border worse than him. We had the most secure border we've ever had. Now we have by far the worst border we've ever had. Well, Afghanistan is the exact same thing. To think of this, we have a military. It's holding it. You know, I got it reduced down to 2,500 soldiers, and they were doing a good job. It was fine. It was a smaller force. I took it down from close to 20 to 2,500, and we were fine. But we have the military there, and we take the military out before we took our civilians out, and before we took the interpreters and other. We want to try and help. But by the way, I'm America first, okay? The Americans come out first. But we're also going to help people that helped us. And we have to be very careful with the vetting because you have some rough people in there, but we're going to help those people. But can you imagine? Now, what we were going to do just very quickly is we were going to take the military out last, okay, last. The people were coming out. They were going to come out. But the agreement was violated, so I held things back because we weren't going to do anything, again, conditions-based. So they weren't fulfilling their obligations and conditions.
He's literally admitting that, like, he didn't follow the terms of his own agreement, making it more complicated to do a full withdrawal in the immediate first month of the Biden presidency. Like, he's basically just saying he held things back, which I see as, like, an admission that he was still fucking it up.
But here's just to finish. The people come out first. Then I was going to take all of the military equipment. We have billions and billions of dollars worth of new Black Hawk helicopters, brand new, that Russia now will be examining, and so will China, and so will everybody else to figure it because it's the greatest in the world. We have brand new army tanks and all sorts.
He said the Taliban violated the agreement. I understand that. Except he then said that he pushed back the evacuation. Like, he personally pushed back on the evacuation of military personnel, implying that he himself also took actions that would have stopped the actual conditional agreement from being executed, literally all the way to the end of said agreement, which was going to be dealt with on I think it was May 1st, right? Jason Allen, you are correct. Trump did do the same thing in Syria, but the Republicans loved it then. But also, there's a government in Syria, so that's a major difference. Whereas the puppet government that we had installed in Afghanistan, that was not real. Like, I'm not a fucking, Lion of Syria fan myself. But ultimately, the reality is that he still does have a government and a military. Remember when he said he told their leader that they'd destroy them if any of their men were killed, and then when they did that, he didn't do that? Yeah, of course, because it's a fucking lie. Do you think he intentionally dumped it on Biden, knowing it would be a PR disaster? No, I think he's like, this is like one of those areas where he is a bit of an outsider. And so he knows, he's like so good. He's got such a keen eye for like recognizing what American people want. And he noticed that this was an unpopular war, and it was just like fucking killing kids and not Afghan kids, of course. He doesn't give a fuck about that. They're brown. Who gives a shit? But he 100% was like, Americans don't want this anymore. You know what I mean? And we can use our resources elsewhere. You know, we can go fucking fight in Africa. You know what I mean? All these other places. So he most likely thought that he was going to be the president when the pullout was happening. And I personally believe he wouldn't have pulled out. Because if he was going to pull out, he would have fucking pulled out in the beginning of his out of context clip. Wait, what? What did I say? I personally think that he thought he was still going to be president, and he most likely was not going to pull out in the end. Because he is a lot more susceptible to pressure than, for some weird reason, like Biden was. Or at least Biden recognized that. Biden basically recognized that, the public wanted this. Now, attitudes are changing because the media is like pumping a steady diet of misinformation. But I think like Biden has an opportunity to fucking say that, this is what was necessary. It was always going to be a fuck up. I'm going to be an adult about it, and I'm taking responsibility, even though it's not entirely my responsibility. I was an opponent, of the troop surge under the Obama administration when I was fucking vice president, which is true. He wanted to send in still a surge, but not 100,000, less troops, but still. It was a fuck up in 2001. It was a fuck up when I was vice president, and it's still a fuck up. And I had to do the right thing by the Afghan civilians and the right thing by our American soldiers. But your Democrat is coming out. Wait, what? How is that your Democrat is coming out? I literally just said it was a massive policy failure and a fuck up that was devastating, including the fucking troop surge under the Obama administration when he was the vice president. You think Democrats actually fucking think that? What are you, silly? Democrats think Obama has never done anything wrong except like wear a fucking tan suit.
Sorts of equipment, missiles. We have everything. I was going to take it out because I knew they weren't going to fight. Just one thing, and I have to say, and this is different from everyone else, I said, why are they fighting? Why are these Afghan soldiers fighting against the Taliban? And I was told some very bad information by a lot of different people. The fact is, they're among the highest paid soldiers in the world. They were doing it for a paycheck because once we left, they stopped fighting. So all of the people that talk about the bravery and everything, I say everybody's brave. But the fact is, our country was paying the Afghan soldiers a fortune. So we were sort of bribing them to fight. And that's not what it's all about. It's a great thing that we're getting out, but nobody has ever.
No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's right. The problem is, okay, here's what the issue is, guys. He's not wrong. He's completely correct. The problem is the actual end point he arrives at. The premises are correct. It's just that he arrives at the wrong conclusion. The conclusion is that Afghans are cowards and they're only mercenaries. The real conclusion is that they just didn't want to fucking fight the Taliban for an occupying force. You see what I'm saying? And they were going to continue getting money as much as they can, but the real reason was like they want stability. They don't want fucking endless war. He also did say that they were brave, including the Afghan National Security and the Taliban. He literally said the Taliban are fucking incredible fighters.
Never handled a withdrawal worse than Joe Biden. This is the greatest embarrassment, I believe, in the history.
That's a bit far. He literally said that. They're highly paid, the Afghan security forces? No, they're not highly paid.
Of our country.
Mr. President, we don't...
The Taliban were, like, unironically better paid than... The Taliban is actually a very well-paid, well-oiled machine. They get a fuckload of Wahhabist funding.
I don't know how many Americans are trapped behind enemy lines. We know that the Taliban have set up a perimeter around the airport. I guess the question is, how do we get our people home now? What would you advise? What would you do if you were put into this situation right now and dropped in and you were to take over? What is the answer? Because we don't know where they are. Senator Tom Cotton literally said that people are being told to go to a website. Don't call anymore. Go to a website, he said. I'm like, please tell me we have a better plan than that. Joe's been on vacation. I just heard that apparently he landed back at the White House. Nice of him to return.
And he only returned because he was getting...
Bro. You're talking to Donald Trump, dude. He literally is the record holder for most vacations. What do you mean? Like, not to be too much of a lib, but Donald Trump literally holds the record for most, like, off days, golf days out of any president. Not a single president will ever reach his number. He did break that in like the first year too. That's so funny. They're like, I can't believe Joe Biden is on vacation. Which, by the way, yeah, I mean, yeah, why is he on vacation? That's actually a correct take there. You should not be on fucking vacation when you know that like your troops are withdrawing. But the real reason why Joe Biden is on vacation when the troops are withdrawing is because he's not actually on vacation. He's in a fucking vat, okay? He's in a vat, and he's strapped up to a bunch of fucking, fluid pumping machines that is directly pumping adrenochrome into his goddamn old-ass, brittle-boned body so that he can at least go on stage and like, yeah, Jack Malarkey for like 3.5 minutes, okay? That's the real reason why he's not on scene and on call 24/7 during this fucking troubling time.
Terrible press. Okay, he didn't return for any other reason. And I don't even believe he's calling the shots. Look, what you need more than anything is a president that's respected. You need a president that got rid of ISIS. We got 100% got rid of ISIS. We did a job. Al-Baghdadi, I won't even mention all of the things that we did. Nobody's ever done what we've done. We were respected all over the world. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars of tariffs. Companies were moving back into our country, and China respected us. And frankly, they respected me. But you look, Russia, I had the pipeline stopped, totally stopped. Biden comes in, he approves that pipeline, but he disapproves the Keystone XL pipeline. You need a president that's respected. I've never realized how important, frankly, and it's a horrible thing to say, how important a president, the head of this country, is. I thought it would maybe run through bureaucracy. It doesn't. You need somebody up there that they're going to respect. So when they say, oh, he talked to the Taliban, you remember they were criticizing me. They criticized me when I talked to Kim Jong-un. Well, President Biden told me it's the single biggest problem we have. I said, have you ever called him? Have you ever talked to him? No, I haven't. He did try, but it was not receptive on the other side. But it was receptive with me. Now, we were supposed to have a war, and probably a very big nuclear war. I get along with him great, and I got along with him great. He doesn't like Biden much, I'll tell you that. But I got along with him great, and we had no problems. You remember that. We were virtually, remember the big button versus the little button and the whole thing. Let me just, we get along great. We had a very good relationship. We met. We got no credit for that one. No problem. By the way, South Korea, I got them to pay billions of dollars. Billions. We're protecting South Korea. They're very wealthy. They built the ships. They built the televisions. They do everything. They're very rich. They were paying us nothing. I got them to pay billions and billions of dollars because we're protecting them from North Korea. And I had a very good relationship with President Moon and all of the people in South Korea. In fact, they liked me and I liked them. But I said, why are we doing this for nothing? Japan, the same thing. So many. We're protecting the world. We can't do this. We're not supposed to be doing this. If you look at Russia, if you look at China,
he's so good, dude. I think the liberal consultants that don't let Joe Biden go off book like this are doing such a disservice to him. They actually are. Because, like, he's so funny, dude. I hate watching long-form Trump clips because my once normal parents eat this up now. Like, he's insane, dude. He's literally insane. He's like, they had so much money. Look at their TVs. LG. They got cars. They got TVs. They have so much money. So I made them. Why are you molding? I'm not. What do you mean? What? I mean, he is the definition of old man yells at cloud, but he does it in such an entertaining way.
How many countries are they fighting for? One. You ask them. They're fighting for Russia. They're fighting for China. They're not fighting for 93 different countries all over the world. Most of them, nobody ever heard of them. So we had a very, very strong conversation with the mullah. And frankly, it absolutely, they would not have done what they've done right now. This is the greatest embarrassment and beyond embarrassment. This is something that it will affect our relationships for years to come and decades to come. I will say, when China watches this, they're so happy and they're laughing at us. They're laughing. I extracted billions and billions of dollars out of China. Never happened. We never got 10 cents from China. Billions and billions. They were so happy to see a rigged election. They might have helped it along, actually, but they were so happy. But, Sean, I'll tell you what, this is the greatest embarrassment that I've ever seen. This is, and you know it better than you do it.
My man's still saying rigged election, dude. You got to respect it. He is high off that copium, dude. I mean, he is so high off that fucking copium, dude.
Incredible job in covering it, and I appreciate it. The whole country appreciates it. This is the greatest embarrassment in the history of our country. There's never been, and let me tell you, we haven't stopped. This is not ending. Again, we have all of those thousands of Americans over there and others, and you're saying, how are they going to get? They have a Taliban ring around the airport. They said nobody else. Now, they're saying we'll negotiate, but do you really think, I mean, their history is that they're very brutal and they don't like to negotiate. That's their history. And Biden put us in this position. He should have gotten the civilians out first. Then he should have taken the military equipment. We have billions of dollars of brand new, beautiful equipment. Take the equipment out and then take the soldiers.
That's literally not how that works. Like, even I know that. Like, I wasn't the president, And I know that you're not, like, America has never taken out the equipment, okay? That does not happen. They blow it up. Because the equipment is incredibly expensive to fucking ship back. America has never fucking airlifted their equipment back. Why do people hate Trump? I never know why. What? Because he's a fucking asshole, dude. What do you mean? He's like a brutal person. It's cheaper to buy more. It's better to buy more. You know, we're already paid for more anyway. The only fucking the only good thing about Trump is that he's just like a real petty bitch who loves drama.
Out. And frankly,
what about Blackhawks though? They can literally fly them back. What? Fly them back to America, dude? What kind of take is this, dude? Like there are some equipment that I'm sure they fucking fly back, but you make it seem like wait, not fly back to like America, but like fly to different bases if it's like close enough. But do you understand how expensive it would be to like fly a Black Hawk helicopter to a fucking base that's outside of Afghanistan? Even then. So what happens is some additional info. So what happens is, yes, U.S. Army to scrap $7 billion in equipment in Afghanistan. This is what happens. You go in there and you fucking in preparation for a complete exit from Afghanistan. By the way, this was in 2013. The U.S. military has destroyed more than 170 million pounds worth of military equipment. So you blow it up and you leave it in a state of disrepair, so you can't like repair it. You can't fly a Black Hawk to Germany? Exactly. Like, you can't do that. Fly to a Navy carrier? Yeah, dude. A Navy carrier that costs $3 million a day to fucking operate. Let's just move another Navy carrier, which doesn't have space, for a fucking Black Hawk. Like, dude, your comprehension of like how American imperialism works is so funny, dude. Yeah, bring a fucking Navy carrier into the goddamn desert, dude. Landlocked ass Afghanistan. But how do these guns get there in the first place? They ship them in. It's useful to spend a fuckload of money shipping in weapons when they're new, so you can use it on civilians and also the Taliban. Okay? It's no longer useful to you because there's new versions of that. And also on top of that, like, why the fuck would you ship back trash like it's shot at? It's secondhand. This guy's opinion is literally based off video game logic. Oh, you mean you're talking to the chatters, right? Not me. Navy here. We definitely help store, extract vehicles, aircraft equipment. Yeah, if there's new fucking things or if there's shit that hasn't been shot up. But you're not going to fucking extract Humvees, dude. Why would you do that? And even some like older equipment. Chatter is concerned for the Blackhawk. Don't worry, brother. They'll get good use out of that.
I said, take the soldiers out, but before you leave, blow up all the forts, because we built these forts that are being now used.
Wait. On the one hand, she shit on the Afghans for not getting paid. On the other hand, he's saying we should blow up the forts? So where are the Afghan security forces supposed to fight out of?
Used by the enemy. It's
They
not
left
even
everything.
believable.
You know, it's interesting because I'm watching both Russia and China race in, and they want to recognize the Islamic Emirates of Afghanistan almost immediately. You know, it's funny. I mentioned to you that I had numerous sources that said that apparently a lot of people are on your phone calls. I know everyone wanted to release the Ukraine call. They said what we really need to do is release the calls between President Trump and the head of the Taliban, and maybe while we're at it, we can release some of the calls with President Trump and President Xi, because America might be shocked to hear how strong you were and forceful you were in a lot of these conversations.
Walk, 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 walk.
Which leads me to a question about what's going on with China and Russia. They're both arming Iran, putting that aside. But China in particular has threatened our military bases, Japan's military bases. They lectured our country in front of our Secretary of State, not Mike Pompeo, Blinken, in Anchorage about human rights, of all things, after COVID. And then the communist Chinese are saying we need to beg for permission to land in Taiwan. And their propaganda newspaper is suggesting that America won't lift a finger to help our ally Taiwan if, in fact, they have reunification, which we both means they want to take over Taiwan. And I'm not sure. I disagree with that assessment. I don't believe Joe Biden would lift a finger to help Taiwan. Your thoughts on the new aggressive nature of China?
Well, I had a great relationship with President Xi, a really great relationship. We got along great until COVID.
He's about to be like, Taiwan who? I don't know her. Guess what? You mean China? I have a great relationship with President Xi.
Even though I taxed the hell out of them through the tariffs, they weren't happy. But I had a very good relationship. And we met at Mar-a-Lago. And I told him very strongly, do not do anything having to do with Taiwan. Just don't do it. And I said it much stronger than that. I'm not going to say.
Crap. Oh, I didn't realize the United States recognized Taiwan. Since when? I mean, he was the president. If he wanted to fucking exert. That's always the funniest part when, like, conservatives try to be like, conservatives will engage in, like, China posturing. But the reality is that, like, our neoliberal oligarchs, our elites are, of course, they love China. They do a lot of business with China. So the reality is that, like, no matter what these guys are, these idiots are saying, it literally doesn't matter. What matters is someone like Michael Bloomberg, who will openly state, based Dengist, ex-New York mayor, ex-Republican, ex-Democrat, Michael Bloomberg. They don't give a fuck about, like, genuinely agitating against China. They're just using that as, like, political posturing domestically. They don't, like, ultimately, all of our business is still incredibly reliant on China.
Say exactly how, but it was said very strongly. This wasn't a call. This was sitting in a sofa at Mar-a-Lago with a meeting that was supposed to last 15 minutes before we went on to various other things within, with our different people. But it lasted for hours. We got along great. The first half hour I said, do not do anything having to do with Taiwan. I know you want to. Do not do it. Anyway, then the election gets rigged, and we end up with a different president. And what happens? There are bombers now last week, 28 bombers flying over Taiwan. And this happened a week after the election. They were...
Oh, yeah, there's military exercises, right?
All of a sudden, I think bad things are going to happen with respect to Taiwan because they don't respect our leadership and they no longer respect our country. And that's a really bad thing. China does not respect us any longer. And they had more respect for us just 7 months ago than they ever had for this country.
Let me ask you about the border was one of your big issues, sir. You had put in place the Stay in Mexico policy. You built over 500 miles of border wall. You ended catch and release. Okay, well, now the Stay in Mexico policy is gone.
Oh, my God. Every time there's, like, dead air, you just keep hearing the guac, 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 guac over and over again. It's wild that Sean Hannity can consider this anything but a straight suck. It's just like, sir, your cock is large. It's bulbous. It's veiny. It's vascular. It's great. Perfectly shaped. I love it. I love stroking it. I just wanted to tell you, sir, you are the greatest thing that's ever happened. You are my alpha and my omega. Okay, sir? Please, insert thy cock. It's so good. Sir, I love you. You are the best. It's hot boy summer in Afghanistan. Oh, God, what the fuck? No.
Summer in Afghanistan. So it's hot boy summer in Afghanistan, and the Taliban is having the time of their life.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Are you fucking kidding? Oh, my God. The amount of content that the Taliban have given us over the course of this past fucking, like, 3-day excursion is so crazy. You are biased the other way, though. You do the same thing. You think I suck off Joe Biden? Are you fucking delusional, dude? Were you not here 3.5 minutes ago when I was talking about how he's literally locked away in a fucking vat somewhere, being pumped adrenochrome into his body?
The wall construction has ended, and it's no longer catch and release. It's process and release. In the middle of a pandemic, you've seen the cages that are overcrowded with all of these illegal immigrants, a high rate of COVID positivity. There's no vaccine mandates, vaccine passports, mask mandates for illegal immigrants that many states are putting and burdening American people with. And those people are then being dispersed all over the country. Wow. A big change that 7 months could make, and now it's going to be millions of people. What was your reaction? What is your reaction?
I've never seen anything like what was happening and what is happening now at our southern border. All he had to do is nothing. We had the greatest remain in Mexico. People weren't even allowed into our country, and we won that in the courts. It was very tough. The wall.
All we had to do is nothing.
Was almost completed. It could have been built in another month. They delayed me 2.5 years when Congress, the Democrats in Congress, sued me. We never had a border anywhere like it. And then almost immediately they ended these policies. Catch and release. You catch them and release them into our country instead of catching them and bringing them back to their country. And many of these people are stone cold and very hard convicts and prisoners. They're very tough. I mean, literally.
No, they're not.
As I said, they are emptying their jails, and not just the 3 countries, not just Honduras.
That's pretty funny because, like, this is literally what the Turks are saying about Afghanistan right now. That's why they're emptying their jails and sending them here. It's like, no, they're not. First of all, why would they empty their jails, you fucking idiot? I mean, the Taliban is a different situation, obviously, but, like, why? Why would a fucking hardened rapist criminal that is leaving the jail be like, all right, I guess I'm going to America now? Like, how do you motivate them to come to America? There's no guarantee that they're going to get in. They would just literally go and do if they're, unstoppable forces of rape and murder, they would just go back and do the rape and murder in their hometowns where it's much easier to do the rape and murder. It makes no fucking sense. You just literally have to ask this question, like why? How? They're opening up their jails Like, why would any government risk opening up their fucking jails with no guarantee that prisoners that they've opened up from their jails are going to come to America? The possibility of freedom? Bitch, what do you mean the possibility of freedom is given to them in that literal fucking hypothetical that Trump totally pulled out of his ass? It's called opening up the jails. That's it. That's step one. There is no step two. There's no guarantee that you can get into America. So why would you fucking walk all the way to America? You just do crime if you can't stop doing crime. You just do it in your country. America, dude, yeah. I love coming to the fucking... I love leaving the country where they've supposedly abolished prisons and going to the country that has, you know, the highest jailed population, both in totality and per capita. Dude, if you fucking link this one more time to me, I'm just gonna fucking yeet you for... you get a 1 day off, you're gonna get a fucking full week off, okay?
Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador.
I'm in the middle of doing commentary. You're like, dude, oh my God, look at this link. It's like, no, I'm not going to look at this link. Yeah.
Many countries are coming in and they're emptying out their prisons and letting them come into our country. And they're walking in caravans and other ways. What's happening? So I never saw anything so stupid in my life until the last few days with Afghanistan. That blows the stupidity of the southern border away. What happened and what is happening in Afghanistan is unbelievable. And we're being set up by very tough people that are very great negotiators. I'll tell you what, they're great, automatically great negotiators. They've been fighting for 1,000 years, and everything about them they negotiate. We're being set up. They have all of those people, and in a certain way, I guarantee you, they consider them to be hostages. And let's see what happens over the coming weeks. But this is not a story that just ended today or yesterday. This is a story that's going to go on for a long time, and it could be a very, very bad ending.
We have Americans caught behind enemy lines right now, and we were told this could never happen, and it happened. Let me ask you about energy. One of the reasons I had, for many years, been an advocate of energy independence, because what happens in the...
Bro, Trump is literally sucked off the Taliban in this interview harder than Sean Hannity has sucked off Donald Trump. Like, he has not stopped sucking off the Taliban. They're so good. Have you seen how hot they are? Some of them, they got great drip. At first, I thought, what is that, a dress? I don't understand it. And then I realized, you know what? I would wear that too. You know, I'd have my balls breezy against the wind underneath. They like to wear slides too. I hate wearing shoes. They wear slides all the time. And then they're using American weapons. They look so sexy, so hot. The chiseled abs and the sun-kissed skin, believe me. And then they wear the guy liner. Let me tell you, the guy liner, oh my God, they are so sexy, the Taliban. Best negotiators, sexiest fighters. I mean, our generals, they're like from Central Casting. But the Taliban, they're so hot. They're hot, hot, hot.
The Straits of Hormuz and in the Middle East are not really that important. You accomplished something in your administration. I don't think you got a lot of credit for it, but you made America energy independent for the first time in 75 years. I don't think in the last months of your administration you imported a single barrel of oil from Saudi Arabia, for example,
Zero.
not one. And now we just had in the last 2 weeks, Joe Biden begging OPEC to increase production because it still is the lifeblood of the world's economy. My question is, with gas up $1.30 a gallon, this is now a new tax on the American people. That means the cost of delivering every single product in every grocery store, drugstore, every Homes Depot and Lowe's is costing Americans more, and inflation on top of it at 5.4%, a 15-year high. Your reaction to that aspect of the economy alone?
So energy independence was one of my greatest achievements, I thought. I think the vaccine, energy independence, what we did on the border, frankly, Afghanistan would have been great. We would have been out, and we would have been out with dignity and with pride, and it would have worked out great. None of this stuff going. This, though, again, it's not the concept of leaving. It's the way they withdrew. It was not even possible to believe. But gasoline, as you know, was $1.87 when I was leaving office. And now it's going to be up to over $5 very soon. And they're talking to OPEC. I know the OPEC people very well. You talk about negotiators, they're killing us. And what you didn't say is that Biden failed with OPEC. They told him no on the cutbacks. They failed with OPEC. To think that we're back to negotiating with OPEC, that's how we got into the Middle East years ago, because we needed the energy. And we went into the Middle East and would protect countries because we needed the energy. We didn't have to do that anymore. We were energy independent. And now those wells are shut down and those jobs are gone. And Keystone is, and its numbers 48,000 jobs, not 8,000 jobs. Those people, and they lied in the campaign because Biden never talked about closing up Keystone. He said, oh, well, we'll look at it. We'll look at it. They were lying because it was almost the first day that.
Stop saying based. He says shit like this all the time. Like, he literally, dude, that is like, that's at the heart of Trump's success. His, like, incredibly successful populist rhetoric is that he says truths that other American elites, whether they're Republican or Democrat, won't say. We went there for oil. We went there for oil. We needed oil. That's why we went in. Like, that's a great fucking way to, you know, have a bunch of people's ears perk up. Bro, this guy has only said, stop projecting, dumbass. This is, look at this. Look. This is why Ludwig cuts you out of his thumbnails. This is why Ludwig cuts you out of his thumbnails. Since 422. Periodically. You all right, dude? Are you okay? Is your brain all right? Hey, don't make me ban you in Ludwig's chat, motherfucker. I will do it. I will do it. Especially because if I ban you, you won't be able to subscribe. And if you can't subscribe, you will have to see the ads at the top of the hour. Yeah, that's right. Every time I run an ad at the top of the hour for 60 seconds, you will be forced to watch it. Now, of course, there's a way that you don't have to watch those ads. And that way is by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay. You get to avoid the ads and have an ad-free broadcasting experience. You can also use an ad block or a VPN. I'm going to fucking ban this guy before he actually. I'm going to ban this guy. Damn, dude. Can I imagine what kind of a basement dweller you are? Yeah, I'm going to ban him before he subscribes, so now he has to watch the ad. But, yeah, you can use an ad block or a VPN. Get fucked. But the Twitch Prime is free. Here's the ad now.
They closed up Keystone, and those workers are devastated. And the head of the union, they all support me, but the head of the union supported Biden, and they ought to throw him the hell out because he was worthless, because look what happened. But they lied about so many things. They lied about energy. They lied about Keystone. They lied about the military. They lied about so much. Our country is in such trouble,
Mr. President, you touched on Russia. I want to go back to it because we saw these massive cyber attacks in their energy grid and also our food line, especially with our meats in this country. And then we also witnessed, and you referenced it earlier in the interview, the waiver that you prevented Vladimir Putin from getting, which allowed him to build the pipeline that is literally the lifeblood of the economy of our allies in Western Europe, while simultaneously cutting out the Keystone XL pipeline, high-paying career jobs for Americans. And I've got to ask, because if it was you or your sons, and let's see, what do they have in common? Russia Hunter Biden got a lot of money. China, they didn't do a deal with Goldman Sachs. They didn't do a deal with Deutsche Bank. They did a deal with Hunter Biden, $1.5 billion, with the Bank of China. And again, Joe Biden has said nothing to threats against our military or, quote, reunification threats with Taiwan, or you must get permission to land an airplane in Taiwan, which I never thought would happen, or get lectured on human rights. My question then is, if the last name was Trump and your sons were making money in China, Russia, Kazakhstan.
Bro, the only reason why his son-in-law and also his daughter did actually make money in China, but the only reason why the other two incompetent dipshits didn't make money in China is because they suck. And the only reason why his like true son, Jared Kushner, you know, his son-in-law, actually was able to, again, not make money in China is because he was a fucking failure. He literally used his connections in the government to try to sell the 666 Fifth Avenue or whatever shitty ass building to Chinese developers. They routinely actually tried to cut deals with China by using their government access.
Ukraine. If your sons lied on a gun application.
You know what's funny? I do the same thing that Sean Hannity does. Like, not the, you know, the sucking of pee-pee, but I do the...
And threw that gun.
I do the same thing that Sean Hannity does, where I will also ask a question for like 7.5 minutes whenever I have a guest on. But I'm like, whenever I do that, I'm just trying to like offer context and like, you know, give additional feedback and information. Sean uses all 5 of those minutes to suck off Trump's pee-pee and then turn around with like the last question and then turn around and pose a question where he will just be like, why are you the greatest president that's ever existed in the history of mankind?
In a garbage basket or waste basket. If your sons were on video with smoking crack and with hookers, would the question not logically become, do you believe these countries have compromising materials, potentially, the very thing, you know, remember Adam Schiff, compromising materials, on Trump when they didn't have it and he was being scammed. Do you see any potential for compromise here? Because it doesn't make sense to me to give Putin a waiver.
So this story, the new tape.
I'm sorry, I got to run that back. Yeah, he did an accent. We have to.
Materials. In materials, potentially, the very thing, you know, remember Adam Schiff, compromising materials.
I have. Okay, one more time? Should we do one more time? One more time.
In materials, potentially, the very thing, you know, remember Adam Schiff, compromising materials. When they didn't have it and he was being scammed. Do you see any potential for compromising materials? Compromising materials. Compromising materials. Compromising materials.
Okay, dude. I mean, that's good shit. You motherfuckers really don't deserve me. You know that? A lot of you talk so much shit nonstop. Like, me. Your accents are so bad. Can you imagine if I was doing this kind of Slavophobia? Like, he's supposed to try to make it sound like he's a Slav, and instead he sounds Italian, dude.
On Trump, when they didn't have it and he was being scammed, do you see any potential for compromise here? Because it doesn't make sense to me to give Putin a waiver.
So this story, the new tape that just came out 2 days ago, has not been on any mainstream media at all. It was on your show and a couple of shows, but no mainstream. It wasn't on NBC or CBS or ABC. It wasn't on CNN. It wasn't on any. It's Hunter Biden. It's the worst thing I've seen. You can't even imagine this. And look, I hope families live well. But what they're doing is they're doing political persecutions with their prosecutors, whether they're local or federal. And our people didn't do that. The Republicans don't do it to anywhere. I mean, it's like a different world. They use prosecutors for persecution. And it's happening. And our country is angry about it, and they see it. But what's going on with Hunter and China and Russia and all of that, I mean, they go after people for tiny little things. And here's somebody that took vast amounts of money out of China and out of Ukraine and out of Russia, $3.5 million from the mayor's wife, and Chris Wallace wouldn't let me talk about that during a debate. He wouldn't even let me bring it up. Well, that has nothing to do. I said, it has a lot to do with it. But it's a very sad period of time for our country. Everything's going bad. We have inflation. The economy's going to go to hell. We have inflation like we haven't seen in a long time. I think it's much worse if you look just at energy. And when energy goes up, everything goes up because it's all about energy. Everything goes up. But you look at the price of food where it's being doubled and tripled in some cases. We're going to have inflation that's good. And I remember with Jimmy Carter, and the good thing is for Jimmy is that Jimmy's looking like a much better president right now because you're comparing, you always have to have comparisons. But I remember with Jimmy Carter, with the big inflation, the prime rate went to 21%, and the country came to a halt, worse than a halt. Well, I'll tell you, we better get our act together. That's all I can say. You look at what's going on with our economy and with inflation and so many other things. Anwar in Alaska, biggest drilling site in the world. I got it open. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it for 67. They've been trying for 60, 70 years. I got it done. And it was just terminated. The biggest site in the world. Probably bigger than Saudi Arabia in terms of oil. I got it done, and they just terminated it. And the people of Alaska are very upset, okay? They are very upset with their Senator, Murkowski, and others. But here's the greatest thing, and they ended it. So we had energy independence, and now we don't.
Instead of begging OPEC, Governor Abbott, and we're praying for him tonight. I know that it was he announced that he had COVID today, a breakthrough.
Fake news, of course. I mean, COVID, it's not that big of a deal.
Another breakthrough case. Instead of begging OPEC, why don't we just go back to doing what was working for you? Instead of allowing millions of people into this country with a high rate of COVID positive.
No, Governor Greg Abbott is not going to die. He has access to fucking Regeneron treatment. He's just not going to die. Also, evil people never die. So, you know. What is happening with this fucking thing, dude? Evil people simply do not die.
Positivity in the middle of pandemic and then dispersing them all around the country. Why don't we go back to the stay in Mexico policy, the border wall building, and end process and release and protect our borders? I mean, they seem to be things that could be simply resolved.
Yeah. Well, nothing simple. You know, the things we won on the border were won through courts. It took a long time, and then all of a sudden they gave them up. We had to make deals with Mexico. The president of Mexico is a great guy. We're very friendly, and we did a deal. I had 28,000 soldiers paid for by Mexico. His soldiers
on the border. Do you really believe COVID is fake? Real question? No, dude.
Not letting people in. And we didn't pay anything. I promised not to tariff his cars during this period, but that's okay, whatever it takes. But we didn't have people coming in during the construction of the wall. And the wall worked. I mean, we built almost 500 miles. They could finish it in a month. Now they're paying billions of dollars not to finish the wall. It's not even believable. And the contractors that haven't been, I mean, they're just having a field day. But when you look at all of this stupidity, I don't think our country can take it, and I don't think our people can take it either.
Let me ask you, the American people now are watching, what will be a 25 to 30-year record of illegal immigrants coming into the country when you had set a 25-year low of illegal immigrants coming into the country. The American people now, many are angry about mask mandates, vaccine passports, but none of these restrictions are being applied to people that are not respecting our laws, our borders.
Bro, what are you saying? Well, I don't understand. That's not even true. And you can't literally argue on the one hand that there should be no mask mandates or vax mandates, and then be like, immigrants need to get vaccinated. You're like, doesn't that literally destroy the argument? Like, they should, by the way. I do agree that immigrants coming into the country should be vaccinated. Okay, absolutely, 100%. I'm totally on board with that. But, like, on the one hand, you're like, vaccines don't work. They're scary. Don't do it. What is happening? What the fuck is happening here?
Borders and our sovereignty. How do you explain that? And do you support the restrictions on Americans but not illegal immigrants?
Yeah. First of all, on the border, it's not 25 years. It's the worst in history. It's not the worst in 25 years. We've never had a situation where massive caravans of people are pouring into our country. So
Donald Trump should ask him what a breakthrough case means. Like, why do you specify what a breakthrough case is? Does your audience understand the difference between a breakthrough case and, like, a regular COVID case? No. Just fucking drop that in there and move on. Why specify a breakthrough COVID case when you're talking about Governor Greg Abbott? Breakthrough, as in it broke through the immunity shield that the vaccine offers.
So it's the worst ever. As far as the vaccine, I'm very proud of it. I pushed the FDA like they've never been pushed. They don't like me too much. I'm not so sure I like them. Very bureaucratic. But I got them to approve a great vaccine, 3 of them, in a period of less than 9 months. I was told by Fauci and everybody else it would take 3 to 5 years and probably 5, and it probably won't even happen. And I got it done in less than 9 months. So I consider it a great achievement. I actually think that if we didn't get it done, worldwide, you would have another Spanish flu, which killed almost 100 million people, according to...
Wait, hold on. So, wait. So COVID was real? Wait, what the fuck? So COVID was deadly. Bro, this motherfucker literally got COVID and was still like, it's actually not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. And now that the vaccines are out, he's like, I made the vaccines. I made them myself. Which I have no problem with. I'm glad he's saying this. I will admit. I will admit that this is actually a good-ass thing to say. I don't give a fuck if he literally says, like, I spat in every vaccine vial. You know, I put a little piece of my cum in it. Like, whatever gets the stands going to go out and, like, actually fucking get the vaccine. Which they won't. They boo him even when he talks about the vaccine.
To history, 50 to 100. They don't even know. But I would...
Hey, why is Sean Hannity trying to fucking stop him?
I would love people to take the vaccine. In the meantime, wear your mask if you want. But, again, you want your freedoms. You have to have your freedoms.
Let me, I know the obvious question as we head with the last minute of the program available is... Are you considering a run again in 2024? I'll let you answer it any way you want, but I'll go back to our original question. Now that we have all these Americans behind enemy lines, do you have, in the 45 seconds we have left, what?
Someone in the chat, before we get to hear this, someone in the chat literally said Pfizer and Moderna are not a part of Operation Warp Speed. And I feel like that's like the peak of liberalism, where you just start denying like very obvious truths just because it's like Donald Trump. Why do you think we have like half of the world's Pfizer and Moderna supplies when everyone else is using AstraZeneca, Sinovac, and other vaccines? It's because they were absolutely a part of fucking Operation Warp Speed. That was it. They were.
What would you do now to help with that specific situation?
So because the campaign finance laws are extremely complicated and unbelievably stupid, I'm actually not allowed to answer that question. Can you believe it? I'd love to answer it. But let me put it this way. I think you'll be...
Chat. We did give money to Pfizer as a part of Operation Warp Speed just because BioNTech, a German company, came up with the vaccine doesn't mean that it wasn't a part of the fucking operation. Okay? Of course we did. We gave him a fuckload of money. BioNTech is a German company that actually created the mRNA COVID vaccine. Actually, it's a German-Turk couple, husband and wife, scientists, that came up with it. But we gave a fuckload of money to Pfizer so that we could, you know, secure some of that for ourselves. Okay?
Be happy, and I think a lot of our friends will be very happy, but
Yeah,
I'm
we
not
got it
actually
before the
allowed to
Germans
answer
did,
it.
bro.
It makes it very difficult if I do. So, people, you're going to be happy because I love this country and I hate to see what's happening to it.
Would you be willing
As
to
far
get
as
on
if
the
you look at-
phone with the people that you gave very harsh words to and talk to them on behalf of the Americans that are behind enemy lines tonight? We have 15 seconds.
Well, I would, but, you know, they're not into words, they're into strength. And the strength is the president because he controls. You know, I rebuilt the military. We had an obsolete military. We had old jets. We had 45-year-old jets. We rebuilt this military and created Space Force. But the answer is I'd like to help, but you have to do it through the strength of the president's office. And
Oh my God, they're
Biden
playing
has
him out.
dissipated that strength. We are no longer respected.
We're out of time, sir. Thank you for your time. We'll have you back soon. We appreciate you being with us. Laura is going to have a great show next. Don't miss it. Straight ahead.
Bro, Trump got played off, dude. That's crazy. We gave money to Pfizer. The money that Pfizer got was conditional on FDA approval. We gave money to Moderna for R&D. We did not give money to Pfizer that was like actually a part of their R&D process, but it was more so a promise that they were going to get money on FDA approval. Okay? That's the difference. But it was still that funding was still a part of Operation Warp Speed. I don't give a fuck that like Pfizer spokesmen are saying, "Oh, we're actually distancing ourselves from the Trump administration." Yeah, we gave them money to buy the fucking vaccines. Sometimes you give off anti-vax vibes, bro. What? Yeah, we gave them guaranteed purchase orders if approved, which is why we have so many fucking vaccines. On July 22nd, Operation Warp Speed placed an advanced purchase order of $2 billion with Pfizer to manufacture 100 million doses of a COVID-19 vaccine for the use in the United States when the vaccine was shown to be safe, effective, licensed, and authorized by the FDA. On December 23rd, the Trump administration announced that he had ordered another 200 million doses from Pfizer. I literally stopped sending me the New York Times article. I know what they're talking about. I know what the article contains. I'm telling you. I'm literally telling you. Well, whatever did it, the U.S. got almost all of Moderna's early production, but not Pfizer's. No, we got a fuckload of Pfizer's early production, too. What are you talking about? Remember that cringe anti-vax music video you showed? It unironically made me get vaxxed. I got my second dose today. Hell yeah, dude. Pfizer CEO Albert Bourla said he decided against taking funding from the U.S. government's Operation Warp Speed for development of the vaccine because I wanted to liberate our scientists from any bureaucracy that comes with having the reports and agree how we are going to spend money in parallel or together. Pfizer did enter an agreement with the U.S. for eventual distribution of the vaccine. Dude, I'm telling you. It's literally like they still got a fucking fat contract from the American government, which is what everyone else did as well. Like, it's literally semantics. The argument that you're making right now is semantics. And also remember, you said Pfizer and Moderna. They took selective funding because you can't claim R&D tax credits on funded research. How many Americans disinformed? I don't want to believe science. Love from Denmark. Dude, a lot of fucking dumbasses, dude. It's really sad. Why are you so against the Democrats? Genuine question. I'm a fucking conservative, dude. NS content, I would like to check your vibe. Dude, you guys are bringing up stuff that I talked about today. I said fuck NS content too earlier today on the podcast. Dude, there's so much content on the podcast. I'm really excited for you guys to see it. Like, actually excited for it. They finally started offering $100 to get vaxxed, and now all my unvaxxed coworkers are getting vaxxed. Wait, really? That's awesome. All right, let's do fucking LSF, dude. The Germa 985 Dollhouse stream has started. The tweet is literally unavailable. What was that? Podcast drops tomorrow. Chat makes Germa suddenly get a shower.
There's so much water over here. What am I doing? Oh my. Look over there, don't look. Look over there. Don't look over here. Don't look over here. In fact, get out of the room.
That's gonna cost you extra.
No, get. No, don't.
You hate that people that have waited this long are getting rewarded for waiting for the vaccine? I don't care. I don't care. I literally don't care. As long as they get vaxxed up, I don't care. Forsen goes live by accident.
And give you exactly what you want. Do you want it? Say yes.
Yeah.
This is precisely the worst thing I've ever seen on the Forsen stream. Germa dies.
I can't do that. I'm so stressed. I'm not do. Oh, I can't.
Oh my god, dude. He's such a psycho. How did he do all this? Henry from Henry's Kitchen makes his first appearance on Twitch.
Hi. I want to get on.
Oh, fuck. Before I go to LSF, here's where's the Marjorie? Where's the margarine? Where's Marjorie Titan Green, chat? Give me that fucking link, please. She's like saying Joe Biden's a piece of shit or something. Is the vaccine even effective against the new Delta variant? USA again had more than 150 cases today. Yeah, dude, 99% are fucking... Here's the problem, dude. People get the Delta variant because it has a higher viral load. But when they're fucking vaccinated, they don't go to the hospital. Whereas people that... Oh, here it is. Whereas people that fucking don't get the goddamn vaccine get hospitalized.
Joe Biden, you're not a president. You're a piece of shit. Joe Biden, you're not a president. You're a piece of shit.
She's fucking juiced up, dude. God, she is horrible.
on your channel. How's it going?
Hello, we're chilling, Henry.
Do you see me okay?
Yes, you look great. I love the apron.
Awesome.
M. Kansari,
Awesome. Well,
14.
I'm on your channel right now.
Yes. Do you see
And,
everything? Do you see the chat? Do you see their emotes?
Yeah,
They're very excited.
Oh, awesome.
Israel News said 90% of the people in the hospital with COVID were vaxxed. Bro, Israel's COVID rate, Israel's vaccination rate is like literally fucking like 85%. What are you talking about? Yeah, if 100% of the population was vaccinated and there was still like a case where there could be breakthroughs, then yeah, there would be 100% of the people in the hospital would probably be vaccinated. And even then, that was a fucking lie. I don't believe that. I don't believe that like Israel 90% was like hospitalized. Hey, if so, the vaccination rate is 85%, then how are 90% of the cases with people with vaccines? Because the overwhelming majority, if not nearly the entirety of the adult population in Israel is fucking vaccinated. Therefore, obviously, there are a significantly larger percentage of people that are vaccinated, making it more likely. Why do you not understand how fucking math works? Oh my fucking Lord. Like, you just don't understand, dude. I don't know how to describe it, dude. I do not know how to describe it. It's called baseline bias. Yeah. Every anti-vaxxer is a dumb fucking moron who doesn't understand stats at all. It's not even true. The 90% number isn't even true, dude. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. It's so strange. There'll be like fucking, in places like Israel, there'll be like 11 people that got COVID. And then they'll be like, oh my God, Israel's having a massive fucking breakthrough of cases. Like, holy shit, that's crazy. It's like, how many people got COVID? 11. It's like when Australia, when the news media would cover Australia, they would be like, Australia is having a breakthrough of like, or a surge of COVID cases. And it would be like, literally, and I shit you not, it was like 6 people. Yeah, because last week there were 0 people. So yes, you know, there was 1 person. If there's 1 person with COVID, and now there's 6 people with COVID, that's a gigantic fucking increase of people with COVID. Yes, you can lie about math. You can very easily hide the truth in statistics. Last week in Israel, we had 105 deaths. 2 were fully vaccinated. 2. 2. Deaths recorded overnight. What percentage is it? Active cases are at 55,000. Number of serious patients grew by 28 since midnight. We reached 89 ventilators. Out of Israel's population, 9.3. Age 50 and up. Booster shots. Okay, this sucks. Why aren't they fucking... Wait, what? This TikToker filmed a fake call with Trump while calling him T-Daddy and decided to post it publicly. What the fuck? That's awesome.
Hi, President Trump. Okay, I'm not going to panic.
I'm just gonna pretend like you're a normal person. I'm not gonna scream. Hi, so, T-Daddy, when are you coming back to the White House? Yeah.
Don't want to get into the nitty gritty? No, I do want to get into the nitty gritty. Hold on, I'm going to get back to it.
That's just what we call you. Oh, soon? Okay, let me...
That article did not show the difference between, like, or how many people were fucking unvaccinated versus vaccinated, okay? That was the problem. The claim is newest Israeli data on COVID-19 infections indicated complete vaccine failure on every level. AP's assessment, missing context. The claim ignores the fact that Israel is only a fraction of the COVID-19 case that it had in January before vaccines were widespread. Furthermore, the majority of adults in Israel are not vaccinated with 2 Pfizer shots. No vaccine is perfect at preventing breakthrough cases. Israel was one of the first countries to vaccinate a huge swath of its population against COVID-19. Experts say the country's high vaccination rates are keeping case numbers down and reducing hospitalizations and deaths, even as the Delta variant is provoking an uptick in infections. Israel documented 1,118 new cases in July 21st, which is less than a tenth of the 11,000 cases the country had at its peak on January 27th before the vaccines were widespread. The vast majority of new cases in the past month have only shown mild symptoms, but at least 73 people had serious cases of COVID-19. Aaron Segal, a scientist at Israel's Weizmann Institute of Science checks COVID-19 data, tweeted that the percent of COVID-19 patients who became critically ill now decreased to 1.6% compared to the 4% during a winter spike before the vaccines were available. As of Sunday, 56.3% of the new cases in Israel were among vaccinated people. So if the fucking majority of the fucking Israeli population is vaccinated, and the majority of the new cases are amongst unvaccinated, that still means that, like, yeah, motherfucker said 90%, by the way. The overwhelming majority of the Israeli population is vaccinated, especially adults. And yet only 56% of the new cases were among vaccinated. What percentage, though, which is what's important, what percentage of the people are actually in the fucking hospital that are vaccinated? Israel's population, more than 60% are fully vaccinated. More than 80%. The country has had the swiftest vaccine. By February, 80% of those over 60 had received both shots. Since the start of the pandemic, experts have pointed out the vaccines are not 100% effective. What the fuck? Why won't they say what the... Dude. Okay. What is incredibly fucking annoying is that the vaccines, and I'm going to get back to the LSF thing in a second. If the vaccine is not effective, or if the vaccine is less effective at, like, preventing you from getting COVID because of the Delta variant, but it's still very effective at, like, stopping hospitalizations from occurring, then why the fuck are they not showing that in every article? Like, I feel like they participate in the vaccine hesitancy argument when they don't mention the incredibly important fact that, like, the vaccine is preventing people from getting hospitalized or having massive fucking cases. The unvaccinated Israeli elderly are 8 times more likely to experience a severe case of COVID-19 than their immunized counterparts. As of August 16, the ministry recorded 159 severe COVID-19 cases per 100,000 people among the unvaccinated over the age of 60, compared to the 20 per 100,000 among the fully vaccinated. For those under the age of 60, the rate of severe illness among the unvaccinated stood at 2.4 cases per 1,000, 2.7 times more, 3 times more likely than those who are fully vaccinated. You are 3 times more likely to get severe illness . 3 times more likely to get severe COVID symptoms when you are fucking vaccinated. Or when you're not vaccinated than if you were vaccinated. Sorry. Vaccine doubters strain fixation with Israel. I do know why. It's because they fucking it's because like they don't understand it. They don't understand the number, and basically they don't understand simple fucking mathematics. And the media is not doing a good enough job describing the fucking issue. Incredibly helpful summary. There's a high vaccination rate in the country. Nearly 80% of all residents over the age of 12. That's not true. Age disparity in vaccinations, including nearly all older people being vaccinated, 90% of residents 50 years over the age of 50 years. The vast majority of unvaccinated being younger people, 85% of the vaccinated under 50. Older people are orders of magnitude more likely to be hospitalized with a respiratory virus than young people. Is it okay for people under the age of 18 to get the vaccine? Yes. Yeah, see, okay, this is a great example. According to the Israel COVID dashboard from today, 600 severe cases, right? Over the age of 60, 156 people are not vaccinated, but 278 people over the age of 60 are fully vaccinated. Why is it that there are more fully vaccinated people that are hospitalized or have severe cases of COVID than unvaccinated? Because over the age of 60, 90% of the population is vaccinated. That's the point. You understand? So if you don't comprehend that, you're like, well, more people that are vaccinated than unvaccinated are having severe symptoms from COVID. That must mean the vaccine's not working. It's like, dude, no. If 100% of the vaccinate, it's 1 to 2 when the vaccination is 4 to 1. Yeah. If 100% of the if 99% of the over 60 age group was vaccinated, and some people still got severe illness or severe symptoms, then 99% of the population is vaccinated over the age of 60. So of course there's going to be an overwhelming majority of people, nearly all of the people in the country that are over the age of 60 are fucking vaccinated. Oh my God, what is this? Jordan Peterson
Young man
pornography? Oh, this is going to be great. Okay, we got to do this. Let me go back to LSF, though. We'll do the Jordan Peterson after LSF. Henry's advice for people with a peanut allergy.
I can really feel the peanut. I can feel the peanut paste.
Oh, good. And you've got the crunchy kind, so that's going to add a whole different texture.
Now, would you recommend this to someone with, let's say, peanut allergy?
Yeah, I think I probably would.
Vaxxers just dig their hole even deeper, and you are proving it, Azan. Please stop. He admitted, why take the vaccine then? Dude, if you don't understand how fucking mathematics works, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? If 0% of people are if 0% of people are vaccinated, then 100% of the people in the hospital are going to be unvaccinated. If 100% of the people are vaccinated, then of course 100% of the people in the hospital are going to be vaccinated. Do you not understand that? So now reduce that number to 90%. Anything short of 90% of the population over the age of 60 are hospitalized for COVID means that vaccines have a really fucking high efficacy rate. I agree with you, but you're the last person that understands how math works. I'm a dumb himbo. And even then, like, I don't know how else to fucking describe it. I told you what the bias is in statistics. I told you everything. It doesn't matter. I literally cannot explain to people how mathematics works. I've drawn it before. I've actually drawn the fucking image for people to understand. Do you want me to do it again? My wife of 31 years told me I need to move out of the house since I won't take the jab. Okay, I don't care about that. I just like don't know how else to describe it to people. Fuck me. Okay, I'm
Let me
gonna
write
punish
this
you
down
guys.
because I have to tell the American people. Okay, you'll be back soon. The storm is upon us. You're still in charge, but you're letting Biden F up so people can see the truth. Oh, that makes sense. All right. Okay, so, okay, tell the American people we got to keep fighting every day. Yep, okay. Perfect. They are so going to appreciate this. You have a great day. Oh, thank you. Bless your heart.
It's so sad. Here, dude. This is the last time I'm gonna do this, okay? The last fucking time I'm gonna do this. Okay. Are you ready for this? This is the entire country. Okay? This is the vaccinated population of the entire country. This is the unvaccinated population of the entire country. Okay? When you take a big slice of people, when you take like this slice, okay, that's this size of the unvaccinated population of people that got COVID, and you take that same size of the slice from this side, notice how this number is significantly smaller with respect to the rest of the population. Do you get it? Do you understand? It's still the same number. It's still the same size. I did a horrible job at drawing it. It's still the same fucking size. Even if it's split 50-50. Which is not. You literally drew Bob and Vajen. That's a wussy. Okay, stop. That diagram made me anti-vax. Literally, both times you've done this example, you've drawn a graph pussy. What this means is, even if it's like, 10 people that are unvaccinated and 10 people that are vaccinated that got COVID and are in the hospital, there's 20 people here. So that's half of the fucking population that is unvaccinated that's now in the hospital. But there is 90 people here. So that's only, or there's 100 people total. So 90 people here. So that means only fucking 10% of the population of the unvaxxed, or 10%, only 10% of the population that was vaccinated got COVID and went to the hospital. Okay? I feel like I'm doing a worse job with this fucking graph than not. You know what I mean?
I think that the body is made of muscles that get stronger every time they're used. So when you think about all the muscles that are being used when you're having an allergic reaction, those muscles are getting stronger and stronger. But I'm not a scientist, so don't, or a doctor, so don't take my advice on medical things. You should always consult your doctor.
I can.
Arguing with anti-vaxxers is pointless. That's not true. Jesus Christ, dude.
Holy fucking shit! Dude. Dude! I just fucking did it! Dude!
Baba Booey. Baba Booey? Oh my god. Donator says Baba Booey. Germa gets a new bed. What the fuck? Wait. Dude, this is wild what he did. I mean, seriously, respect.
What? What? It looks very broken, from what I can tell. Hold on. Can I even go to work? I don't think I can even go to work if you wanted me to. I'm going out the window. I'm going out the window. You didn't close the window. I'm going out the window. Yeah, I'm going out.
I really respect him for doing it. I mean, this is like performance art, dude.
Oh my!
I really wish I hadn't said that right as he started peeing.
Using my hands. You know what? I don't even need to hold it. Well, I want to give the toilet a flush. Why don't we? Oh.
Damn, dude. Dudes with good pussy piss like fried chicken. What Bab City wishes to do with Simply.
So, what do you want to do in Texas? Well, I know one thing you want to do.
Why did you say that? You guys have never heard that? It's a meme, dude. You've never heard that? It's like, yes, meme. Oh, new chatters don't know. It's like a old, it's like a fucking old ass meme from this community as well. And I fucked it up anyway. What was it? Someone save me. Oh, is this it? Bitches with good pussy piss loud as fuck sound like they frying chicken. That's not even the best one. There's like better ones.
Do in Texas? Well, I know one thing you want to do.
Yep. Oh my god. I can't, dude. What the fuck is this?
Smash me.
Oh! Oh! God! Fuck!
That is too good.
Holy shit! I'm gonna... God!
So.
He's like playing Melee. Eurov's family visits Germa.
Who are they? Hey, hey, get no, off the bed. I don't want a cookie. Get that cookie away from me. I don't want a cookie. Fucking weirdos. That's hilarious. Hilarious. Get away from me. I don't want it.
This is the original clip that meme is from. Sauce chat knows what good pussy sounds like. Good pussy piss, loud as fuck. Sound like woman with good pussy piss, loud as fuck. Sound like they frying chicken. That is the worst thing anyone's ever said in my chat, dude. That is the worst. Oh God, I feel dirty that I took part in that. Wait, was it Angry Yeet? I want to see if they're still in here. Wait, nope, that's not. I didn't do it right. Good pussy piss, loud as fuck. Oh, Yeet. I wonder if they left. Keg W. When's the last time they fucking wrote in here? 18 months. When is this? When is the date? Damn, dude, this motherfucker writes a lot when he's in the chat. Like non-stop. Oh my God. Eight 2021. Oh, he's in here. Oh, he's in here right now. He's in here until 4. God damn, bro. It's hilarious. Hassan says it again 2 years later. America deserved 9/11 because we have gay people. America. Dude, come on, dude. Thank God I'm like literally reading the quote from Dinesh D'Souza so that people aren't like, you know what I mean? Ban Ninjite? No, it's fine. The fuck's he wearing? Like one of those outfits someone wears to blend in perfectly with the room behind them and he stood in the wrong place? Damn, he just barely missed the savannah. It's a test to see how stupid he can dress and still get away with it. It's from Dan Flash. It's one of the lower end designs. Oh my God, dude. It's a Dan Flash's shirt, dude. I swear my grandfather has something like that. Being a clown is hard sometimes. Okay, here's the thing, dude. Here's the fucking thing, okay? Oh, there's a new version of Waiting for Hassan?
Waiting for Hassan. I heard he went to get his nails done. I hope he had a really fun time. I'm sure it's fine. I wonder what color he made it. I'm waiting for Hassan. Waiting for.
Thank you, Jelly Headquarters, for the 10,000 bits. You are kind of dressed like a poorly rendered cyberpunk NP. It's even better than the original song. I mean, dude, it's Lily, dude. It's motherfucking Lily Peachy. Are you kidding me? Of course, she's incredible. Once we men are over 30, we have to mature in the way we dress. It's time, Hossie. Dude, I don't get it. Like, I'm dressed like a grandpa. I don't know why the fuck people are giving me, grilling me for this. Like, when I dress, you guys say I dress too young. So when I dress like I'm a fucking bowler from like 1950s, then I'm like, I'm dressing too old, but it's still bad. Kevin Abstract wants you to watch his new video on stream. What's the new video?
I did. That's okay. Oh man. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
Drinking alcohol, man.
I did. That's okay.
Kevin's new song? What is it? Where is it? Where can I see it? Am I gonna get fucking DMCA'd? In 4 minutes? Are you guys memeing? Does he actually want us to listen to this? I don't know why. You look like you just started selling coke, making it big in Miami. Yeah. Azan, he told us to come ask you to watch it on stream. Why? What's about to happen? I feel like there's going to be like, I feel like there's going to be some fucking crazy shit. Tony Montana called. He tweeted this before. What is it? Good morning. Happy to know you all. Bro, we don't care. Lower the camera. Jesus Christ, dude. Isn't the animalistic pattern on a male shirt the sign that the dude is a pimp? That's right. TikTok spreading vax misinformation. Oh, let's see what's going on now.
Crazy, and I can prove it. TikTok's algorithm is amplifying anti-vax content like crazy, and I can prove it. Me and my girl Olivia research.
Bro, what if fucking this is the actual way that? What if this is the actual way that China is like, dismantling America by way of TikTok? You know what I mean? They're like literally fucking breaking the brains of like the American youth with TikTok.
Disinformation on TikTok. So we reviewed and tracked videos delivered to our feed after engaging with anti-vax content. And here's just some of the misinformation that was fed to our For You page. The vaccines make you glow under a black light, 1.4 million views. Mass rapes with vaccinated, 2.1 million views. If you don't vaccinate your children, they'll be taken away from you, 3.9 million views. There are FEMA detention centers for the unvaccinated, 2.9 million views. The bodies of the dead vaccinated are being liquefied and used as fertilizer, 1.3 million views. The recent COVID surge is caused by vaccines, 12.6 million views. The thing is, these videos don't get that many likes compared to views. But likes don't matter for the TikTok algorithm, which prioritizes watch time. So TikTok can...
Dude, first, the Dengists fucking defeated America by creating a vast labor pool using the fucking greedy capitalist profit motive against American labor by, making wages that are impossible to compete against. So much so that it's like literally cheaper to fucking outsource your labor to China and then ship it back to the States. Then America, of course, with going off that fucking greed, ended up dismantling any sort of labor protection. Labor unions are completely gone now. Okay. There's no worker power to fight back against capital. And now they're fucking brainwashing the youth and the older population. You know, COVID happened and it was an accident. But the anti-vax, anti-vaxxer misinformation, what if they're doing it on purpose? What if they're just like fucking, letting the algorithm go
brag all they
crazy?
want about their partnership with the WHO to promote accurate information, but their algorithm continues to push fear-mongering videos full of lies because you...
Because, dude, why do you guys keep linking me this shit, dude? I'm not trying to fucking watch anything Destiny related. Please stop. Like, I don't care. We didn't watch JP yet. We will. Jerma is having a mental breakdown.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Is it actually him farting? No, right? I feel like this would get a lot after a while. Henry's favorite birthday. Who is Henry? Charlie's girlfriend STP during Skyrim marriage speedrun. What?
God, I am just a speedrunning master. Fuck. This is some greasy shit. Yeah. Can I bring you toilet paper? Babe, I am on world record pace right now. No, you are gonna have to have a shitty ass for now. I'm sorry. This is the God run, babe.
What the fuck?
You see, this is a sacrifice. This is what makes a real fucking speedrunner.
That's some real Sigma shit right there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's some real Sigma shit right there, dude. Yeah. Charlie, how the fuck do you not have a goddamn... How do you not have a fucking... Would you consider this a roast of you? What the fuck is this? What is this, dude? I don't like it. What is this? I hate it when you guys send me shit like this, because, like... if it's, like, random, you're just, like, bringing up unwarranted hate on someone, you know what I mean? Stompiger's hot and all, but I feel like he's insufferable IRL. Like, I could only have segs with him. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't, but... You know, because it's illegal. How is this TikTok content? Is a tweet over a video? Yeah, I think that's how. Why would you send that? Yeah, I don't understand why you... Sometimes you guys send, like, really weird shit. Okay. XQC gives an allegory of how to deal with things in life.
I'm not downplaying the fact that maybe your life has...
Dude, I always want to... There are readers who just look for your name everywhere so they can link it to you. I mean, I don't mind it. There's, like, good stuff on there sometimes. There's like funny shit in there every now and then.
Has permanent problems that cannot be dealt with, right? That will always be in the way, and that fucking sucks. Because what that does is that your backpack will always have stones at the bottom. Yeah, some you can remove them. Some are stuck there forever. Some problems are in your backpack, and they're weighing you down, right? And whatever height you reach, whatever places you go, whatever success you have, your backpack will never be empty. But when you want to go forward and climb the mountain, you will
Motherfucker talking about stones in his backpack when he's literally sitting on a chair that he stole from a fucking medieval feudal lord, dude. What is this chair, bro? Did he raid a medieval times? How does he sit on this for like 12 hours a day? It makes no time. It
Still
makes no
have
sense.
rocks in your backpack, and that fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. But you know what that does though? Is that whenever you reach the top or a certain level and you look around and other people are at that point of success or life, right? You can say, yo, dude, I got here and I'm here too. But my backpack is heavy as fuck. My backpack is full of stones. And I'm still here. And that builds character. And that's who the fuck you is. I'm not downplaying the fact that...
Pretty good. Not you class shaming? Yeah. Class shaming. Okay, let's watch Jordan Peterson.
Between 25 and 31 are 66% more likely than young women to be living with their parents. And more young men are living with a parent than with a partner.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with that, Jordan. Okay? What is this bullshit, Jordan Peterson? You fucking asshole.
Young men between 25 and 31 are 66% more likely than young women to be living with their parents. And more young men are living with a parent than with a partner.
Yes, and you don't find women looking for men that are living in their parents' basement.
That's kind of fucking, hey, how about you fuck you? That's what I got for you, okay?
That's just a joke, which is why you could insert it there as a cliche. Everyone understands exactly what that means. It means failure to launch. It means Peter Pan, right? It's a joke.
And those guys are much more likely to turn to pornography because they sense they're being rejected by women, and then they turn to this beautiful woman that they can be turned on by. The challenge with pornography is that the more you get into it, the more you tend to be stimulated by more and more risky things. And
dude, what's really fucking stupid about these arguments is like, it literally is a crisis that has absolutely zero to do with pornography and like everything to do with the fact that like rent is unaffordable. How the fuck are young men like leaving their houses and like living in fucking cities and whatnot where they have all of the job opportunities after getting an education and getting saddled with like hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt from that college education? Like, these motherfuckers are like, oh, it must be the pornography that they're watching. It's like, because they can't get pussy because they live with their parents. I mean, I joke, like, yeah, I am very fortunate. I, moved my mom out here during COVID. Like, I get to be able to live with them. It's great, right? But for a lot of people, their situation is that they're in that situation because of their dire financial circumstances. So if you want men to fuck more, I guess, which they don't actually, they just want men to like be in relationships, like monogamous relationships. I watch and make porn like every day. I have a decent job, have my own apartment, get laid regularly. I'm not even that good looking. Porn has literally nothing to do with this problem. It's just like, why are you flexing in the chat? Oh, I make porn every day. Okay, we get it, dude. You fuck, okay? Sick. Porn advocators? I am a porn advocator. What are you, new here? Then there's also the cultural aspect of like, people wanting to take care of their parents or people wanting to like live with their family. That's like a totally normal thing. Maybe not in the Western world, I guess, but now it's becoming more of a thing in the Western world as well as a consequence of material conditions. But like, it's because of the situation that they're handed. There's nothing they can do about it. It's really dumb. It has nothing to do with porn.
more and more salacious things are...
That's because novelty enhances pleasure. That's the addictive element of it.
Precisely. And then the female who is interested in that guy and does come over to be with him physically, she often feels like this guy is more interested in something that happened in the pornographic things that he's been watching. She feels like an object because she is being treated like an object.
Yeah, dude. Objectification, famously, of women never existed before the invention of pornography. You guys know this, right? Like, there was no objectification of women prior to pornography. That was, I mean, famously, everybody knows this. So, you know, only men watch porn, okay? So, because, like, girls obviously don't watch porn. Great take by the fucking, you know, by the CEO of Porn Understanding, okay? Enterprise. Porn greatly reinforces it. No, I think that's fucking dumb. Leaving proper education, like leaving sex education to pornography is idiotic, dude. It's like substituting mathematics for like Hollywood. You have to learn math from fucking watching the Transformers movies. What the fuck? If anything, it's a crisis of fucking good parenting and a crisis of public education. These people are so dumb. I get really fucking frustrated by people who literally reduce everything to like cultural analysis and how much culture is like dictating people's lives. When in fact, culture in and of itself is not upstream or not downstream, but upstream from fucking politics. Culture is built upon the material conditions, not the other way around. It might have, it might, and in certain instances can, change people's minds to a certain degree. But ultimately, the best way that you can possibly change a situation, especially one that requires systemic change, is by tackling the structures that reinforces these kinds of attitudes and ideas. These motherfuckers will turn around and like advocate for abstinence-only sex ed or no sex ed, and they turn around and they're like, "Oh my god, it's pornography that's like objectifying women." It's really fucking dumb. Also, for people who think that's like my take, it's not. It's I stole it, Gramsci, but still. Jordan Peterson has a nice tan though.
Well, and also those are the men who aren't going to be particularly sophisticated in their treatment of women, because how can they be? They have no experience.
Precisely. And so the pornography ends up haunting them on multiple levels and leads them to often turn back to pornography to avoid continuing rejection, and only convinces them that a real life woman is somebody he would fail on one level or another with. So
they have no experience.
I will never understand why like young weirdos sit around and watch fucking Jordan Peterson like this. Like, sit around and watch this guy talk to another old guy about how, like, porn is bad and it's morally abhorrent and it's actually desecrating the brains of our youth. It's like, what? How is that even remotely interesting? They're basically just saying the same exact shit that your fucking grandparents said. They look like your grandparents. There's nothing new or unique in this commentary. And yet people look at this and go, Pog, I'm pogging. I'm literally pogging right now. Jordan Peterson is my fucking intellectual father. Homies will literally be like, clean your fucking room. And everyone's like, I would never do that if my parents would ask me to do so. But when Jordan does it, fuck yeah, I'm doing it, dude. It really changed my life. It greatly changed my perspective. It's like, dude, you're literally 22 years old. Like, chill. It's really, really, really silly. Anyway. This audio blew up on TikTok and it's from when you open my last P.O. Box package and I can't escape you? Wait, what? This audio... Is that what they teach you in college nowadays? I thought all they taught you was homosexual Marxism. Is that what they teach you in college nowadays? I thought all they taught you was homosexual Marxism. Dude, why are all of my fucking viral audios original sound hot girls watch Hasan? Why are all of my fucking audio clips that go viral on TikTok, they're like always me just like making fun of conservatives? You in college nowadays? I thought all they taught you was homosexual Marxism. Why is predominantly affecting young men, though, compared to women if it's socioeconomic? Well, first of all, that analysis is completely incorrect. It's just that if you are a backwards dildo like Jordan Peterson, you don't mind when women are fucking living at home with their parents. That's the difference. That's expected. Do you understand? So that's why he doesn't call into question women living at home with their parents, and he only talks about how it's a crisis for you know, men. That's natural. Do you understand? Women are supposed to stay home with their fathers and mothers. Stop biting your nails? I have not bit my nails since I got my nails done. It's kind of crazy, actually. Peterson fans love this guy. Most men cannot swallow this truth.
For regular guys, dating is a losing game. The odds are heavily stacked against you, and the longer you play this game, the more you feel like you're a loser. So when the game...
Bro, this motherfucker built a tent fort in his house, dude. I can't take you seriously when you build a tent fort in your house. I mean, it's kind of cool, but like I would do that, but if I were to fucking, you know, try to educate most men from my tent fort, everyone would be like, yeah, no, dude, like, you're in a fucking tent fort. Like, you know, go do a pillow fight.
game is so heavily rigged against you, how do you win? How do you win at the game of dating? Well, the only way to win is to not play that game. You want to save yourself?
Oh, dude, Sigma male.
Steam. You want to feel good about yourself? You want to have a happy, fulfilling life?
Okay, I can't do this right now, though. I have to go. I have to go get my fucking back blown out by a physical therapist. So we'll save this for tomorrow, okay, boys? Here's a 3-minute ad break. I'm sorry. Why does he look like he is in terrorist base? I didn't say that. Okay, you said that. I'm sorry, but shave your neck, YouTube man. I mean, yeah, that too. Would you play the Ghost of Tsushima DLC on your $500 paperweight? Yeah. What kind of physical therapist works at 7 p.m.? I don't know. The good kind. The accommodating kind. Don't go to a chiropractor? No, I'm going to a literal fucking doctor, chat. What do you mean? You know what you know what my takes are on holistic medicine and stuff like that. I'm a firm believer in Western medicine all the way. You know, holistic medicine can have its uses, but I mean, I routinely shit on chiropractors. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do acupuncture, stuff like that. I don't fuck around with any of that. So anyway, folks, I love you all. Yeah, I'm gonna go to a chiropractor so he can tell me that you know, I shouldn't have taken the vaccine. That's why my back is fucked up. Many people are coming over, and we're hearing from a lot of patients that, you know, vaccines are causing severe lower back injuries. You know what I mean? Anyway, I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Okay? Same time, same place, same space. Hopefully I can make it to fucking physical therapist. My shit is fucked up. Okay, but on that note, bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Euchre's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming.